Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Becomes Phoenix of Society. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoryia was born into a world of powers, where heroes exist and villains prowl. His parents were two extraordinary heroes who wanted the best for their bright-eyed little boy. Midoryia Izuku was 3 years old when he decided that he wanted to be a hero too. Midoryia Izuku was 4 years old when he was declared quirkless. Everyone told him his dreams were crushed. But his parents wouldn't let that stand. They were going to train him to be the first quirkless hero if it was the last thing they did. Midoryia Izuku was 7 years old when he learned how to stitch himself up and take care of burn scars from school because at school, fighting back meant he was in trouble. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when his parents died in a villain fight. But the villain didn't kill them. A hero did. While Izuku watched on the sidelines. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when his third favorite hero crushed his dreams. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when he was beaten half to death at his orphanage. Midoryia Izuku was 11 years old when he stopped believing heroes would save him. Midoryia Izuku was 12 years old when he took off to live on his own. He was 12 years old, decided he was going to tear this broken society apart and fix it by himself. But for some reason, almost everyone he came across decided he wasn't going to do this alone anymore. It was raining the day the Midoryas went to the doctor about Izuku's quirk. He was 4 years old and his quirk still hadn't come in yet. He was starting to worry that there was something wrong with him. All the kids he knew his age already had theirs, some of them even got them when they were 3. But Izuku's 5th birthday was coming up, as was the start of the new school year, and he still didn't have one. He was terrified. He wanted to become a hero. But how was he going to do that if his quirk didn't come in? His best frenemy Kaken had a strong quirk and the two were always competing to one-up each other. Well, it was more like the other boy wanted to be the best at everything and was just dragging him along for the ride. Izuku just wanted to be a good hero like his parents were. His father Midoryia Hisashi was the dragon hero, Roar, a very popular fire hero, number 5 on the rankings. His mother Midoryia Izuku was an underground hero called Attraction. He adored them both and couldn't decide which he wanted to be more like. So when the doctor showed them the x-ray of Izuku's foot and explained that the chances he would get a quirk were near impossible, he was horrified. Izuku was quirkless. He didn't cry, he just blankly stared at the wall while his parents finished talking with the doctor. He couldn't process what he was just told. He had never met anyone without a quirk before. He wondered if something was wrong with him, if he had been born defective. The talking finally stopped. Izuku and his parents got in the car and drove home. No one mentioned what they had just learned. Izuku wondered if his parents were angry or disappointed in him. They were chatting as if things were normal, like they didn't have a quirkless child. When they got home, his mother went to the kitchen to start dinner. Izuku sat down with his father in the living room. "Are you disappointed?" he finally asked. Hisashi's face twisted in confusion. "Of course not, why would I be disappointed?" Izuku finally burst into tears. He couldn't hold it any longer. He waited until he calmed down to respond. "I don't have a quirk. Can I even become a hero now?" "Oh my little dragon." His father's eyes flushed with sadness. "Of course you can. Your mother can only move very small objects. A lot of the time she has to fight without her quirk. And she's still an amazing hero, isn't she?" Izuku nodded. His mother was amazing. She was an underground hero, so he didn't get to see her fight as much as he did his father, but when he did, he was amazed. "And what about me? I can breathe fire, but my quirk can be quite destructive. I have to be very careful how I use it. That means I have to rely on my abilities without my quirk sometimes." Izuku's eyes widened. He had never really thought about that. He supposed all heroes didn't use their quirk from time to time. A small smile settled on Izuku's face. He could still do this. He could still be a hero. "Chin up, little dragon. If you want to be a hero, your mother and I will make sure you're prepared. Let's go set the table before your mother is done with dinner." They set the table together and dinner was ready by the time they were done. His mother had made his favorite, katsudon. Izuku was back to his bubbly self by the time they all sat down, chatting happily with his parents. They had promised to start training him when he got a little bit older and he couldn't wait. It was finally the first day of the new school year. Midoryia was both excited and nervous to see his classmates. They should have all received their quirks by now. He was ecstatic to hear about them. Maybe some of them would let him analyze them. But he was nervous because it was the first time he would be telling anyone outside of his parents that he was quirkless. They told him that some people may treat him poorly because of it, but Izuku was hopeful that it wouldn't happen at school. He got to his class early and waited for school to start. He knew some of these people from last year, but there were a few new kids he didn't know yet. Kaken was yet to arrive, but he knew they were in the same class. He finally arrived a minute before the bell rang, sending a nod towards Izuku before sitting at the desk next to him. They had an odd dynamic. Their families were close, which caused them to be friends. Izuku adored him. He even understood Kaken's weird way of communicating. They were both going to be heroes, and Kaken declared he was going to be number one. Izuku personally didn't care about ratings, but Kaken seemed set on beating him, which was what started their weird friendly rivalry. The teacher finally came in and the students quieted down. There was still some excited chatter. Everyone wanted to talk about their quirks. The teacher quickly gave in and decided to have everyone introduce themselves and their quirks. Midoryia was on the edge of his seat as the first kid started talking. His mind was racing, trying to keep everyone's quirks in his mind for later. Everyone had such cool quirks. When his name was called, all eyes were on him. I'm Midoryia Izuku and I'm quirkless. He announced proudly. He had been coming to terms with his quirklessness. He decided he was going to be the first quirkless hero and be a symbol of hope for all kids like him. But his confidence was dimming as the other kids looked at him judgmentally. One kid who hadn't gone yet spoke up. "What does quirkless mean?" "I don't have a quirk," Midoryia explained. The smile on his face was slowly slipping away. A few gasps were heard throughout the classroom. Kato raised his hand. Midoryia knew him from last year. He had some sort of water quirk. He wasn't sure of the details yet but was curious about it. There weren't many heroes with water quirks. "I heard that people who are quirkless have a disability. They aren't normal." "What? I don't," Midoryia protested softly. The teacher spoke up. "Quiet down everyone, no need to get worked up. It's true that the quirkless are less evolved than the rest of us. But Midoryia is still here to learn. He just might be a little more fragile than the rest of you." Midoryia was at a loss for words. A teacher was really saying that about him. His parents told him that there wasn't anything wrong with him. But if his teacher was saying it, isn't it true? Midoryia shrunk down into his seat. He tuned out the rest of the introductions and tried to make himself small as class continued. The kids with the flashier quirks took the attention off of him. Midoryia went off on his own during lunch, not wanting to talk to any of the other kids. He was scared Kaken would feel like he was useless too. Midoryia was found by Kato, the kid who said he had a disability. The boy was taunting him, making fun of him for not having a quirk. Midoryia ignored him, but he wouldn't go away, finally stood up for himself, but instead of leaving him alone, the other boy got physical. Midoryia attempted to fight back, but he had already been caught off guard and ended up on the ground. The boy retreated when he was satisfied. Midoryia begrudgingly stood up. Lunch was ending soon. He was sore all over and was pretty sure he had visible bruises. His face had been slammed against the ground, so there would be no hiding what had happened. He was sure the other boy would get in trouble when his teacher saw him. The sound of footsteps startled him. He was even more shocked when he saw Kaken coming. "Oi, there you are, nerd. What happened?" Midoryia shrugged. "I fell." "Teach, don't lie to me, you're a terrible liar." "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, nerd. You ran off before I could talk to you. I just wanted to say you better not be slacking off because you don't have a quirk. None of these other extras can compete with me." Midoryia brightened. Kaken was still treating him the same as he usually did. "You don't think there's something wrong with me?" "Not any more than usual. You don't have a quirk, so what? Come on, let's get to class. Lunch is over soon. Don't listen to whatever those shitty extras are saying about you." Midoryia grinned and walked beside Kaken back into class. No one commented on his bruises all day, not even the teacher. A few of the other kids made remarks about him. He gained the nickname Deku. By the end of the day, he and Kaken walked home together. Kaken glared at any of the other kids who tried to talk to them. They lived close to each other. Midoriya's place was the first stop. He hoped his parents weren't home so he could hide his bruises, but that wasn't the case. His mother was home. She usually didn't work until nighttime while his father worked during the day. She was waiting for him by the door. Her face fell when she laid her eyes on her son. "Izuku, what happened?" "It was just some boy in my class. I'm fine." "Why didn't the school call us?" "They didn't know. It happened at lunch." "Izuku, sweetie, you have a black eye. They should have sent you to the nurse. Do you know who did this to you?" She dragged him off to the kitchen to get him something to ice his face, then looking over the rest of his body. There was nothing major that needed attention. He would heal eventually. Izuku was holding frozen peas to his eye. His mother was waiting to hear about his day. He sighed and told her about what happened. For some reason he couldn't lie to her. Her face twisted from sad to angry. Your teacher shouldn't have said that, and she should have sent you to the nurse when she saw you after lunch. Your father and I will be going to your school to talk about it. That's final, go change and you can help me with dinner. The protests fell dead on his tongue. It was a losing battle arguing with Inko Midoryia, everyone knew that. The next day, the school was very surprised to see two pro-heroes walk in with Midoryia. Not many people knew Attraction, but they definitely all knew Roar. Finding out who his parents were improved his treatment at school. After school his father surprisingly picked him up. Where are we going? He asked once he noticed they were going in the opposite direction of their home. We wanted to wait until you were a bit older, but after yesterday your mother and I wanted to make sure you could defend yourself. I have a friend who owns a martial arts dojo, he said you're welcome there. Your mother and I will help you out as well, but I thought that you'd ought to have a professional teach you. You'll be able to take any of those dumb kids who call you useless in no time. Don't tell your mother I said this, but I will make sure you're not punished if you punch that kid from yesterday in the jaw. Izuku chuckled. Deep down he knew his mother would say the exact same thing. The first few weeks of the year went by, it was fine, he was still being picked on by a few kids but it didn't matter to him. He knew his worth no matter what they called him. It was finally the Saturday of the UA Sports Festival. The Midoryas watched it every year. During the first year event, a student caught his eye. His name was Aizawa Shoyuta. He had made it through the first 2 rounds and he was now fighting his first one-on-one match. Izuku watched in wonder as Aizawa erased his opponent's quirk and dominated the fight afterwards, pushing his opponent out of the bounds in record time, without a quirk. Yes, Aizawa could erase his opponent's quirk, but he was just leveling the playing field so they both fought quirkless. Why isn't he in the hero course already? Izuku asked after Aizawa won his second match, making it to the semifinals. The entrance exam isn't exactly fair to those with non-physical quirks. He wouldn't have much luck against robots. But I have a feeling he's going to be transferred after the festival. His mother explained. Transfer? Well, they always had a rule that if a non-hero student impressed in the festival they may be able to transfer. But from what I know it hasn't happened so far. Though Aizawa looks like he's going to win the whole thing, they'd face a lot of backlash if they don't let him. They better, I like him. He's going to be one of my new favorite heroes. I think I might have to win the sports festival in the future if I want to go to UA. UA was Izuku's dream school, his parents went there and so did All Might. It was the best hero school in the country. He and Kaken were going there together. But if he was going to have to face up against robots to get in, maybe the festival was a better option. He watched excitedly as Aizawa won the whole thing. He couldn't wait for Aizawa to become a hero, he might even steal All Might's spot in his top 3 heroes. He'll be a great underground hero, I hope they let him take internships. I'm going to offer him one. His mother was also happy Aizawa won. She was watching for any underground hero material and he showed great promise. His father, however, was eyeing the student who won second place. The house phone rang and Izuku jumped up. He knew that it was Kaken. He would be calling to talk about the event before the second years started their events. Izuku picked up and immediately started to gush about Aizawa while Kaken spoke about the flashier students. Izuku didn't care much for the other students. Watching Aizawa, however, gave him hope. Thank you, sensei, have a good night. Midoryia bowed to his judo instructor before grabbing his bag and walking towards the train station. He had been going to Ito-sensei's dojo for about 3 years now. He started with judo and karate and he joined in on other classes when he could. Recently, he started kendo, a sword-based martial arts style. At home, he took turns training with his parents. His father helped with his strength, they worked out in their home gym every other day. Meanwhile, his mother helped with his stamina and stealth. At home and in the dojo, he was strong, competent, and confident. But at school, the other students tried to discredit his abilities. Midoryia was a smart kid, he was at the top of his class. In reality, he was way beyond what they were learning in class due to his outside studying. He was also agile and strong thanks to his training. But his classmates didn't see that. They heard the word quirkless and immediately thought he was worthless. They thought he had a disease. At first, they were careful with their bullying after his parents came to school and filed a complaint, but as the years passed they were more upfront about it. Calling him names, pushing him around, leaving distasteful notes on his desk. Kids were cruel, he had been told to kill himself a few times by now. All his classmates seemed to learn about suicide recently and saw it as another way to torture him. Midoryia hated school, he was way ahead of the material, he always found himself writing in his notebooks instead of paying attention. The teachers would call him out on it the first few times, but after he flawlessly answered the questions they asked, they learned to let him be. Kaken was the only pleasant thing about school. The two boys were such opposites. Midoryia was quiet, timid, always analyzing. Bakugo was loud, brash, confident, and his vocabulary was growing more colorful each day. Bakugo liked Midoryia because he was smart and good at everything. Midoryia was always number one in their class, but Bakugo was always close behind. Everything was a competition for him, and at their school, Midoryia was the only one worth competing with him. Kaken always told the other kids off whenever they were together. But it didn't stop Midoryia from getting bullied when he was alone. Midoryia also had self-sacrificing tendencies, always stepping in when others got picked on, even if those people were shitty to him. One day, he was leaving school 30 minutes after it ended. He had to stay after to take a test he missed when he heard a commotion on the playground. His curiosity got the better of him and he rushed over. One of his classmates, a girl named Kimura Yui, was getting picked on by a group of older kids. Midoryia was angry. What gave them the right to gang up on her like that? They were older and bigger and most likely stronger. So what was their problem? The girl was already cowering on the ground, crying out in pain. Midoryia rushed in, pushing his bag to the ground. "Why don't you guys pick on someone your own size?" he questioned, stepping in front of the girl. "Who the hell are you?" the kid in front, most likely the leader, asked. "Wait, isn't that Deku? My brother told me about him, the quirkless loser that doesn't know how to stay down." The other kids thought this was funny. Midoryia typically didn't defend himself when he was the one getting picked on, but when it came to others, he was a whole different person. "You guys are the ones picking on someone 2 years younger than you. The only losers I see are right in front of me." This angered them enough to throw fists. Midoryia was prepared, putting his training to good use. Catching the first fist before knocking the guy's legs out from under him. He fought off several of the other members, knocking one out by striking him in the pressure point on his chin. The leader finally realized that Midoryia wasn't so useless after all and came at him. The older boy was much larger than Midoryia. He snuck up on him and pushed Midoriya's head against the slide. Midoryia was shocked by the hard surface, getting caught off guard. The older boy delivered several punches on Midoriya's body. Midoryia was being hit for about a minute straight before he caught a fist and judo flipped the other boy. He thought it was finally over, but he had angered the boy. He felt a burning sensation on his arm. He looked down to see that the older boy was using his quirk on him. Midoryia hissed. The older boy had some sort of fire quirk, and he was using it to burn Midoryia. He groaned internally. That was going to leave a mark. He'd have to hide that from his parents until it healed. The other boys realized what the older boy had just done. He unlawfully used his quirk, and they'd be lucky if Midoryia didn't report it. But Midoryia knew the drill by now. He'd go to the principal's office only to be lectured about fighting off of school grounds. The only way they would face punishment was if Midoryia told his parents, which he refused to. Midoryia was pushed to the ground and the other boys retreated. He looked over Kimura, who was bleeding. Midoryia fetched his bag and pulled out his first aid kit. "Can I?" She nodded and allowed him to clean her wounds before placing some superhero-themed bandages on her. "Why were they picking on you?" he asked. Kimura was one of the nicer people in his class. She never picked on him and would sometimes shoot him a smile. It was likely because she had what others called a weak quirk and got picked on quite a bit. She was able to change her hair and eye color. Izuku thought it was quite useful. When they went around saying what they wanted to be when they grew up, she said she wanted to be a musician. It would be interesting to see how she could use her quirk to make unique looks. Midoryia, of course, said he wanted to be a hero, which increased the ridicule he got from his classmates. It was funny that so many of them adored his father, who was a popular hero, but they told his son to kill himself daily. "My brother is in their class. They usually pick on him and take his money, but he's sick today, so they came to find me," she explained, standing up and straightening her appearance before bowing to him. "Thank you for standing up for me. A few other people saw me and just walked away. But you got hurt helping me. You're bleeding." Midoryia shrugged. "I'm okay, I'll take care of it." By now he had a high pain tolerance. He was even fazed by the burn on his arm. "It's a lot of blood. My mom is a nurse. I think you might need stitches." She looked towards his shoulder. Midoriya's hand flew to where she was looking. When he withdrew it, he saw a lot of blood. That wasn't good. He probably did need stitches. He cursed himself for not learning that yet. Midoryia just smiled. "It's okay, I can handle it. I'll take care of it when I get home." "If you say so. How did you learn to fight like that anyway?" "It was so cool. I go to a dojo. You and your brother might want to consider one. It's very beneficial." She nodded. I never thought about that. I have to go home now. Thank you again, Midoriya-kun. After she ran off, Midoriya started to walk towards the pharmacy nearby. He would have to fix himself up before he got home. His parents wouldn't be home till later, so they weren't expecting him. He used his jacket to wrap his shoulder up and slipped inside. He knew the workers well enough by now. He was always spending money on first aid supplies. By now, they were unfazed when he came in bleeding. He picked up some more bandages, ointment, and rubbing alcohol before finding a needle and some thread. He was browsing through the aisles when he found a book on first aid. He looked through it and immediately picked it up. This was just what he needed. He quickly paid for his stuff and rushed home. He locked himself in the bathroom and started to patch himself up. From looking into the book, he saw that the burn was a third-degree burn. He couldn't do much except clean it and put some cream on it before wrapping it up. He then moved on to stitches. He soon learned how difficult it was to stitch your own body. He was lucky his hands were so steady. It took him a whole hour to finish. He was being extra careful. He changed into a hoodie and more comfortable pants before grabbing some leftovers in the fridge. It was Friday and his parents wouldn't be home for a couple of hours. Midoriya wondered if he could go see his father. His father was always involved in some more high-profile public fights. Midoriya would sometimes watch from a safe distance when he was nearby. He did this with other heroes too so he could take notes on their abilities. But watching his parents was the best. His mother almost always worked at nights and with more shady characters, so he couldn't particularly watch her that much. Though sometimes she would be backup for other heroes and Izuku loved to watch. His mom promised Izuku he could watch her on her everyday patrols when he was older, but for now, it was dangerous for a child to be around in the underground. He had a couple of hours before his parents came home and he wanted to get out of the house. He had passed by this junk-filled beach the other day that he was eager to see if there were any parts he could take for his projects. He had started inventing recently after his father found him toying around with the taser he had given him. His father told him about support items and how Izuku would likely want to use them in the future. Izuku was filled with ideas. He took the train to a stop nearby Takoba Municipal Beach Park. Nobody spared him a second glance as he started to go through the junk. A lot of it was useless, but he ended up finding some good items he could use for later. Maybe one day he could clean the beach up. It would surely look nice without all this junk, but that was a project for another day. Perhaps he could use it to train? He placed his loot into his backpack and started to walk away. He wasn't paying attention when he bumped into a rather skinny man with blonde hair. "Ah, my boy, I didn't see you there." "No, it's my fault. Sorry for bumping into you," Midoriya said. The guy looked kind of sketchy if he was being honest. "That's no problem. Do you come to this beach often? I've never seen you here before." "You should be careful. There are some sharp objects around here, my boy." "This is my first time actually. I was just curious." "Thank you for your concern, mister." "You can call me Yagi," the man offered. "Great, I'll be going now, Yagi-san." Midoriya waved goodbye to the man before walking off. He hoped he wouldn't run into him again if he came back. Something about him was suspicious. He looked like he carried many secrets. His mother taught him to read others' behavior, and there was something about him that ticked off some red flags. Midoriya shook his head. It was probably not a big deal. He ran to the station so he could get home before it got completely dark. Maybe he could make dinner. His mother started to teach him how to cook. Though he wasn't sure if she'd like him by the stove by himself. The fighting took a lot out of him, and by the time he gets back to his room he jumps into bed and falls asleep. Izuku was on his laptop working on his new fascination with programming. He got a laptop for his birthday this year and started messing around with the code and discovered a love for programming. He had a lot to fall back on if this hero thing didn't work out. Well, that was if he could get away with being quirkless. He had done some research and found out that discrimination took place even in the workplace. Businesses would rather hire someone with an unrelated quirk to the job than someone without one. As if a quirk made the person more competent. His parents tried to shield him from the harsh truth of being quirkless, but they couldn't shield him forever. He recently found out the statistics on quirkless suicide. His stomach dropped when he found out. In less than 10 years, he'd be at the age where suicide was most common. He didn't think anything would drastically change that he would consider suicide, not as long as his parents were there for him. There was a knock at the door. Izuku's father came in once he responded. He was dressed in his hero outfit. "Do you want to come to the agency with me today? Saito says he misses you." Izuku grinned. He always loved hanging out at his father's agency. Everyone was so nice and welcoming. His sidekicks would let Izuku analyze their quirks, and they would offer to train him when they had downtime. Saito was his father's best friend. He personally worked on their support gear and helped gather information about the cases they worked on. He wasn't a hero, so he was always in the agency, and Izuku hung out with him whenever he was visiting. Saito taught him a lot about support gear and helped sharpen Izuku's analysis skills. Yes. I'm coming. I need to change. He was still in his pajamas. He waited for his father to leave before he peeled off his shirt. He normally didn't care about changing in front of people, but now he had scars and bruises to hide. He threw on a long-sleeve shirt and some jeans before grabbing his backpack and going out to meet his father. The agency was close by. Izuku had been there many times before. He knew his way around. His father left him on his own to get some paperwork done. Izuku headed for Seisho's lab. He put on protective gear before entering. Seisho was always blowing stuff up. He had learned his lesson the first time they had shattered a glass window and a shard of glass cut Izuku. He had knocked on the door, but the man was always listening to loud music and likely didn't hear. Izuku walked over to his side to observe what he was doing. After a few minutes, the man looked up from his work and saw Izuku. "Hey little dragon, are you going to help me out here?" "You bet." He grinned. "Is that Crusher?" He gestured to the video of some new villain the man was watching. Yes, he's been causing quite a stir on your father's patrol routes. I've just been watching back the footage to see what we're missing. I'm not sure how he keeps slipping in between our fingers. Got any theories?" "Well," Izuku opened his mouth to start rambling his ideas but paused, remembering the words of his classmates when he went on his analytical tangents. They always said it was creepy, annoying, and not at all helpful. Kaken would listen to him, but that was it. Izuku bit his lip. Maybe his uncle didn't really want his opinion. He was just a kid. Surely the older man was just being nice. "Are you okay, Izuku?" "Yeah, it's just, I don't think my thoughts will be anything useful." "I mean, you probably already thought of everything. You're so smart and I'm just a kid." "Izuku, that's ridiculous. You're a genius kid. Of course I want to hear what you think. Two pairs of eyes are better than one, right?" Maybe Kaken was right. Izuku shouldn't listen to his classmates. Here was an intelligent man asking for his analysis, wanting it. "Well then, I have two theories. Izuku began doing what he did best. Izuku jogged by his mother's side. The summer had just started and he had been going on early runs with her every day. They ran 6 miles in total by the time they got back home. When he first started training with his mother, he felt like he was dying. She was very fast-paced and had a high-intensity regime to stay in shape. The first time he fought her, he didn't last seconds. Inko was quick on her feet. She moved silently and with purpose. It was much different from his martial art lessons or sparring with his father. It took him years to be able to keep up with her. He was very proud of how far he has come since then. After their run, they went to the gym to spar. The mother and son danced around each other. By now, they knew each other well enough to predict the other's moves. Izuku was very flexible. He could jump and flip around to evade attacks with no issue. There was a parkour gym nearby that he went to from time to time, and if he could be found jumping around the city occasionally, it was nobody else's business. After about 30 minutes of dancing around each other, Izuku pinned Inko to the ground with a triumphant smile. He was still surprised whenever he got the best of her. They separated and sat down on the floor together. His mother put her arm over his shoulder. "Good job, Izuku, you're getting better. I'm so proud of you. You're going to be a great hero. They won't even know what hit them." "I don't know. What if it doesn't work out? All the kids at school don't think it's realistic." "What do they know? A quirk doesn't make a hero, their ambition does. You want to save people with a smile like All Might, and you can do that quirk or no quirk. You're so strong, baby, you're fast, you're agile, and you have the heart of a hero. Your father and I will be cheering you on no matter what." Izuku squeezed his mom tighter. "Thanks, Mom." "Of course, Izuku, I'll be cheering you on at UA in a few years. Go shower and get breakfast before you head out. Are you going to the beach again?" "I might. I want to finish cleaning it before high school." Izuku has been picking parts from the beach for years. This summer he decided he was going to start clearing the beach of trash. He wasn't really in a rush. He probably wouldn't even clean it halfway by the time junior high started. But he had 3 months to start. Izuku rushed upstairs to clean up. He wore some shorts and a t-shirt and went downstairs. Izuku always wondered if Midoryia Inko had another secret quirk. In the short time he had gotten ready for the day, she prepared a whole feast. "You need to eat more so you grow taller, you're too short," she would always say when he complained about her piling his plate with food, all while pinching his cheeks. Heroes need to eat a lot so they grow strong. Yeah, he was short but packed a punch. Izuku stuffed his mouth so he could leave quicker. His mother sent him disapproving looks, so he slowed down. I will be back in a couple of hours. Love you, Mom. Izuku placed a kiss on his mother's cheek before running out the door. Izuku soaked in the summer sun. Summer was his favorite time of the year. Mainly because he didn't have to go to school or see any of the people who loved to torment him. During the summer he only felt loved, wanted, useful even. He was going to junior high soon. He hoped it would be different, but he really wasn't that naive. Nothing would change. He was still waiting for the ball to drop and for Kaken to stop being his friend. They had been friends for years, so Izuku should think better of him. But he already had people pretend to be his friend just to turn around and bully him harder. After they used him, of course. An autograph from Izuku's dad, some help with their quirk, answers for homework. To them, Izuku was useful for everything but genuine friendship. But only a few more years until Izuku could show his worth at UA. It would surely be different. They even had a policy on quirk discrimination. Izuku double-checked to be sure it wasn't just his imagination. Izuku arrived at the beach and got to work. He always looked for any useful spare parts for his inventions while cleaning up the junk. About 3 hours later he was exhausted. With the workout from the morning and lifting heavy objects, he needed some rest. The beach was gradually getting cleaner even though nobody noticed. Well, besides that Yagi guy he kept running into. Izuku still didn't trust him. He was hiding something. Izuku was determined to figure it out. It was Izuku's 11th birthday and he was sitting down to open the presents his parents got him before dinner. Izuku carefully opened his mother's gift first. He gasped when he saw what was inside the box. It was a beautiful set of knives, each perfectly crafted by his favorite weapons maker. The presents he got from his mother were rarely ordinary. She had gotten him a handgun for Christmas. He picked one of the knives out and swung it in his hand. It was a perfect fit. I love it, Mom. Izuku squeezed her tightly. Holding the knife, Izuku got a flashback to when his mother first taught him how to throw a knife. Why would I need to throw a knife at someone? Izuku questioned, starting at the set of knives his mother had placed on the kitchen table. She smiled. You never know when you have to cut a by dash, she coughed. You never know when you have to hit a target from far away. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mom, do you just throw knives at people? Only when they deserve it. He shrugged. Okay, teach me. She beamed. Come on, let's go to the training room before your dad wakes up. His mom brought him over to the target board. Izuku had never noticed it before, but there were a ton of indents that must have come from knives. This shouldn't be too hard for you. You just choose a target and, she brought the knife close to her before flinging it to stick in the middle of the board. Whoa! Do you want to try? Izuku nodded. She handed him a smaller knife. Izuku copied his mother's movements. The knife landed not too far from the middle. See, you're a natural. But here, stand like this. They practiced for about an hour when the door opened and Hisashi walked in. They both paused, dropping their knives guiltily like kids who had been caught looking at their Christmas present early. God damn it, Inko. He's 5. He opened his father's present next. It was a pendant with his hero symbol on it. Izuku put it on immediately. He wouldn't be taking it off anytime soon. I love you guys. There was a knock at the door and Izuku rushed to open the door. The Bakugos were coming over for dinner. Happy birthday, brat, Auntie Mitsuki said, wrapping him in a tight hug. We could be very intense just like her son, while her husband Masaru Bakugo was a lot tamer. Izuku couldn't breathe in her embrace. Kaken noticed. Let go of him, you hag. You're going to kill him. She finally dropped him so he could breathe. Don't dash. Izuku paused, still catching his breath. Don't call your mother that, Kaken. Teach whatever, nerd. Happy birthday, about time you caught up. I can't control when I was born, Kaken. Izuku rolled his eyes. Everything was a competition with him, even age apparently. Katsuki. Inko pulled the explosive blonde into a hug. How are you, sweetie? If anyone else treated him the way Inko did, they wouldn't live to see the next day. But Midoriya Inko was secretly terrifying. She looked cute and sweet from the outside, but Katsuki and Izuku had seen her when she was angry and they knew how scary she could be. Let's eat dinner, I made a lot of food. After dinner, they cut into the chocolate cake Inko and Izuku had made. There was nothing better than his mother's homemade cake. The boys cleaned up the table and went to Izuku's room. Kaken suddenly held out a gift bag in front of Izuku. Here. Izuku looked at it in surprise. Oh, you didn't have to get me anything. I wouldn't have gotten you anything if I didn't want to. What are you waiting for? Open the DMN present. Izuku chuckled, looking inside the bag. He pulled out 3 notebooks and a set of pens. Izuku gasped when he saw the drawings on the covers of the notebooks. The first one had an intricate drawing of a dragon that wrapped all the way around the notebook. The second was based on Inko's hero costume, and the third was an all-might design. They looked professionally done. Did you draw these? I thought you didn't draw anymore. I never said that. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Well, they look great. Thank you. Whatever. Let's play a game or something. I'm bored as f-da. Language Kaken. Izuku playfully smacked him before turning on his gaming console. Oi, I know Auntie swears worse than me when she thinks we can't hear her. My mom is a saint, Izuku lied, handing him the controller. She gave you knives for your birthday? It was a perfectly reasonable present. She carries knives in her hero costume. I'm going to need some if I'm going to be a hero. Kaken looked like he was contemplating getting a few for a moment. Teach, well, I'm still going to be number one and you and your knives won't beat me. Sure thing, Kaken. I will beat you at Mortal Kombat, however. Dich nerd die. Izuku's laughter filled the room. At the end of the day he had his family and Kaken too. Izuku watched in wonder as his father flew at the villain, fire blazing from his breath. He was short and there was a crowd gathered so he could hardly see the action, but something in him just clicked. He had always liked to play with his father's wings and he loved the tricks he could make with his fire. But Izuku had never seen him like this before. He looked so fierce. He held onto his mother's hand as the dragon hero made quick work of the villain who had been terrorizing the city. After the villain was restrained, he freed mother and daughter that were taken hostage. The little girl was sobbing hysterically, but Roar managed to calm her down. He made objects with his fire to put a smile on her face. Izuku tugged on his mother's hand. Mommy, Daddy is so cool. I wonder if I'll be able to breathe fire too. I can be just like him. She smiled. Well, your quirk will come in soon and we'll see what happens. Izuku grinned. He was disappointed that he wasn't born with wings, but there was a chance for fire. Though, he wouldn't mind his mother's quirk either. Come on, let's go make dinner. Your father will be hungry when he gets home. Heroes have to eat so they can save people. Izuku gasped. She was right. They needed to hurry home. Izuku pulled her along in the direction of the train station. Slow down, honey, I can't keep up. His mother laughed at his enthusiasm. That night when his father came home, Izuku pounced on him. You are so cool, Daddy. You're my absolute favorite hero. His father had to cover his mouth to prevent himself from coughing out fire in surprise. Really, little dragon? I thought it was All Might. You're always watching that video of his. He's my second now. You're cooler. All Might can't breathe fire. Hisashi's eyes twinkled, looking up at his wife who looked just as touched. The next week Izuku was out shopping with his father at night for a birthday present for Inko. She worked at nights, so it was the best time to go out without being caught. A man with a gun suddenly burst through the jewelry store they were in and held the closest woman to him hostage. He went about taking expensive jewelry and stuffing it in his bag. Izuku's father held him tightly. He looked like he was contemplating what to do when the door burst open again. A woman in a dark green bodysuit walked in. Izuku gasped when he saw the familiar shade of green hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. Is that Mommy? He whispered to his father. Yes. His mother was a hero. Izuku was shocked. He knew she worked at night, but he never did ask what her job was. Stay back or I'll shoot. The man pointed the gun at the hostage's head. Attraction didn't falter. Izuku noticed a small movement of her hand that she made whenever she used her quirk. But it was so subtle that no one noticed. I said I would shoot. The criminal looked at her like she was crazy. Go ahead. He instead turned the gun to her. My quirk gives me perfect aim. Don't move. She kept walking. He pulled the trigger and nothing happened. The guy looked at his gun in shock. I swear it was loaded. Izuku knew that she had used her quirk to break the weapon, but the criminal had no idea. The man threw the hostage to the ground and charged at the hero. She caught his wrist with no effort at all and pinned him to the ground. She placed HNDCFFS on his wrist and pulled him up. The police should be here soon. She told the manager, who thanked her profusely. Inko had never even looked their way, and yet she knew they were there. Oh, and boys, I like this one, she said, pointing to the diamond necklace on display. Noted, Hisashi said before finding a worker to pay for it. They left the store after the cops came with the necklace in tow. How come Mommy only works at night if she's a hero? Izuku asked his father. She's an underground hero. They aren't very well known. Their work requires them not to be in the spotlight too much. Izuku's eyes widened. So like spies? Hisashi chuckled. Not quite, little dragon. But they do sometimes do undercover work. Did Mommy go to UA like you and All Might? Yes, it's where we met. Underground heroes. This was new information to Izuku. Suddenly he had a lot to think about. The next day at breakfast his parents noticed he wasn't eating. He was looking back and forth between them and then starting at his food, trying to be sneaky. "What's wrong, Izuku?" His mom finally asked after the 5th time he looked at her. "I can't figure out which of you is my favorite hero." His parents glanced at each other. "Well, I can breathe fire." His father then breathed fire like they hadn't seen it before. Inko glared at her husband, then turned to her son. "Do you want to see all the hidden knives I keep on me? They work great with my quirk." Izuku's eyes lit up. "You could use them like a boomerang." He started to excitedly mumble under his breath about the possibilities. How did knives beat literal dragon's breath? Hisashi pouted. "Sorry honey, I'm just cooler than you." Izuku snapped out of his rambling to declare for the first time, "I want to be a hero too. I'll be like both of you." It was the last week of summer break. Both of Izuku's parents had a rare day off and they decided to go to a festival downtown. There was music, dancing, and stalls selling food and other items. There were supposed to be fireworks sometime soon. When Izuku noticed a hero-themed face painting booth, he dragged his parents over and proceeded to get Roar-themed face paint done. The artist looked like she went into shock when she saw the hero himself standing there, waiting for his son. If she gave Izuku the best-looking face paint she's done all day, it was nobody else's business. "Sometimes I wish you weren't an underground hero. I want to be able to buy merch of yours in the store. Or get attraction face paint." Izuku told his mother he was extremely lucky when he had found a poster of her in some rundown thrift store. He and his mother instead made their own merchandise so Izuku could put it with the rest of his hero merchandise. "Well, I don't think I'm a good hero to face paint anyways. What would that even look like? Maybe green bunny ears like your mask?" he offered. "That could work." His father agreed. "Can we get ice cream?" Izuku pointed over to the booth selling frozen treats. "You haven't had dinner. It's a festival." Hisashi pouted before Izuku could. What Dad said, Izuku copied his father's puppy dog expression. Between the two of them, there was enough cuteness to make Inko cave in. "You boys will be the death of me. Fine, you can have ice cream. But we're going to have real food too later on." Izuku looked at his father, they nodded at the same time. This is a fair exchange. Izuku got a Texas Smash ice cream sundae. His mom got vanilla and his dad got matcha green tea ice cream. They sat down at a picnic table to eat. Izuku played on the phone his parents got him to celebrate going to junior high. "I can't believe our baby has grown up so much." "Yeah, well, he turned out to be a handsome young man. Just like his father. He gets his good features from me." Izuku watched in amusement as his parents argued over who had the superior genes. He was glad to have them both in his life. Izuku was lucky. He knew that the majority of quirkless children either got abandoned or abused by their families. He managed to get 2 loving parents who stuck around and encouraged him even after he was diagnosed. He had no idea what he would have become without them. Perhaps he would have taken his classmates' advice and killed himself. But he had people to live for and a dream to achieve. "Izuku honey, why are you crying?" "Huh." Izuku touched his cheeks to see that they were wet. He had started crying without noticing. "Oh, I just really love you guys. I don't know what I would do without you." Izuku dash, his mother started to tear up. The crying came from her side of the family. "Ah, little dragon, get over here and give us a hug." Izuku walked over to his parents' side and jumped into their embrace. He only had a few more days of this before he had to go back to school. He just wanted to treasure these moments. The rest of the night they spent walking around the festival. At the end, there was a big extravagant dance performance. "I can't believe you still fit on my shoulders. I know you're still hoping for the junior high growth spurt, but I just want you to stay small forever." Izuku hit his dad on the head. He was watching the performance from his father's shoulders. It was easier to see this way. Midoryia Hisashi was a tall and intimidating man compared to Izuku, who was tiny and looked too cute for words. If it weren't for their shared sea of freckles all over their faces, and their curly mess of hair, nobody would believe they were related. A colorful firework display filled the air, a perfect end to the night. The next day, Izuku went to the agency with his dad early in the morning to get a workout done before he had to go patrolling. "Just one more set." His father told him after he started to get tired. "I don't understand why I need to lift all these heavy weights. This is over 3 times my weight, a bit overkill, don't you think? You have to make up muscle for what you're missing in height." Izuku glared. "I'm kidding. Hey, you know, that glare pretty scary. Did you learn that from your mother?" He continued to glare. Yeah, I knew it. She can be scary sometimes. Did I tell you about the first time we met? I thought I was going to die that day, but that's a story for later. Anyway, you might have to lift heavy things as a hero, you'll need muscle for that. Better to start now than later. Izuku stopped glaring, his father was right. There could be debris he had to lift or a person he needed to pick up. He really couldn't afford to be weak, especially with his lack of a quirk. Hisashi's watch beeped, he stopped what he was doing. You okay to finish up on your own? I got to go. Your uncle's in his lab, you can go hang out with him if you want to stay. I think I'll stick around for a bit. Izuku started to put the equipment away, he wasn't about to continue without a spotter. Once he was done he went over to the kitchen area. One of his father's sidekicks was there making a smoothie. Hey Izuku, want one? He nodded, hoisting himself onto the counter next to her. The workout took a lot out of him and he had woken up at 5 in the morning for it. Good workout? Tiring. He mumbled. She laughed. I can tell, you're usually super energetic when I see you. Thank God you haven't started on coffee yet. Good idea. Don't you dare, your father will burn me alive. She passed him a cup with a thick light pink smoothie. Izuku took a sip. I'll protect you if you keep making me smoothies. Strawberry banana. She nodded, my hero. Thank you for the drink. Have a good patrol. Izuku jumped off the counter and made way for his uncle's lab. He was greeted by various workers on his way. Izuku. Morning Izukin. Looking good, little dragon. Izuku liked it at his father's agency, everyone was so friendly and he knew most of them since he was born. They were all very supportive. His father made sure to hire good people. Izuku heard an explosion from outside Seisho's lab. He chuckled, the man was always blowing things up. Izuku put on the protective gear that was by the door for him before entering. Smoke immediately evacuated the room. His uncle stood with a fire extinguisher in hand over a burn object. What happened? Izuku. Just the man I needed, I need a second set of hands. Small hands. Should have called me before blowing up your project. Where's the fun in that? Get over here, we have to start from scratch. After they cleaned up the mess that was the failed experiment, the two inventors sat down to discuss what exactly it was they were making. When you're a hero, I'm going to have to start working for you once your old man retires. Though you may be making all your support items yourself. There will always be room for you. Ah, that's my boy. I knew you would have my back. Izuku stayed in the lab until evening, he always enjoyed being there. It felt like his second home. Is that my mom? Izuku's eyes widened, he had been watching the news coverage of the huge gang raid. There were many known heroes including his father and his partner Ryukyu. Izuku hadn't anticipated his mother being there. She didn't usually work with other heroes. Why is she there? I thought she was an underground hero. Yeah well, sometimes underground heroes team up with the others. Like in this situation numbers are important. She's actually teamed up with your father before, there's not much news coverage on it though. They do work well together, just watch. His uncle explained. So she does throw knives at people, Izuku muttered under his breath when he saw knives fly through the air and pin down a guy by his clothing. She's so cool. Izuku watched as his parents fell into a rhythm, they looked like they have been fighting with each other for a long time. There were other heroes in the background but Izuku's eyes were on his parents. His mother stood in a fighting stance she had shown him a few years ago, weapons she had pulled towards her from her opponents flying by her side. Her green ponytail was flying in the... There was blood gushing down her face from a cut she had gotten. Despite this she looked beautiful, perfectly in her element. His father stood, wings flapping, his fire twinkled in the night sky. Izuku didn't know how he was still standing considering he had been thrown into some cars a few minutes ago. The heroes cleaned house, leading to the arrest of several high-level villains. Izuku pulled out his notebook to jot things down that he had noticed during the fight. He had an eidetic memory which was very useful at a time like this. That night when his parents arrived home he gushed about how awesome they were. He hoped one day that he could fight alongside them. Unless something tragic happened he would be able to begin his career while they were still active. He would give anything to work with both of them. Are you sure you have everything? Izuku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. His mother could be a bit overbearing sometimes. It was sweet how she worried about him but he was capable of taking care of himself. Do you have your bento? Your gym clothes? What about your planner? Yes and yes. I double-checked Mom, you don't have to worry. Her eyes welled up in tears. How can I not worry? My baby is going to junior high. You're so grown up. Next thing I know you'll be graduating from UA top of your class. A furious blush spread across his cheeks. Mom. Don't embarrass him too much, Inko. His father walked up behind Izuku and ruffled his hair. Looking good, little dragon. Guess it's time to leave the den, huh? Don't ruin his hair. Inko scolded her husband, quickly moving to fix it. You guys are acting as if I've never left the house before. If you're acting like this, how are you going to survive when I go to high school? I have no idea. At least I have 3 more years to prepare. There was a loud knock at the door. Oi, hurry up, Zuku. I'm not waiting all day. Inko opened the door before Izuku could even move. When she was Bakugo, she started to cry again. Oh, Katsuki, you look so handsome too. My boys are ready for junior high. Come in, we need to take pictures. Izuku hid his laughter as his mother fussed over Kaken. She shoved them together and proceeded to take several pictures, then made them stand on their own for individual pictures. We really have to go now or we'll be late. Izuku finally said after what felt like thousands of photos later. He pulled the taller boy out the door before they could say anything else. Sorry about that. She's just really excited. I could tell. Auntie was fussing on me like I was a prince. Izuku looked over him. I mean, you would make a good prince. If you just fixed your hair. Oh, shut up, shitty nerd. No one asked for your opinion. They took the train to Adlera Junior High. Izuku gulped. The building wasn't much bigger than their elementary school, but it gave off a dark and imposing aura. Izuku had a bad feeling about the school. Once they got inside, they received their schedules. Izuku frowned. He was in a different class than Kaken. I guess this is goodbye. See you at lunch. Bakugo scowled. Don't listen to those shitty extras, okay? They don't f***ing know anything. Smash their faces in if they try to talk shit, okay? He nodded, though he wasn't the type to just start a fight over someone talking trash. The only times he fought back was when he was protecting someone else. Izuku walked into his homeroom. His smile fell a bit when he recognized a lot of his bullies from his old school. Kato was the biggest one. His eyes lit up when he saw Izuku. Izuku did not like the gleam in his eyes. He found his seat and sat down. Pulling out one of his notebooks, he began jotting down some notes of a new hero that had debuted yesterday. The bell rang and the teacher came in. He was a tall, mean-looking man who didn't look like he wanted to be here. Izuku wanted to give him a chance, but only 5 minutes into class, he was the worst teacher he ever had. Not only did he announce everyone's quirks, pointing out which ones were useless and the strong ones, but he also pointed out Izuku's quirkless status and went on a tangent about quirkless people. He singled Midoryia out and told him, "You people are so much more trouble than you're worth. You better be on your best behavior this year or I won't hesitate to discipline you." Everyone had laughed at him. He kept his head down for the rest of the PRD. The only person who actually seemed to like him was Kimura. After Midoryia had helped her out, he gave her a few self-defense lessons after school. He even helped her set up an account to post music online. His mother cried when he brought over someone other than Bakugo. She sent him a sad smile. She was no stranger to being bullied. Izuku used his stealth training to sneak out of the classroom for lunch. He did not feel like being beaten up on his first day. Hey Kaken, were you waiting for me? The blonde glared at him. Course not, my classroom is just right there, I just came out. What did those extras have to say about you this time? As they went to find a secluded spot to eat lunch, Izuku went off on a rant about the first half of his day. Spending about 5 minutes just complaining about his homeroom teacher. Bakugo was angry for him, saying some less flattering things about the man. The extras in my class ain't worth shit. Trying to latch onto me because I'm going to be a big deal. As if I'd pay attention to any of them. Maybe making friends would be nice, since we're not in the same class. And people seem to like you. Izuku wished he had a few friends or at least a few people that would speak with him without ulterior motives. He was a nice guy, he was considerate, always willing to take the extra step to support a person. If he had a quirk he would definitely have friends, but that was not the case. Bakugo scoffed, they all have ulterior motives. They don't want to be my friend, they just want someone strong to stand behind. As if I'd let those assholes use me like that. And just because we're not in the same class doesn't mean you can slack off. I'm going to be top of our grade this year. Izuku rolled his eyes. You say that every year but you're yet to beat me. Yeah, well, I will now, you shitty nerd. Izuku laughed. Never change, Kaken. After lunch, the rest of the day went painfully slow. He faced some more cruel remarks, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. He snuck out of the classroom as soon as the bell rang. He wasn't going to get beat up on the first day of school. Izuku made it home. Without a scratch. That was a new record. His mother fussed over him again, excitingly asking to hear about his day. Izuku lied and told her it was great. He was hating how good of a liar he was becoming that he could trick an underground hero such as his mother. She was happy that school was going better for him and made Katsudon to celebrate. A week into school and Izuku decided that he despised junior high. It was worse than any other year of school and it was only the first week. The teachers were openly discriminatory against him. In elementary school, the teachers would make passing comments or act like he was slow even though he was the smartest kid in the room. But at Aldera, the teachers were constantly calling him out for no reason, comparing him to other students, testing his intelligence. He already had to stay after school to retake 2 tests after being accused of cheating. The teachers were shocked that he still got full points under their watchful eye. And the kids were worse, they were ramping up their teasing, he was constantly getting beat like he was some punching bag. The one time he fought back, the principal tried to suspend him because he won. The principal never took action when Midoryia was being beaten up, telling him to stay out of trouble. But the second Midoryia fought back, all of a sudden he was in trouble. He hadn't really hurt the other kids, just incapacitated them for a bit. Meanwhile, he had bruises all over his body. The only reason he didn't get suspended was they called his mom to school. And Midoryia Inko was furious. The principal didn't expect Midoryia to have loving parents. So when his mother threatened to raise hell on the school, he settled for 1 detention. That didn't change anything though, the teachers just continued to pretend he didn't exist. Izuku kept count of how many times he had been told to kill himself. Just this past week, it was that Izuku was so tired. He missed the summer where he wasn't constantly reminded of just how shitty society was to people like him. For the past 11 years, he tried to keep smiling, but his cheery exterior was beginning to crack. By the time his alarm went off, Izuku was already wide awake. He hadn't been sleeping very well these past few months. Junior high was nothing like the movies, at least not for a quirkless kid. For him it was hell. He knew he shouldn't let all those words get to him, he had ignored them all his life. But he couldn't ignore it forever. Eventually, he would start to believe he was worthless too. His body was still sore from the last beating he had gotten. He skipped breakfast, he only really ate it when his mom was breathing down his neck. His parents weren't home, it wasn't surprising. They had been working a lot over the last few months. Something about increased criminal activity. Izuku knew that there was something more to it, they were working themselves so hard. He wished they could take a break. He was familiar with this behavior, it was how they acted when they were about to take down something huge. He noticed a pattern in their behavior over the years. And this happened at least once a year. They worked more hours, were constantly stressed, and in their head, would leave the room just to talk about something. Izuku never really minded. He knew it was part of their work, they couldn't disclose their secret mission even with their son. Though it was usually a separate thing. His mom would be more absent but his dad was there taking care of them both. Cleaning the house, cooking dinner, spending extra time with Izuku to make up for his wife. Or it would be the other way around and his dad would be the one always out of the house while his mother spent more time with Izuku. He at least always had one parent there for him, but this time was different. It was okay, he was taking care of himself. He was a big boy now. He could use a hug from both of them though. But he was fine. He wasn't slowly breaking down without someone there to see. He was doing perfectly fine. The biking and suicide baiting wasn't getting to him whatsoever. He was broken. To keep himself busy, Izuku helped out around the house, hoping to reduce his parents' stress. He would clean, do laundry, have dinner on the table before they got home. It was the least he could do. He didn't want them to think he was worthless too. Just one more day before the weekend. His parents had Saturday off and were going to spend it together as a family. The day went by quickly, it was all the same by now. When he got home he decided to make homemade udon, it was his mother's favorite. By the time he finished his parents arrived home together. Whatever case they were working on, they were partnering up. He noticed the tired expressions on their faces. They both had consistent bags under their eyes. Welcome home, Izuku faked a cheery voice. They were stressed out enough, he didn't want them to worry about his attitude. You didn't have to make dinner. I could have ma dash, a yawn interrupted her sentence. Izuku shot her a pointed look as if to say, really? It looks really good, little dragon. His father ruffled his hair and sat at his normal spot. You've been doing so much around the house. I just don't want you to think you have to. We should be working less starting next week. I'll make all your favorites. Izuku smiled slightly. It's okay, I understand. Hero work is unpredictable. You guys have to work a lot sometimes. I'll do anything I can to reduce the stress. Inko started to cry. You're the best son we could have asked for. I hope you know that just because we're busy doesn't mean you can't come to us with anything. It may be selfish but family comes first. I know, I love you guys. And I've been doing fine. They looked like they didn't completely believe him, maybe he wasn't as good of a liar as he thought he was. Saturday was the most fun he had in a long time. He spent the morning lazing around on the couch, watching cartoons, cuddling up between his mom and dad. They clearly needed the day off. They looked much more refreshed and even slept in. After lunch, they spent the evening shopping around town and finished off with dinner in a nice restaurant. Izuku fell asleep in his parents' arms on the couch. They had been watching Izuku's favorite video of when they teamed up a few years after their debut. He had found it one day on a deep internet search. He showed it to them. They were shocked it was out there since there were no reporters around. It was a fan video that caught them embracing. After saving a group of people, he kept all videos of them on a flash drive. He probably had all the videos that existed, he couldn't help it. He was their biggest fan. He went through an All Might phase when he was like 3, but that quickly changed. He was still one of Izuku's favorite heroes, but not number one. Izuku woke up alone around noon on Sunday. He had several text messages from Bakugo, the first asking to meet up. He proceeded to spam Izuku with insults till he got bored. He didn't have the time to answer before there was a pounding at his door. He reluctantly opened the door. Kaken looked a bit relieved, but the expression went away and was replaced with his signature scowl. You look less like sheet than usually. Thanks. He shot his friend a sarcastic glare. I just woke up. I was going to text you back. I thought you died or something. We going to the arcade or what? Sure, let me change and we can go. The arcade was a welcome distraction. He let his competitive side take over for the 2 hours they were there. They ended up combining their tickets for some sriracha plush Bakugo was eyeing before he had to go home. Izuku didn't have any plans for the rest of the day. He was always weeks ahead on homework and he had no idea what time his parents were getting home. He wandered around for a bit. He always enjoyed people watching. It was amazing how observing someone for a few minutes could reveal so much about them. He kept his mumbling inside his head. He knew that other people found it creepy. The last thing he wanted to do was make random people uncomfortable. Izuku was dragged out of his thoughts when he heard an explosion go off. He took off in the direction the sound came from, hoping to get a look at whatever was going on. He saw the police cars first, then the reporters, then the carnage. One building had been blown to bits. There were civilians trapped underneath the rubble. Empty Lady was picking up rubble and bringing the injured to safety. Izuku couldn't see much from the smoke, but he recognized several forms. There was a mismatched group of heroes working together to fight off some threat. Izuku slipped away from the crowd, wanting to get a closer look. With the number of heroes on the scene, his parents had to be here. Maybe this was what they were so stressed out about. He scaled a nearby building to get a better view of the situation. He wished he brought his notebook along, but his memory was so good he didn't need it at this moment. He saw his mother first. She stood atop a building, near the edge, fighting some villain with a sword. Endeavor was close by. He had just taken down a few himself. Izuku didn't register what was happening. He just saw his father flying fast towards his mother, then fire, and then they fell. All of a sudden, his world froze. He couldn't think, couldn't breathe, couldn't move. No. Izuku stood at a standstill, the events of the last 5 minutes running endlessly in his head. Like he was watching a TV show but kept rewinding just for one scene. Endeavor carried himself with confidence, despite his atrocious destruction and causality records. The man could be sloppy, but Izuku had believed that the flame hero had a good handle on his quirk. Yet, he had miscalculated the intensity of his attack. It was meant to hit the villain, but the carelessness caused the attack to head straight for Izuku's mother. His father saw it before it hit. He moved to push her out of the way, but their bodies caught on fire as they tumbled to the ground like a comet coming down to earth. Izuku choked out a sob when he finally saw them, laying there out cold on the ground, limbs tangled together. It looked like they were taking "till death do us part" a little bit too literal. This wasn't fair. They were going to be okay. A medic had already rushed toward them. They would be fine. His father had a high resistance to fire anyway. But his mom... The fire and the fall. A fall from that height. The chances of survival were slim. Izuku had learned to stop hoping for the best when he was 4. Izuku's legs started moving without thinking. He had to see them. He didn't care if the police tried to stop him. He had to. He pushed past the police on the way to the ambulances that were waiting. The first responders looked alarmed at the small boy who had gotten past the police. Please, he sobbed, those are my parents. Will they be okay? He grabbed his wallet and shoved the photograph he had of them to the nearest EMT. The resemblance was undeniable. She looked at him with pity. That was quite a fall, kid. Attraction is slipping. I'll let you see her, But she's not going to make it to the hospital. Your father might have more luck. It wasn't just a fall, he wanted to say. Endeavor would have incinerated her if she wasn't pushed out of the way. He knew the cameras only caught the fall, but the burn marks would be visible on her skin. She's not going to make it. The words echoed in his mind. She couldn't die, not now when he needed her. He let the medic bring him over to her. She was in the back of an ambulance. You can ride with her. Your father is on his way, best to say goodbye now. He climbed into the back of the vehicle beside the EMT. His mom's eyes were barely open. Mom. Izuku, I'm sorry. The words were a whisper. If he wasn't listening closely, he wouldn't have heard anything. Mom, it's okay, you're going to be okay. I need you. She looked in pain to even give him a small smile, the smile she used when she wanted to reassure him even when things were looking bad. I love you, honey, take care of your dad for me. She squeezed his hand as the vehicle started moving. You're going to be okay, Mom. He promised, but they both knew it was a lie. Psst. Keep talking. Izuku bit back tears and started to ramble about his day, telling her about all the games he beat Kaken in, and how excited he was to see MT Lady, a new hero he hadn't seen before. She was a bit vain, but she got the job done. Rescued a ton of civilians. And her quirk is so exciting, I wonder how long she can maintain that form. Her eyes were starting to close. Izuku panicked. Mom? I love you so much. Please don't go. Love you, you're always my little hero. Her voice slurred before her eyes closed for a final time. He was full on sobbing now, the tears kept coming, this couldn't be happening. He cried all the way to the hospital. He didn't know where they were taking her body, but he couldn't look at her lifeless, half-burnt body for a second longer. He needed his dad. The EMT he rode with came to check on him. His father was apparently in surgery and was likely to survive with the medical personnel they had on staff. She led him to the waiting room and told him to call an adult he can trust. Izuku pulled at his phone, which was spammed with messages. He paid no attention to them, looking for the number and dialing it. Hello. Have you seen the news? Yes, where are you? The worry was evident in his uncle's voice. Some hospital, I was there. Rode back with Mom. She didn't dash. He couldn't finish the sentence, he didn't want to. It's okay, I'll be there soon. Is Dash, he paused, is your dad okay? He's in surgery, they said he might make it. But he took the brunt of the fall. I'm driving right now. Do you need anything? No, just please hurry. Izuku was staring into space with a blank face when Seisho arrived. He would find it concerning if he didn't see the boy's tear-stained cheeks. How are you holding up? Izuku shrugged. Dumb question, right? He sat down next to Izuku and pulled the boy into his arms. They sat like this until a nurse came into the room hours later, telling them that Hisashi was out of surgery and they could see him. The look on her face made his stomach drop. Something was wrong. Izuku jumped out of his seat, already halfway to the room once he heard the room number. He flung the door open and immediately went to his father's side. Dad. His father had a few scars from the burning. His powers gave him a resistance to fire as hot as his own, but Endeavor's fire was hotter. For the most part, he looked okay, alive at least. He was very pale, he had an oxygen mask over his mouth, and his eyes were struggling to stay open. Izuku shrugged that off and blamed it on the drags. He wasn't dying. Hey, little dragon. You're okay? It was supposed to be a statement, but turned out to be more of a question. Izuku, you mother, and I love you more than anything. Why does it sound like you're saying goodbye? They said you were going to live. He smiled. I don't think I am. The way I landed, it's Dash. His voice trailed off and he began to cough. It sounds weak and painful. No. I can't lose you too. Izuku, I love you so much. You're going to be a wonderful hero. We are so proud of how far you've come. His gaze turned to his best friend who was standing by the door, trying to appear strong. You'll take care of my boy, right? Of course, Hisashi. Dash. I know there was always a risk with your occupation, but we were supposed to retire to the mountains together. Dash. Hayashi held out his other hand for Seisho to take. We all knew the risks, didn't we? At least I'll be with Inko. Izuku stayed silent. This didn't make any sense. He understood his mother's death. With the burns and the fall, but his father's quirk protected him for the most part from fire, and the doctors said he would make it. Was there foul play at hand? Something wasn't quite right. Izuku, you're muttering. Oh. His father unchained the necklace from his neck. With shaking hands he pressed it into his son's hands. I want you to have this. Don't join us anytime soon, okay? Izuku stared at the wedding ring on the chain. It was dangerous to leave on your hand in hero work, so both of his parents wore matching necklaces. The three of them sat there for 2 hours, exchanging only pleasant words occasionally, trying to ignore the fact that Hisashi was slowly dying. Seisho, you're the best friend I could have ever hoped for. You'll always be family, I love you like a brother. I love you Izuku, your uncle will take care of us for you. Go make us proud, soar high little dragon, don't let them kill you too. Izuku didn't cry as he saw his father close his eyes for the last time. It didn't feel real, this whole day felt like a sick twisted nightmare. He didn't cry when Seisho eventually dragged him to the car and took him to his apartment. He didn't cry when he picked through the dinner Seisho put in front of him. His favorite meal tasted like dirt now that his parents were dead. They sat on the couch together after dinner. Izuku flicked through TV channels. It's okay to cry, you know? His uncle prompted. I know. He had cried enough to fill buckets when he had seen what happened. He was out of tears. If he had been tired before, now he was dying of exhaustion. Not a bad way to go, especially if that meant he could see his parents sooner than later. You've known them longer than I've been alive. You could take your own advice, you don't have to be strong for me. Izuku froze when he landed on news coverage of the earlier battle. He dug his fingernails into his palm so hard he almost drew blood. The news briefly touched on his parents' deaths, calling it a brave sacrifice. They brushed off their 20-plus-year careers like they were nothing. Just 2 more heroes with disposable lives, after all, there would always be more heroes. The worst part was they blamed their deaths on the fall. As if their coworker hadn't almost burnt them to ash and they fell out of avoidance. And had they not been on fire, the landing would have been safer, they would have lived. His father's death still didn't make sense to him, especially his last words. Don't let them kill you too. What could he mean by them? Izuku knew it wasn't about endeavor. It had to be something else, a mystery he would get to the bottom of. With fierce hatred in his eyes, he watched them praise the number 2 hero like his recklessness hadn't killed Izuku's parents, like he hadn't just been made an orphan. And who would believe him? Not the weak quirkless boy. He was just waiting for Seisho to get tired of him too. That night he dreamt of fire, a sight that once comforted him, watching his father breathe fire from his mouth to make Izuku laugh when he was younger. But now it plagued him, the ever-encompassing heat that could burn a man alive. He woke up screaming. The funeral was miserable. He had put on his black suit that was a bit tight on him and went to the ceremony. Seisho and the Bakugo family kept close to him, comforting him the best way they could. Kaken just held on to him. He didn't show affection much, but he did when Izuku needed it. Seisho took care of everything. He had been trying to support Izuku as much as he could the past few days, but Izuku was completely shut out of the world. He spoke little, ate little, and slept little. A few heroes that were close to his parents showed up, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to care. His parents were well respected and loved throughout the industry. He was told as much when approached. He just smiled when they offered their condolences. But inside there was a small angry fire that wouldn't extinguish, even though he tried. After the ceremony, he went back to Seisho's apartment with him, his new home. It hurt to even think of it like that. Izuku had skipped dinner, claiming to not be hungry. He didn't feel hungry. But he hadn't eaten much in days. Seisho was starting to be concerned. He was watching the news again, more hero coverage. That excitement that had always been there was dimmed. He still wanted to be a hero, he just couldn't help but think about what had happened the other day. He tried to tell himself it was no one's fault, just an accident. But was it? Someone so experienced should be able to have better situational awareness. Did he seriously not see her in the way? Izuku knew better than that, but he didn't want to admit it. What are you thinking about? You've been staring at the wall for 20 minutes now. How can a hero be so reckless? The words that had been itching to come out over the past few days spilled out of his mouth. I was there, you know? I saw the fall. Izuku. Like I really saw it, I went up to get a better look so I could see everything. It wasn't an accident, well not like they say it was. Izuku nervously explained what he saw in full detail. I mean I know no one would actually believe me. But you saw the bodies, it makes sense. I just don't understand how he's so reckless. And shouldn't he get in trouble for basically killing another hero? I believe you and I'm not surprised. What ? Endeavor is so obsessed with becoming the #1 hero and taking the glory, he doesn't care for much else. That day was likely about arresting high-profile villains for him and nothing else. If you look into his record you'll be surprised. Property damage, accidentally injuring civilians, casualties. Why is he #2 then? The Hero Commission is very corrupt. Endeavor is strong, that's all they care about. They likely know exactly what happened. Your mom, as an underground hero, didn't have to deal with them a lot. But your father did. He criticized them quite a bit. Don't let them kill you too. His father's words were suddenly making a lot more sense now. I don't think Dad should have died, even with those injuries. Do you think they? The doctors had said the surgery was successful and yet he still died. Izuku had noticed how out of it he was gradually becoming before he died. He was displaying symptoms of a drug overdose. Izuku had chalked it up to the painkillers setting in, but he was rethinking. All I'm saying is I don't think they were very upset about losing their number 5. Your dad always encouraged you to go into the underground. A quirkless hero sounds like something the commission would fear. And they try to get rid of what they're scared of. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Seisho went to open the door. He could hear a feminine voice chatting with him, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Whatever they were talking about was serious. His uncle's voice was getting louder every time he responded. The words, no, and staying, stuck out. Eventually, the pair came into his view. His uncle had a distressed expression on his face. Izuku, this is your social worker. Are they making me leave you? Your parents hadn't updated the will since Ito passed away. You were supposed to go with her had something happened to them, so you'll have to go with Ishii-sen for now while I get the paperwork done to adopt you. But please know that I'm trying, no matter how long it takes. They were going to put him into a foster home, of course, they were. Ito was a close relative who had taken care of Izuku a lot when he was younger. She'd passed away about 2 months ago. He'd gone to the wake with his father. Had they not been so stressed the last few weeks, they would have likely updated it to give custody to Seisho. Someone who was just as close to the family. Are we going now? Yes, go ahead and grab your things. Izuku heard the horror stories of quirkless kids in the system. He could only hope Seisho would get to him before the impact was irreversible. Stay in your room when you're not needed. Clean the orphanage every Saturday. Cook breakfast and dinner for the other kids. Don't talk back. Do not mutter. Those were the ground rules laid out for Midoryia when he first came to the orphanage a few months ago. If he broke any of them, he'd be punished. Though the owner found it fit to punish him no matter what he did. She needed a punching bag and the quirkless kid was perfect for that. The woman, he still didn't know her name, was drunk almost every day. She hated Izuku the moment he got there. She was becoming the reason for most of his injuries. A few weeks after he got there, her husband had cheated on her and she beat Izuku half to death to take out her anger. She then dragged him out of bed the next day to make breakfast, even though he could barely stand. When she had found out about his muttering habit, she vowed to get rid of it. Turns out habits were hard to break. Between being beaten and being gagged, Izuku just stopped talking in general. There were about 20 other kids also there. The older kids threw insults at him and avoided him like he was the plague. Though they never physically harmed him, most likely because they took pity on him from all the beatings he got. He did his best to protect and take care of the younger kids because no one else did. It was nice that they didn't judge him for not having a quirk. They were young, he didn't want them to see how cruel the world could be. When Midoryia had first returned to school, it was rough. Some of his classmates knew about his parents and commented on it. He had gotten in trouble for punching a guy who decided to insult his father. The death was too fresh, and his father who had done so much for others. He wouldn't let his father be disrespected like that. That didn't stop the bullying and he would be lying to say it wasn't getting to him. He only talked when his teachers directly asked him a question. He kept his head down and didn't pay attention for the rest of the class. The teachers had called him out on it at first, but when they realized he wasn't going to budge, they let it slide. He looked like hell after all. He didn't sleep much, and the food he was allowed to eat wasn't much. He was coming to school more and more in pain every day. One had ever questioned why he looked so bad, not the teachers or any of the adults. The only one who cared was Bakugo. Bakugo was getting increasingly more protective of him. They weren't in the same class, but before and after school, and lunch, he stuck by Izuku's side. He would glare at anyone who tried to approach them and got into a few fights on Izuku's behalf. He was one of the few people Midoryia still talked to. But it hurt to talk. Every time he did, he would hear words in the back of his head, criticizing his every word. He'd feel every hit he got for talking. He'd picture being gagged again. He hated talking and did so as little as he could. Bakugo had suffered some hearing loss due to his quirk and they both knew sign language. On the days it hurt to talk he would use it and Bakugo understood. The blonde would not take well to Izuku avoiding him, as he tried to a couple of months ago. They had known each other almost all their lives and they could understand each other without saying anything. The cracks in him just kept getting larger. It was one day towards the end of the year in which he finally broke. He'd been having a shitty day, The lady at the orphanage had shattered a wine bottle over Izuku's stomach last night. He had come out of his room to comfort one of the little boys who liked him for some reason. She saw him and went crazy. He ended up having to give himself stitches. The blood was gushing way too fast for his liking. She had made a move on the boy afterward and Midoryia stepped in, getting hurt even more. Since the school year was almost over, during homeroom, they spoke about doing their best the next 2 years for their future. They talked about high school choices and careers. Izuku had been starting to second-guess the hero career, but no one knew that and he wasn't going to speak upon it, no matter what they said to him. He had a presentation in his history class, forcing him to speak. It was the most he had spoken in front of his classmates in months. They looked shocked to hear his voice. After school, he was cornered in the classroom by the 3 kids that bullied him the most. One of them picked up his notebook. He still did analysis, just in case. You're seriously still doing this? Hero analysis for the future, Tisich. Weren't you paying attention in homeroom? You should pick a realistic career. What are you going to do without a quirk? You hardly talk anymore, useless Deku. The boy tossed the notebook out the window. Not even gonna react? Those lifeless eyes are so creepy. The F is wrong with you? If you're that depressed, maybe you should do us all a favor. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in your next life. Midoryia didn't react. It certainly wasn't the first time he had been told to kill himself. Though it had been some time since the last time it had happened. And he was considering it just a bit. It would stop the pain. He doubted he was getting out of the orphanage until he was an adult. Seisho had promised to adopt him, but it had been months and still nothing. He knew the adoption process was difficult but he didn't have much hope left. Izuku gathered his things and started to walk home. He avoided where he knew Bakugo would be waiting for him and started to walk home on his own. He wasn't paying much attention when all of a sudden he felt this suffocating feeling in his lungs. A gruff voice was speaking to him. He had tried to fight back against whatever was holding him captive but he had already been caught off guard and it was too late when he realized what happened. His world went black. I thought I'd lost you there, young man. That voice was familiar. He blinked his eyes open to see All Might standing in front of him, looking down on him. What happened? He forced the words out, his throat hurt from whatever attacked him. There was a villain I was chasing down. He attacked you but I managed to capture him, thanks to you. I even signed your notebook. The loud hero shoved it in his face so he could see the signature. Thanks. This was one of his favorite heroes. Well, he was technically number 1 since the first 2 were dead. However, he had nothing to say to the man. In another life he would probably ask if he could be a hero without a quirk. But he had been let down way too much lately. He didn't know if he could take another time. Well, I should be going now. Midoryia nodded, ready to watch then man take off when wait, was that All Might's wallet? He grabbed it off the ground and stood to return it to the hero. Wait. I really have to go. But Midoryia grabbed his leg before he could get away, gripping on as hard as possible as they flew. Young man, what are you doing? Let go. I'll die. Right, don't let go then. The pair landed on a nearby rooftop. He passively listened to All Might scold him about his recklessness. He pulled the wallet out of his pocket. I just wanted to return this, you dropped it. The hero's expression changed. He least looked like he felt bad a little. Thank you, young man. He reached to take it when a puff of smoke appeared and a familiar deflated form replaced the hero everyone knew and loved. He coughed up blood. Yagi! He knew that man was hiding something. Young Midoryia. You must not tell anyone about this form. What happened? It happened in a fight with a villain about 5 years ago. Now the time I can last in my strong form is diminishing. I can only do hero work for about 5 hours a day. It is a very serious injury. My respiratory system was almost completely damaged. He lifted his baggy shirt to show the damage done to his side. Was this against Toxic Chainsaw? You know your stuff. But this was against another villain, one that we had to keep from the public. Midoryia wondered who it was against. He would have to do research. For someone to do that to All Might, he had to be strong. Did you catch him? A solemn expression came across his face. As far as we know, he's dead. But I don't believe it. The words were unspoken but Midoryia could hear it. Well, thank you for returning my wallet, young man. It could have gotten in the wrong hands. This was very heroic of you. You seem to be very into helping others. Heroic? Yes, you seem like a good-natured boy. You'll be very successful in whatever you do. He fidgeted. Was he really going to ask this? I don't have a quirk. Do you think I could still be a hero? For a second, Midoryia thought he was going to say yes, but then, I'm sorry, young man, some Villains cannot be beaten without powers. Without a quirk, you're too weak, you'll just get hurt. You should be a bit more realistic and think about another career. Like a police officer or a doctor. I should get going now. You're too weak. The words echoed in his mind. So many people had told him this, but he didn't care much about their opinions. All Might was someone he had looked up to since he was a child, someone that gave him hope. He had hoped he would be different. His parents were heroes and they had believed in him, trained him. But here was the #1 hero telling him otherwise. He eventually moved off the roof, ignoring the voice in the back of his head telling him to throw himself off of it. He didn't want to go back to the orphanage yet. He was walking around when he heard an explosion nearby and walked towards it. He gasped when he saw the sight. Bakugo was being possessed by the same villain who had gone after him. He tried to use his quirk to fight back, but it seemed hopeless. Midoriya looked around for the heroes. Where were they? He almost let out an angry scream when he saw 3 of them standing around, waiting for a hero that had a quirk for this. Izuku was said. There were 3 professional heroes standing and none of them could come up with a plan? If only he could give Bakugo an opening to get out. He had been unconscious when the villain took over his body, so he didn't have time to analyze his quirk, but he needed to move fast before he lost his best friend. Before he knew what was happening, he was running. He launched his backpack at the villain. Seconds later he heard, "I'm here." He relaxed. All Might could save Kaken. He hoped this time the hero didn't lose the villain. Every day he was starting to see flaws in heroes, ones he had ignored before. Once Kaken was free and the villain was captured. Izuku went to slip away but ended up getting scolded by the heroes who had just stood around while Bakugo had almost gotten killed. He looked at them with a piercing glare. "You call yourselves heroes, yet you stood around while a child almost died today. I hope you're proud of yourselves." Bakugo was said. Some slimy motherfucker had tried to take over his body. Only for the nerd who had been avoiding him today to try and save him while the other heroes watched. Sure, All Might had eventually saved the day, but the other heroes were useless. Then they had the nerve to praise him for his quirk and scold Izuku. He was glad the nerd put them in their place. Izuku hadn't been standing up for himself or others lately, he was just letting others use him as a punching bag, and Bakugo didn't like that. He searched for the nerd but he was gone. Him and his DMN stealthiness. He slipped away when he could to go look for him. Luckily, he was stuck in his head and hadn't gotten far. "I had that, you DMN nerd." Izuku glanced over at him with a look that said, "Sure, Kaken. But thanks I guess. Did more than those shitty heroes. All Might was pretty cool though." Bakugo took note of the sudden displeasure Izuku displayed when he mentioned All Might's name. The nerd loved him. But not anymore? Ever since his parents died and ever since he went to the orphanage he had been acting odd. Could he not want to be a hero anymore? Bakugo wouldn't be able to take that. It hurt to see his friends so sad. He never smiled anymore. He came to school with more bruises every day. And he hardly talked now. He knew the other boy so well, he could practically read his mind. But it was becoming more difficult. "You're going to become a great hero, Kaken." Bakugo looked over to Izuku. He had a smile on his face but it looked wrong. He had pulled something out of his backpack and held it out towards him. "I was going to give this to you before UA, but now seems like a good time." Bakugo took the notebook. The front cover said, "Hero Analysis for the Future, Bakugo Katsuki Edition." "Hey, why are you giving this to me now? I have to go. I'm late for dinner." Izuku was done before he could say another word. Why did that feel like a goodbye? He flipped through the notebook. It had information about him, his quirk, potential theories, different ways he could use his quirk, types of support gear he could use, and other advice that would help him out a ton. But if Izuku had wanted to give it to him before UA, then why now? He had said you, and not we. Bakugo's head was spinning. What was going on in that nerd's head? After seeing what Midoriya had done earlier, Yagi was starting to feel bad. He had told the young boy he couldn't be a hero, but he had been more heroic than anyone else when the blonde kid was attacked. Midoriya had inspired him to push past his limits. He was truly a worthy candidate of one for all. Yagi just had to find him. Surely with his quirk, young Midoriya would become a great hero. Without it, he didn't have much hope, but this should boost him to a successful career. He had been trailing the young man and started to approach him when he disappeared. He looked around in confusion. Where could he be? He said he didn't have a quirk, but it was like he teleported away. How was such a small young man so stealthy? Maybe he would see the boy later on. Summer was coming up and last year he had been working on cleaning that junk-filled beach. He still had some time before he had to find a successor, and if he didn't find Midoriya by then, he would have to choose someone else. Everything would be fine. And if he couldn't find Midoryia, the boy would have a good career as a detective or something like that. Midoryia was late to the orphanage. He was supposed to have dinner done by now. The owner didn't care that he was attacked by a villain. She still beat him for being late. "Hurry up with dinner, you worthless brat. The villain should have killed you. Do us all a favor." She yelled at him. The alcohol on his breath made him want to throw up, even though he had an empty stomach. He had quickly made dinner, ignoring the throbbing in the back of his head from being pushed against the wall. He was sent to his room without dinner. "You're weak, worthless. Take a swan dive off a roof. No one wants you. You can't be a hero." The harsh words echoed in the back of his mind. It hurt so much. A broken sob escaped his throat. Why didn't anyone love him? Why did his parents die? Why wasn't anyone saving him from this terrible life? Did he even want to be a hero anymore? No hero would save him. They didn't care, none of them cared. Not Endeavor, not the heroes that stood around today, none of them cared. Not even All Might, who crushed a child's dream on a rooftop. He wondered what would have happened if he just threw himself off. The world would be better without him. He just wanted to hurt. He searched through his bag, he grabbed out a small knife and brought it to his arm. So many people had hurt him, but it was the first time he would hurt himself. But it wouldn't be the last. Summer comes and Izuku is shocked to say that he misses school. When he had school, he didn't have to stay locked up in the broom closet. He called his room all day. He only leaves it to cook, do chores, or get beaten. Every now and then, he considers ending it. Cutting deeper so he bleeds out. He doesn't have anything to live for. He doesn't want to be a hero anymore. He doesn't even like heroes. So many of them are corrupt or just in it for the glory. He missed when he believed that heroes just wanted to save people. But that illusion had been shattered many times over. There was a time he would have wished for a hero to save him, but he knew that was naive. He was just another quirkless kid with a hopeless dream. He was bound to be another statistic. What was one more quirkless kid that flung himself off the roof when life got too tough? After all, he was too weak, too fragile, too worthless. He craved lines into his skin whenever he felt numb. The pain relaxed him. Pain was something he was very familiar with. He loved the feeling. It was one of his closest friends. Izuku had started to do some freelance programming jobs on the side. He still had his laptop and his parents had opened a banking account for him when he was younger. It was a backup plan just in case. The people who employed him didn't particularly care about his age. He could get the job done better than anyone older than him. Those nights practicing hacking paid off. He had never expected to use it as a job, but here he was. He had steadily been gathering dirt on the adults around him. He didn't have a plan on what to do with it, but keeping it in a file was comforting. He could end this orphanage if he sent what he had on the owner to the police. But he didn't trust adults to do the right thing. He had told his social worker about the abuse multiple times when he first came to the orphanage, but it never ended well. What would the police do? There was a man who came to the orphanage every other day. He helped out with the younger kids. Izuku didn't trust him. He had told Izuku to call him Masa. Even though he never spoke, it was good to put a name to the face. Masa was a man who looked to be in his mid-20s. He had never hurt Izuku. He was even nice, but there was something off about him. The man had this sickeningly sweet smile on his face at all times that created unease in his stomach. He always tried to talk to Izuku and encouraged him to respond. Izuku didn't know what the man was playing at. The ones with the nice smile and sweet words were nothing but trouble. Izuku was preparing dinner when Masa came up behind him. "What are you making?" Izuku ignored him, continuing to stir the pot. He never knew why the man insisted to talk to him. He would never respond. It wasn't like he was allowed to talk here anyway. "You know, we should get to know each other. Since you'll probably be here until you're an adult." Izuku gripped the spoon in annoyance. He hated to be reminded of the fact no one would want to adopt him. Quirkless kids would likely be in the system for their entire childhood or until they committed suicide. The latter was starting to become more probable each day. "You know, you're a cute kid. You would look better if you smiled." Izuku wanted to scoff. What did he have to smile for? He finished cooking. The kids were starting to trickle down. He didn't feel like eating and started to make his escape. Izuku eyed Masa for a moment. His attention was on another girl now. She looked a few years older than Izuku. She happily greeted Masa. Her eyes dilated when he responded. He internally groaned. Did she really have a crush on the creep? That would be the easiest explanation, but something was unsettling about her expression. It was more of a faraway look than adoring. He shrugged it off and went upstairs. It was none of his business. He had been meaning to look into Masa's background. He'd do it tomorrow. He had a coding job to do tonight. He pulled out the blueberries he had smuggled into his room after grocery shopping. He went shopping whenever the owner was too drunk. Sometimes she left money, sometimes he used his own. She never questioned where he got it from. Likely because she was never sober enough to. He hated the orphanage and the older boys who made fun of him. But they were all children and they deserved to eat. He made more than enough money to buy groceries for all of them every other week. He hardly ate the food he cooked, even when he was allowed to. Though sometimes he bought a few snacks so he didn't pass out from a lack of food. He was much more bony than ever. Before he was slim but had a ton of built-up muscle. Izuku still worked out the best he could in his small room, but the lack of food didn't do him any favors. He coded for hours. Before he knew it, it was 1 in the morning. There was a surprising lack of a beating today. He wondered where the owner was, likely off gambling. He closed his laptop and tried to lie down. He knew he wouldn't be sleeping, but it was worth a try. He didn't get much sleep nowadays. A feminine scream pierced through his ears. Izuku sat up. The girl continued to scream for about a minute. She was saying something but Izuku couldn't hear the words. Finally, her screaming was muffled. It wasn't uncommon for the children to wake up screaming after a nightmare. But that scream felt different. He laid back down. It was none of his business. Just another nightmare. He didn't need to comfort these kids. Most of them had been on their own for a while. They could take care of themselves. So why was that scream so haunting? A few days later he was making dinner when the girl from the other day came to the kitchen early. She looked terrible. Her hair was sticking out all over the place. Her eyes looked bloodshot and she looked exhausted. Is there any way I could get dinner early? She was staring down at the floor. When he observed her before, she was confident, sure of herself. What had happened in a couple of days that she was like this? He was about to nod when he heard footsteps. But did her look have anything to do with? The girl froze when he came into view. Masa looked over her with a smile. Haven't seen you in a bit. How have you been? The girl was shaking and Masa had this predatory look on his face. The pieces of the puzzle fit together and Izuku's stomach dropped. Izuku locked eyes with her and faked a smile. You can grab it from my room right now if you'd like. It was a lazy excuse, but he didn't care. He just wanted to get her out of there. She looked surprised then grateful. Thank you, she muttered before walking away. Masa gasped. I didn't know you were friends with Yuko. And you spoke, you know you have such a pretty voice. Can I hear it again? Izuku glared at him. The man's smile wavered. Izuku always ignored him before, but he did something to that girl and he wasn't going to let him get away with it. It was fine when he got hurt, but no one else deserved it. He silently finished dinner, scooping up a generous serving into a bowl. He slipped away from the kitchen, hoping not to be seen with the bowl, but he could feel Masa's eyes on him. Once everyone was downstairs to eat, he searched for the girl's room. She hadn't come down for dinner, so she was likely avoiding everyone. There was one room with the lights on. He could hear sniffling from the door. He knocked. It's me, he added before opening it, not wanting to startle her. She looked surprised to see him. He held the bowl out to her. Her eyes lit up with gratitude. Thank you. I can bring you meals for now if you'd like. I think that would be nice. The girl Yuko said. Masa did something to you, didn't he? She looked down to the floor, not responding. I could get you out of here if you want. To a different orphanage or maybe a foster home. She looked up at him, skeptical, but had a small amount of hope shining in her eyes. I can't tell anyone. You don't have to. I could get you a transfer. If you don't mind me hacking your social worker. But why would you do that for me? I've seen how they treat you. Why wouldn't you get yourself out first? Because I don't matter. It's going to be like this everywhere for a quirkless kid. And you don't deserve whatever he did. I can get you out of here by next week. She started to sob. Thank you so much. He hated himself for speaking, especially here. He hasn't uttered a word in this building in months. It felt wrong. He felt the need to be punished. He tensed up at the sound of the doorknob jiggling. Someone was coming. He stood in front of Yuko in a protective stance. Don't stop talking on my account, Masa said. I've been waiting to hear your voice. Izuku glared at him. The man looked visibly scared for a moment and hesitated to keep talking. Izuku could be scary when he wanted to be. I just came to check on Yuko. She hasn't been eating. Leave her the F alone. He spat out, the words coming out faster than he could think. Masa's face lit up like a Christmas tree. There it is. Suddenly Izuku felt dizzy. He fell into a trance from his words. Everything felt so wonderful. What was this feeling? It was like his head was spinning in a good way and all he could focus on was Masa's words. That is so sweet of you, trying to play knight in shining armor. But you've gotten yourself caught in my trap. The sound was getting closer. I've been waiting a long time for this. You know you're such an adorable kid. And you don't have a quirk? So weak. But that old woman never lets you talk. Hey, won't you be in trouble if I tell her? You don't want that, right? The voice was so relaxing he couldn't focus on anything else. Tim, what was this? There was something pressed up against his back. He couldn't tell what it was, but it felt wrong. He felt something on his lips. Was someone kissing him? Someone was touching him. He didn't want this, but why couldn't he stop this? Stop, a voice in his head was repeating over and over again. But what was he stopping again? Where'd that nice voice go? You know, you're so young and already seducing older men. If you get kicked out, you'll do fine on the streets. I hear the quirkless make good whores. So weak. Why did he feel a chill down his back? He was wearing clothes, wasn't he? Where was his shirt? Who was touching him? He wanted it to stop. He felt a scream at the edge of his throat, but it didn't come out. But that was the voice's name. What was he doing to him? His quirk. Izuku never took note of the man's quirk. But whatever it was enthralling him, leaving him open for the man to do whatever he liked. He had to stop it. There had to be a way. Voice activated, acts like a date RP drag when the other person responds. Makes one lose control of their inhibitions. Feeling of dependency on their voice. Must have a time limit. Izuku was feeling more in control of his body than he had minutes ago. The time limit must be cutting close. If he could just break free. Izuku bit down on his lip hard, the pain alleviating some of the fuzzy feeling. The pain helped, he just needed to hurt himself, he was good at that. Izuku felt someone grab his hand, but instead of allowing it, he managed to break free enough to dig his nails into his side. He had deeply cut into it earlier this week. He twisted his fingernails into the wound, a world of pain flooding into him at once. He felt in control again. He concentrated on the pain, grabbing the wrist in front of him and snapping it, then the other. The pain screams didn't register for a moment. His surroundings started to become more clear. Masa was on the floor, crying in pain. Izuku's pants were still on, but he clearly remembered the feeling of being violated down there. His shirt was off. He was bleeding from where he had broken through his stitches. Yuko was staring at him. She had been screaming the whole time, likely paralyzed by the sight that was likely familiar to her. Do you need bandages? I'll be okay. He put on his shirt, pondering what he was going to do now. What the hell did you do, you quirkless piece of shit? Did you do that to him? I'll have you in jail for the rest of your life. The owner was home. She was approaching Izuku, ready to pounce. I knew I should have gotten rid of you. You vermin are more trouble than you're worth. I'll make sure you're put away forever. Izuku stared at her, his eyes looked so empty, it was enough for her to take a step back. And I'll gladly tell the cops about your tax fraud and extensive criminal history that you somehow covered up. Criminals aren't supposed to own orphanages. Do you think you are? Talking back to me. No one will believe you. Yes, they won't, but they'll look into the anonymous tip with documents of evidence on you that will be sent in tomorrow morning if I don't cancel it. I have it set every morning just in case you accidentally kill me. She searched him for evidence of a lie, but there was none. She had no proof, but somehow she knew he wasn't bluffing. The kid was secretly a monster. He had broken both of the arms of a man twice his size. She had felt fear like she hadn't in years when she realized he could have retaliated all this time. The boy had the eyes of a monster. Just leave. Get out of here. Go live on the streets and die for all I care. Izuku looked over at Yuko. I'll get you out by tomorrow. The boy then glared at her with enough venom to poison her, turned, and left the room. No one noticed how pale the boy was, how entire his body was shaking. The two adults in the room felt fear like they never had before. The girl was astonished. She never quite liked heroes. Her parents died in a villain fight while they were out shopping at the mall. The heroes didn't save them. The hero prioritized others first and didn't save them. She had almost died too. She still had scars on her body from it. And being in the system was cruel. She was a pretty young girl. She had her dose of men who liked her pretty face. And everyone knew it. She had been kicked out of her last foster home because the wife found out her husband was lusting after a teenage girl. Yet it was only Yuko's fault. She'd been touched before and no one ever helped her out or said anything. Yet the boy with the green eyes, who cooked delicious meals, who comforted the young children, who somehow got money to feed them when the owner didn't, who got beat constantly for existing. That boy had seen her and offered her a way out. He spoke to her even though it pained him to. He didn't want to save himself, he didn't think he was worthy. She had seen his torso, seen the scars, knew what they meant, knew why there were so many carved lines in his body. For some reason, he felt like she was worthy of being saved. In her eyes, he was a hero. She just hoped someone would save him before it was too late. Izuku sat on a rooftop, staring into the distance. He had gathered his belongings and left as fast as he could. He longed to just let himself fall, he longed to end everything. He hated his existence, he always did. But now he felt so dirty, so violated. How could he be so weak to let someone do that to him? He had been training to take down villains since he was 4. He always analyzed a person's quirk when he met them. He had never been so careless before. Who was he? Everyone was right, he was weak and useless. A waste of space. And that scream? The one that was haunting him the other night, it had to be Yuko. When Masa did the same to her, it had likely even gone farther. He could have done something then if he hadn't ignored it. Izuku was determined to get her somewhere safe. He didn't trust the system, but there were a few decent homes. He would find somewhere to sleep tonight and then he would go to a cafe and get to work. He needed to get the other kids out too. Now that he was gone, no one was going to feed them. He had a temporary purpose, and as soon as he finished, he could rid the world of himself. Aizawa Shoyuda was finishing up his last hour of patrol. It had been a quiet night, a few muggings here and there but nothing too intense. He was walking when a small figure sat on the edge of a rooftop caught his eye. He could see the glint of a knife in the figure's hand. The person looked too small to be an adult. His stomach clenched, the person-child was clearly not okay. He had talked many people down from rooftops before, working at night he had seen it all. He approached slowly, not wanting to startle the kid. They had their hood up and were turned away from him. The figure turned to him, distinct green eyes met his own for just a second. The next thing he knew, the child jumped. He gasped, throwing out his capture tape, but he got nothing. The kid was gone. There was no body on the ground, he disappeared. He let out a sigh of relief because the kid hadn't killed himself, but Aizawa still had a bad feeling. Was it his quirk? He wondered, looking around for where the kid had gone but couldn't find him. How did he hear Aizawa coming towards him? He had been quietly approaching him. And those eyes. Those haunting green eyes, he trembled at the thought. He hadn't seen the rest of the kid's face, but something about those eyes was scary. They were so haunting, they were empty and dangerous. Izuku had been living on his own for 2 weeks now. He had set up in an abandoned building, doing a few jobs and hoping to find a place that would accept a quirkless child as a tenant. He had saved decent money, he could pay rent if given the chance. After he left the orphanage, he sent the police the full report he had on the owner with various amounts of incriminating evidence. He wondered if they did a background check before letting people take care of children because it took about 2 hours to uncover her crimes. And Masa, Izuku knew he couldn't let the man go free. With a quirk like that, Yuko was likely not his first victim. His record was clean and he seemed like an upstanding citizen, doing volunteer work at orphanages and homeless shelters while maintaining a stable office job. After a few hours of digging for anything that could put the man away, he found serial police reports. There was a serial RPST who went after men and women alike. They all reported feeling as if they'd been drugged after speaking to him. The police had his DNA, but they couldn't find him in the database. It was definitely Masa's quirk. The fact that he had done that to other people hurt. Izuku wished he broke more than his arms. He sent another tip about the man and hoped the police would do their job for once. He was relieved when he found out Masa had been arrested. Yet there were still lasting effects from the attack. He hated his voice. If he hadn't before, he despised it now. It always got him in trouble. Kids at school made fun of him for mumbling, beat him up for a habit that he spent so long trying to stop. He got beaten, gagged by a person who was supposed to take care of him for it. And when he spoke up, to defend someone, he got taken advantage of. He couldn't help but feel wrong for speaking. He would never speak again if he had the choice. But first, he had to get off the streets. He still had the money he had saved up and managed to get a few odd jobs. But it wouldn't last him forever, and finding someone who would take a child as a tenant, let alone a quirkless one, was a difficult task. However, there were ways around that. A few days ago, he had met a lawyer, an immoral one, but his practice was mostly legal. The law treated quirkless kids differently, that was no secret. He had never really thought how he could use it to his advantage. But government agencies apparently looked the other way in legal processes like adoption and emancipation. If Izuku got emancipated, he could get access to the money that was left for him and legally get a lease. He'd cut a deal and was just waiting for his paperwork to come through. Izuku was very resourceful. He could survive on the streets, despite what he looked like. He knew he didn't look like much. People underestimated him, seeing him as a weak kid who they could steal from or take advantage of. This time, he had no qualms about fighting back. He knew that not everyone on the street was a bad person. A lot of them had no choice. A child who got kicked out, a person with an addiction who finds themselves unable to keep up with life, just to name a few. He had witnessed just how messed up it was out there. Had he been any other kid, he wouldn't survive long. He'd run into enough bad people just in a few weeks to wonder what he was doing with his life. He kept telling himself to mind his own business and get his sheet together, but it wasn't that easy. He had reluctantly stopped a few muggings, a kidnapping or two, walked a forgetful old woman to her apartment, and a few other good deeds. It's not like he wanted to, he just happened to run across a bad situation and couldn't help but butt in. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he didn't want that anymore. But he couldn't stand by and let people get hurt when he had the power to stop it. And it wasn't like there were any heroes doing anything about the smaller crimes. Sure, underground heroes did, but there weren't nearly enough. But this wasn't going to turn into anything bigger than a few chance encounters. That's what he told himself. He knew that he would be lying if he said that he didn't like helping people. And he'd be lying if he said he wasn't creating foolish ideas in his head. Izuku was walking back to where he was sleeping when he noticed someone was following him. They were being careful, but Izuku was trained to be aware of his surroundings. The guy was wearing all black and had a mask covering his face. He was following from a distance. He was on the phone. Izuku heard the words, "kid," and "quirkless," before picking up his pace. The man was obviously talking about him, but how did he know that Izuku was quirkless? He had heard of people that intentionally targeted quirkless people for an assortment of reasons, but there was no way to know someone's quirk from off the street. This situation screamed danger. He needed to get out of here before. Something pricked the side of his neck. He moved to pull it out and cursed, "A tranquilizer dart." He tried to get away before he passed out, but his eyes were starting to close. He was becoming drowsy. "You're awake." Izuku stared at the boy standing over him. He felt like sheet. His body ached and he felt groggy. His eyesight adjusted to the dimly lit room as he tried to remember what happened. He was tied up and in what looks like a cell, or on second look, a large cage. There was another boy who looked like he was a bit older, staring at Izuku with concern. "You were out for longer than usual. I was afraid they killed you." Where? "I don't know, man. This is some sort of human trafficking ring. They kidnap quirkless kids and keep them here. I've been here for a while. You look young." The older boy looked tired and resigned, likely used to harsh circumstances that he isn't even fazed by the chance of being sold. Izuku wondered what kind of life this guy lived. "How old are you?" he asked. "I think my birthday should have passed, so 17? I lost track. I've been here for a couple of years. I'm not sure what they're planning on doing with us. I was the first one, I kind of just welcome everyone else now." "Where? How many?" His throat was dry from the lack of water. He hadn't been taking care of himself before he got kidnapped, and he didn't know how long it had been since he was knocked out. His body was already weak. Combined with the drag that had knocked him out, it would take a bit to be able to function properly. "There's 15 of us, they're in the other cages. I usually have my own, but I know the drill. So I get newcomers settled in. You must be hungry. I saved you some food. Everyone else was out for a day, you were gone for like 4. Izuku cursed how weak he allowed his body to become. The boy picked up a cup of water and a plate of food. Izuku noticed his hands weren't tied. "Your hands?" "Yeah, they trust me not to do anything bad. Plus I overheard one of the guys say you woke up in the middle of the transfer and attacked them. Probably why they drugged you so much. Is it okay if I feed you?" Izuku nodded, allowing the boy to sit him up and bring the cup up to his lips. The water quenched his thirst but tasted strange. He took a few bites out of the porridge he was given. "Stop." The older boy looked at him strangely. "You need to eat." "It's drugged." It was a low dosage, but he noticed it. Combined with the drags in his system already and that, he wouldn't be able to get out of here anytime soon. His eyes widened. "How do you know?" "I taste it." Izuku shrugged weakly. "Have you been drugged often?" "Something like that." "Well, you still need to eat, you're so bony." "I've eaten and I'm okay." Izuku glared at him. He was not planning on budging on this. He needed to be as in control of his body as he could when he took these guys down. "Okay, but you're going to have to eat sometime." The boy put the food down and slumped down beside Izuku. "I know I've been kidnapped and kept in a cage for a couple of years. But is it strange to say I've been treated better here than I did with my parents? I certainly don't get beat half to death every day. And at least the people keeping me here are monsters instead of people who claim they're not. You don't talk much, do you?" "I'd rather not." "That's okay with me, though they may try and force you." There's this girl who came in, she's younger than you. I don't think she has ever been able to talk, she never made a sound. They hurt her pretty badly, but she's okay. Came to the conclusion that her not being able to talk may be appealing. I can't imagine being mute and quirkless. It sounds like an even more terrible life. You could tell from her eyes and body language she had been through a lot. You too, you look like you've seen some shit. Izuku stayed silent as the other boy talked. He talked a lot. It seems like he was excited to interact with another human. For someone who lived a fed-up life, he was pretty upbeat. I've always wanted to own a restaurant. My aunt, after she found out how my parents treated me, took me in. She owned a small restaurant. I worked with her in the kitchen. It was one of the places I felt normal. Like even though I didn't have a quirk, I could work magic in the kitchen. And no one judged as long as the food came out well. I would have inherited the restaurant, but my aunt died. I ended up in foster care and not long after here. I miss cooking. Izuku felt like he was listening to the boy talk for hours. He started to yawn. Maybe we should get to sleep. Are they not going to come in to check on us? Nah, they usually leave us alone for the most part. A guy comes in to give us breakfast and dinner. You'll be brought up to the boss when they realize you're awake. Try not to piss anyone off. That seemed unlikely. Izuku just lived to make people angry. Izuku watched as the other boy drifted off to sleep. He took this time to examine his surroundings. He would be able to get out of the rope easily. His leg was tied to a cell bar, that would be no issue. He glanced at the cage door. The lock should be no problem to pick even without a weapon. He was still wearing the clothes he had on before, but he was missing his knives. He only had a few on him and they weren't the important ones, so he wasn't too upset. He would see what happened tomorrow before he could take action. He needed to know what he was up against. This situation was dangerous. Once he was done, he let himself drift off to sleep. The drags were likely making him tired, but he needed all the rest he could get. Izuku woke up the next day to the sound of keys. His eyes shot open. The other boy was awake, sitting by the door. The door swung open. A man deposited a tray of food to the ground. He looked at Izuku and nodded. Good, you're awake. He shut the door and locked it, walking away. Are you going to eat? The boy picked up the tray and came closer. The drags were mostly out of his system. The food didn't seem heavily drugged as the other boy ate it and was up and walking and talking. Water. The boy nodded, giving him some water. At least eat a bit. How about bread? Izuku nodded and allowed himself to take a few bites of the roll that was offered to him. But that was it. A few minutes later the man returned. He untied Izuku's leg bindings. Izuku was led out of the cage. He made note of his surroundings. There were 8 other cages, what looked like 2 kids in each. The room was large and dimly lit. He was pushed out in a hallway and brought up the stairs. He looked around for an exit. They arrived in front of a door. The man knocked. A gruff, "Come in," sounded from the other side. Izuku was pushed in and the man that brought him left. He glanced over the so-called boss. He wasn't anything impressive. He looked like every muscled guy trying to look tough in a suit. There was a white mask covering his face. Izuku wanted to laugh. Was he supposed to be intimidated? But he didn't want to give away his thoughts. SJY looking at the ground. I must say, you did quite a number on my guys on your way over here. When I heard a half-drugged kid 2 of my guys and stabbed one, I expected more. He stood up, walking up to Izuku and accessing him as if he were a product on display. I hope you're not planning on trying anything now. You're in a base surrounded by people with quirks. He lifted Izuku's chin so that they were looking each other in the eye. So this was a gang with a human trafficking business. Izuku wondered why they only collected quirkless kids. What could they be planning? If his cellmate had been there for a couple of years and was the first one, was there some bigger picture? I honestly thought you would be mouthier. Not even going to ask what we want with you? Or did we get another defective one? He started to get way too touchy. His hand traced over Izuku's scars. A bit damaged, but you'll do. He did not like being touched, especially after what had happened with Masa. It made him shiver in fear. You look so familiar, I can't put my finger on it. Izuku's mind flickered to his mother. Their hair was their most distinct feature. She dealt with people like this if he knew her. His heart was pounding out of his chest. This whole situation was dangerous. Just what were they going to do to him? We haven't gotten a new one in a bit. You quirkless are going extinct. You're so hard to find, it's bad for business. We have some use for you. There's no one who would actually spend time looking for you, right? Izuku kept a neutral face. Of course, there wasn't. His parents would have stopped at nothing to find him if they were alive. But they weren't. They were dead and they weren't coming back. There was a kick to his ribs. If you aren't going to speak, nod or shake your head. Izuku made no move to respond. He was feeling like being difficult. He had just been kidnapped. He wasn't going to cooperate with them. He was already planning on escaping. He could easily, but he had to think of the others as well. He was hit a few more times. The man was looking for a reaction, but he wasn't going to give one. He had been beaten hard enough not to care. Well, I'm sure there's not. No one cares about you things, do they? The tone of his voice made Izuku flinch. People often implied that quirkless people were lesser humans. There's this one, but they'll stop soon. Don't you want to help society, instead of being useless? Useless, he had been called that word so many times. Before his parents' deaths, he wouldn't have believed it. But wasn't he? Almost everyone told him that, the kids at school, the teachers, the lady at the orphanage who beat him daily. Who was the last person who told him he wasn't? Life wasn't fair. He drew the short end of the stick when he was born without a quirk. He hated society, but at the same time, he hated himself. He kept getting into these situations for just breathing. If he stopped breathing, maybe everything would be okay. He was partially hoping they would kill him. He didn't want any part of whatever they were planning on doing with him. If it was to help quirked people, he didn't want anything to do with it. Comply with the test and everything will be fine for you. You'll get used to this place, you'll be here for a long time. We are just getting started with the success of this project. He bent down to Izuku's level and looked him in the eye. I just need you to take a quick nap for me. A weird, gaseous scent was coming from the man's body and Izuku felt tired. An anesthetic quirk? Like midnight? Not again, he thought as he fell into a light sleep. Izuku woke up strapped to a chair. He was in what looked like a lab. On the table next to him there was an array of drags laid out, vials with chemicals and what looked like blood, and all kinds of different equipment. Around the room were a variety of machines. A man in a lab coat and a surgical mask walked into view. He was typing away on a tablet, paying no attention to Izuku. He placed the tablet down and opened a case of what looked to be full of syringes. The man picked one out, sterilizing the tip before walking over to Izuku. He plunged the needle into Izuku's arm, drawing just a small amount of blood before taking it out. He placed the syringe into a machine and waited. Izuku didn't know what he was waiting for, but whatever the machine told him left him satisfied. The man came back and pulled out another needle. He placed it into Izuku's vein and let the blood fill the syringe up. When it was full, he inserted another one. Izuku felt like he was staring at blood for hours when he finally finished. He felt dizzy. He took way more blood than was healthy for a normal person, let alone Izuku whose body was already weak. The last thing he felt was another needle prick at his arm before he passed out. When he woke up again, there was an 4 in his arm. He felt a bit loopy, likely from the blood loss. He noticed his shirt was off, there were wires attached. He felt something tight around his neck. The man from before was back. He felt a burning pain press into his wrist. He yelped. It was brief. Just minutes later he felt a similar searing pain on the side of his ribs. It was longer this time. The thing stayed pressed to his side. White spots flashed in his eyes for a moment. Before he could pass out, he felt a shock to his body. He bit his lip to stop the scream that threatened to escape. He could smell his flesh burning, and that was when he knew. He strained his neck to look at the spot of his wrist that was hurting. He could see the outline of a few numbers branded onto it. Izuku wanted to throw up. That was a sick thing to do to a human, though they didn't think of him as a human. He didn't want to look at what had been done to his stomach. He wanted to know what he or any of these kids did to deserve this. Just because they were born a certain way, his parents had always told him the world was cruel, especially for people like him. But he saw the good in many people. Lately he hadn't seen any. He didn't know whether he wanted to die or tear these people apart. He laid awake as the man poked and prodded at his body, performing a series of tests. Some were painful while others were not. He felt helpless to do anything. The combination of the drags in his system, the loss of blood, and the beating from earlier, he couldn't do much. Over the next few days he had gone through dozens of tests. They continued to draw more blood from his body. The blood was a key part of their purpose. What were they doing with blood? They were collecting quirkless people's blood and likely were selling it or using it for heinous needs. But what could be so special about their blood? Nobody wished to be born quirkless. To be disadvantaged from the start, to have nothing special about you. No one wanted to be treated as if they had a disease. And no one wanted to be treated as if they weren't a person. No one wanted to be beaten down and used as an experiment. No one wanted to be in a constant state of paranoia for what bad thing would happen next. Almost any quirk would be better. Izuku isn't stupid. He knows some people with quirks have to face familiar situations to him. Quirks that may be seen as villainous, or ones that people don't understand, even powerful quirks that can cause mass destruction if abused. People with quirks like those have it hard as well. He couldn't blame some villains because society had treated them so terribly until they finally snapped. Revenge was a tempting thing. To tear apart everyone who had ever wronged you. Izuku had a long list. Life had always been particularly cruel to him. The thought of becoming a villain made him laugh. He had spent so long chasing after a dream that after everything didn't feel right anymore. He didn't trust heroes and he didn't believe one was going to ever save him. For all the hardships Izuku had faced from being quirkless, this was by far the worst. He had been in this place for about 3 weeks, though his track of time wasn't perfect, and it was pure torture. He and the other kids were treated as just test subjects. Their names were forgotten, their only identity was the numbers burned into their arms. 0021, he had wanted to scream when he saw them. The boy he shared the cage with had the numbers 0001 on his arm. He hadn't worked up the courage to take a glimpse at his ribs, but whatever was there was much larger. He was used to nicknames. Neatly everyone at school called him Deku. But at least it felt like a name. At the orphanage it varied, from kid, to waste of space, to piece of sheet and more. Sure, those words stung, but number 21 was so dehumanizing. He was just a number. He couldn't remember the last time someone had called him by his name. Probably not since his parents had died. Kaken was the only one who might have, but he always stuck with different nicknames. He missed being called a nerd. He wondered how Kaken was doing. The school year would be starting soon and he would likely flip out when Izuku didn't show up. He was stuck in this hellhole and even if he got out, he would not be going back to that school. He could survive well enough without one. Kaken didn't need him anyway. He was strong and intelligent and everyone wanted to be his friend. Izuku had no idea why he stuck with him. Especially this past year where Izuku had turned into a shell of himself. Refusing to speak, constantly getting beaten up, always so pitiful and useless. Izuku wondered if Kaken knew how weak he had become if he still would want to hang around. His mind flashed to the cuts he had all over his body or the stockpile of pills he had been collecting at the orphanage. He kind of wished he had them now, to end his suffering. He had learned that the group was experimenting on them and taking their blood to create drags. He wasn't quite sure what they did, but he knew they only affected people with quirks. It seemed like they were already in business but were looking for ways to improve the drag. He hated his time in the lab. It was mainly painful. There was always someone prodding at his body. When he wasn't there or in his cage, there was always some trying to break his spirit. Through torture, harsh words, trying to condition him to become used to this place, to get used to his place. But he was already broken inside. He was so broken, it hurt. The last time he had left a terrible situation, he ended up here. This was so much worse. But it was sad to say he was becoming used to it. Waking up in a cage, eating terrible food, the drags, the lab and the experiments, the torture. One day, the usually cheerful boy was crying when Izuku got back from his time upstairs. He hadn't seen the boy in a few days. What happened? He asked. It must have been serious to make him cry. The boy took a while to calm down before answering. They are getting impatient. They don't nearly have enough of us. They had been talking about spending me recruiting for a while and they finally did it. I may be fine here now, but that doesn't mean I want other kids to experience the same fate. How many? 3. It wasn't many, but subjecting even one more kid to this torture was enough. I thought they had their own way of detecting us. What do they need you for? Yeah, well, they can't nab kids in the daytime. But I can lure them into a false sense of security. It's not like us quirkless kids have much to lose. It was true, he had already lost everything. I'm almost 18, I've been here for years. I stopped hoping I would get out a while ago. But kids like you don't deserve this. You seem like you've faced so much. I can't help you, but I wish someone would. No one is going to. They could only help themselves. He could help them if he had just stopped selfishly waiting for a death that wouldn't come. Izuku bit his lip as the blade twisted into his shoulder. I think I need to up the pain level if you're not screaming. There's nothing wrong with your voice. You talk to your cellmate, so why are you so stubborn? Come on, it's much more enjoyable when you things scream. He rolled his eyes. Torture was part of his new life now. He wasn't sure if it was because they wanted to break them, or if it was just pure enjoyment for them. He figured it was both. The guy who usually did him seemed to be fueled by other people's pain. He never screamed, no matter how hard it hurt. He didn't want to give him the satisfaction. He could hear other people screaming sometimes. They sounded like they were in pure agony. Their methods were so painful. Had he not been hurt so many times before, he would scream too. The hell are you glaring at me for? I thought you would have learned your place by now. I guess animals never learn. Out of instinct, he caught the guy's hand that was heading towards him. His hands were free during this process. He twisted it, using force to throw the guy into the shelf close by. It felt so good. What the hell? Izuku landed a swift kick to his back, knocking the man to the ground. He grabbed the blade. Should I slit his throat? The door opened. What is going on here? He launched the blade at the sound of the voice without looking back. He turned around and frowned. He only got him in the shoulder. Izuku was about to charge at the man when the doors opened and the boss walked in. Sheet, his fun was over for now. He didn't have anything to cover his nose. I was very curious about you. Looks like you are a bit of trouble. I can't believe you two let it do that to you. He sighed. That gaseous scent filled his nose once again. Take him to solitary. He wakes up in a dark room. There are no windows, just a small dim light. He could hear someone sniffling beside him. He turned to his left to see a girl who looked to be about her age. Her head was down and she was crying. He clears his throat. Her puffy green eyes meet his. Hello. He gave her a weak nod. What number are you? He raised his right hand to show her the brand. Wow, you must be after me. But my real name is Kyabu Riko. You can call me Riko. What's your name? Izuku. That's a nice name. What did you do to get put here? I tried to fight a couple of guys. Did you get any hits in? I would have one if it weren't for that anesthetic quirk. Her lips twitched at that. I wish I could have seen that. What about you? I kicked one of their cases of precious blood to the ground. It spilled everywhere. They were really mad. I got tortured for days before they left me here. She had said it with a shrug. You seem used to being punished. It's not my first time here. I honestly lost track since I first came here. I don't want to give them an easy time for kidnapping me. How long have you been here? I've been here for a few months by now. My parents must be worried sick. You have a good relationship with your parents? He asked because not many of them did. He was fortunate to have loving parents. Yes, do you not? I did. But many quirkless kids don't. My dad's mom is quirkless. They would never hate me for it. I'm sorry for your loss. It's fine. I know they're still looking for me. It would take them years to give up. But why hasn't anyone saved us yet? There's over 20 of us missing. Shouldn't the police be looking? Or the heroes? Isn't that what they're supposed to do, save people like us? Perhaps. There had to be at least a few of them who had been reported missing by someone who cared for them in their lives. But they often brush aside quirkless cases. On the odd chance that they came across a solution, they would act like they had been working on it the whole time. But quirkless murders and kidnappings were often covered up as suicides. It made sense. The suicide rate for quirkless individuals was high. No one would bat an eyelash if they saw one on the news. It was much easier than a homicide. I hate this place. It's dark. They hurt us. They drag us. They starve us. They don't treat us like we're human. I don't understand. Why won't anyone save us? Her voice cracked at the end, but the desperation for an answer was heard. Loud and clear. Heroes don't care about us, and the police stopped looking probably a month after you were reported missing. That's just how the world works. So you think we're going to be here forever? He closed his eyes. There was a time where he would try and help anyone. Jump in front of people who had bullied him before when someone stronger tried to bully them. He was good at fighting back. A big reason he persisted with his dream to become a hero was so he could show quirkless kids like him that they could achieve whatever they put their minds to. And he would be able to fight for them when no one else would. Izuku ran home from school. He had run into a group of bullies who had cornered him and beat him up. He needed to clean up before his parents saw him. The first thing he heard when he opened the door was the television and the sound of his father's laughter. Oh no, his father was home. Izuku, is that you? Before he could run to the bathroom, his father was already there, staring at him with wide eyes. You're bleeding. Come on, let's go fix you up. Izuku sat on the bathroom counter as his father cleaned his wounds. What happened? Just some kids at school. He shrugged, trying to act nonchalantly. Because you're quirkless? He nodded. What else would it be? It's fine, it doesn't happen a lot. Izuku, your mother and I know you hide the bullying from us. We know you get hurt a lot and you try and cover it up. You've gotten good at makeup, but we're heroes. We notice these things. But the thing is, you know how to fight back, so why don't you? You think I should? He always stood up for others when they were being bullied, but he hardly stood up for himself. Bullies are almost as bad as villains. Would you tell me not to fight back against a villain? Bullies hurt people because they're stronger than you and have fragile egos. I will always support you in standing up for yourself. Oh. There are people who will do terrible things to you because you're quirkless. The world is against you and they will try and exploit that. Even the police and some heroes won't help you in favor of people with quirks. It's terrible, but it's the truth. Your mother and I want to protect you, but we won't always be there. You know how to fight, don't be afraid to. Don't let anyone break your spirit, little dragon. You may not have a quirk, but you're one of the strongest people I know. Never let anyone tell you you aren't. You can make all the difference. No one believes someone who is quirkless can be a hero. But you're going to change all their minds. Izuku grinned. Of course I will. I'll be the best hero. I'll show people like me that we're strong too. That's right. His father ruffled his hair. I believe in you, little dragon. Izuku clenched his fists at the memory. Maybe he wasn't going to be a hero, but he wasn't going to stand for this anymore. He had wanted to make a difference for quirkless people, yet he was just wasting away letting these people get away with this. He was strong, he was skilled, and he was used to dealing with bigger guys who thought they could push the weak around. He opened his eyes and smiled. There was a darkness behind it. Don't worry, Rico. I'll get us out of here. He was a fighter who had forgotten how to fight back. But now he had a reason to fight. Izuku had always loved the color red. It was the color of the red tulips his father bought his mother daily to declare his unconditional love for her. It was the color of his favorite shoes, the color of his father's hero gear. But it was also the color of fire, something he used to love. Ever since he could remember, he had always been fascinated by fire. As a toddler, he would beg his father to do tricks with his fire, wanting to play with the crimson heat. Secretly, he was hoping he would be able to control fire as well. His father always warned him to be wary of fire, because if he was not careful, it would burn him. But fire was too beautiful, too warm, too welcoming, and Izuku was too trusting. He didn't believe it until fire consumed his life and burned those who were most precious to him. He didn't like to play with fire anymore. Blood was red. Izuku remembered the first time he scraped his knee on the pavement. His mother looked at him as if he was dying, rushing to patch him up. He remembered his mother coming home late at night with blood on her clothing. Often, it wasn't hers. He remembered the first time he was beaten up for being quirkless. He had been terrified, sitting in the park all alone, staring at the blood on his hands, his blood. He decided he didn't like blood. But one day, he used the fighting skills he had been learning since he was 4 and broke a bully's nose for picking on another boy. The sound of crunching was satisfying, and staring at the crimson blood from the bully gave him this sick sense of satisfaction. He learned that he didn't mind blood if it got on his hands for doing what was right. The entire time he had been in this place, Izuku was observing everything and everyone. He monitored every person he encountered, possible quirks, the weapons they had on them, strengths, weaknesses. He took note of every room, every entrance. He learned everything he could from the 2 other kids he had met. They had been here much longer than he had. Finally, he felt confident enough to make a move. In solidarity, he had the time to rest his body. He was starving, but that was nothing he wasn't used to. Izuku maneuvered his hands free from the rope. The knot was a bit advanced. He had learned it sometime into hostage training with his mother. He felt relief from his hands being free. The rope had burned his wrists from all the time they had been on. He would have preferred cuffs. He untied his leg as well. Just as he timed, he heard the sound of a door opening and keys jingling. Dinner time. Once the cell door opened, he pounced. The man had no time to react. Izuku knocked him out. What the hell? The other boy hadn't noticed what Izuku had been up to until now. What are you doing? I'm getting us out of here. He snatched the fallen keys from the ground and moved to search the man for weapons. He found a handgun. Not bad. You're quirkless, he stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Is that supposed to stop me? He removed the mask from the man's face and adjusted it on his own, confirming his thoughts. The boss was not afraid to knock people out with his quirk, yet the kids were the only ones affected. All the group members wore a mask that covered their entire face but served as protection as well. He heaved the man into the cell fully. He did a full search of the man to see if he had any communication devices on him. He found nothing. He turned to see the older boy staring at him with wide eyes. Are you crazy? Izuku's lips curved into a smile, that he might be. Come out, I'm going to lock him up in case he wakes up. Izuku had to pull him out along with him as the other boy was frozen in shock. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. He reassured the boy he would be fine. He tossed the other boy the keys to the cages. You can unlock them, I'll be done soon. Izuku moved silently upstairs. His movements were light and calculating. The man in the hallway hadn't seen him coming before he shoved the butt of the gun on the side of his head. The man slumped down. 2 down. He ran into two other men wandering the halls, repeating the same action before they could fight back. He rounded the corner to where he heard voices. There were 10 men, sitting around, drinking and playing a card game. They were dressed in all black, their masks were off, he could smell the alcohol from where he was standing. He turned his nose up, beer was an unpleasant memory for him. The lady at the orphanage reeked of it, she often would smash bottles onto him. Though drunk gang members were better than sober ones. Guns were not his favorite weapons, but they were versatile. He was a rather good shot, he could shoot them dead before they had the chance to act, but he didn't want to be a murderer, at least when it wasn't necessary. He missed his knives. He cleared his throat, eyes shot to him. He attacked before they could become coherent enough to do anything. Shouts of surprise filled the room. He knocked a guy over with a kick, using the gun to knock another out. He caught a hand that was flying at him and slammed the man into the wooden table, breaking it into pieces. They must have been drinking for a while, their movements were slow and some were stumbling. He had put half of them out of commission so far when he was harshly shoved into a wall by a large man. He was strong. Likely a quirk. He shot the man in the leg with no hesitation. The gunshot would bring anyone else around here. He grits his teeth, feeling a stab at his arm. Ignoring it, he made quick work of putting the other drunk men down. The smell of blood mixed with the stench of beer made his stomach churn. It reminded him of his day in the orphanage, only this time it wasn't just his blood. He snatched a fallen phone and began to type out a message. He tossed it back onto the floor. He continued through the building, making quick work of anyone else he came across. It seemed like he had cleared the building except for one person. He burst open the office door, leaning against the doorframe. The man was seated at his desk, clearly ignorant to the fact that Izuku had beaten up all his men. "You've ought to get better security, they're useless." His eyes widened as he recognized Izuku. "I don't know how you got here, but you're more trouble than you're worth. You look too much." Izuku launched himself across the room, leaping over the desk, landing a knee to the man. He was thrown against the desk, he rolled to the side, avoiding the strike. "All you people are the same." He wrapped his arms around the man's throat, constricting his breathing. "You think because you were born with a quirk you're superior. Then you turn around and use it for something so effed up. You just aren't worth the air you breathe." The man stopped struggling and slumped into Izuku's arms. He dropped the man to the ground. It was time to get out of here. First he had to do something about the kids. He began to retrace his steps when he heard footsteps. "Whoa!" Izuku turned around to see the older boy he had shared a space with staring at him with wide eyes. Riko was standing behind him, peeking out to stare at Izuku. It looks like they had followed him up, probably expecting to find a dead body. They must have gone past all the unconscious bodies. "What are you doing here?" "I got everyone out of the cages, but we were worried about you." "As you can see, there was nothing to worry about. We should hurry up before they wake up. Someone will be here soon to arrest them." "You called the police?" "Sort of." He mentally crossed his fingers, hoping that he still had the same number as he did the last time he had checked. He wouldn't trust anyone with this, but he couldn't help these kids on his own. There was one person who he knew that he could trust with this. "He'll get you somewhere safe, you guys will be okay. Go live a good life." The other boy stared at him with teary eyes. "You're amazing." Riko was sobbing, coming out from hiding. "It's nothing special," he shrugged. "No," he loudly protested. "You just saved us all. More than any hero has. I've been here for years and I doubt they did much to find me. I'm not a hero, I'm just doing what's right." "Well, maybe you should be. Maybe you should be," he thought. But it would be on his own terms. He was disgusted with the system as it was. He didn't want to work in that environment. In fact, he wanted to dismantle it. How hard could that be? He shot Riko a reassuring smile. He had gotten a bit attached to her those days they spent locked up together. "You can go home now." "Aizu, thank you." He stiffened when he felt arms wrap around his waist. He normally wouldn't let someone hug him like this, but an exception could be made for today. "Don't worry about it. I should go. Don't tell them all of this was me, I was never here. That would be too much of a bother. He could check up on them later." Izuku stayed and watched from afar as the police cars came in. He felt a bit relaxed when he saw the familiar face he had been counting on. The kids would be okay, but he didn't know how he could go back to normal after this. He knew how terrible the world and he had experienced it firsthand many times, but there was something about this experience that caused a change in him. These kids had suffered for so long and had no hope because they were an afterthought in the system. Someone needed to help people who were ignored by heroes and police alike. If they couldn't trust the people whose job it was to save people to save them, then who could they trust? Detective Scotchy sighed. He had just gotten back from the hospital after they had rescued the children from the base. Rescue was a strong word. All the members had been taken out by the time they got there and the kids were free. They were in terrible shape and traumatized, but they made it out. He had been typing up some paperwork when he got a text message from a strange number. His first thought was it could be from a hero, but it was his personal number. Not many heroes had that number. It was a location and a simple message. Trafficking ring, don't let these kids down again. He was wary of the message, not knowing who it came from, but the idea of kids being in danger made him act. He and a few officers went to the scene. They found a ton of gang members passed out. Most of them were unharmed, though some had been injured. They found a stash of blood and drags in a lab-type room. And in the basement, about 20 children of different ages. Most of them were teenagers. They brought the kids back to the station, hoping to find out what happened and return them to their families. He soon learned just how the system had failed them. The message from A was making a lot more sense now. They were all quirkless and some of them had been kidnapped years ago. The majority of them had not been reported missing, and the ones that were had barely been investigated. Most of them had been in foster care or had neglectful parents. The exceptions could be reunited with their parents. Most of them had to go to the hospital first because they were extremely weak and injured. He still wasn't sure who had texted him. He concluded that it was the same person who had saved the children. He was assuming that they were a vigilante, but how they got his number was stumping him. None of the kids had much of a clue about what happened up until they got there. One of the boys wasn't telling the complete truth. He was a good liar, but his quirk was telling him something was off. For some reason, he was withholding some information about what happened that night. He was filling out some paperwork when he got a text from a different unknown number. No. How are the kids? Who's this? No. The one who texted you a few days ago. Or you? No. I just want to know how they are. They're recovering. We're working to find people to take them in who won't discriminate. How did you get my number? Do I know you? No. I guess you'll get to know me soon enough. Izuku sits on the cold, hard floor of his new, empty apartment. It's a nice apartment, quite large for just one person living there, but it's very lonely. It doesn't feel like a home. Izuku hasn't had a home since he was the furniture he eventually gets, or the pictures he hangs on the walls won't make it feel like home. Not when he's all alone. Not without his family. Nonetheless, he was relieved because it was the first shelter in a long time that made him feel safe. A part of him wished to lock himself away and board up the doors in order to escape the frighteningly vicious world outside. Wrap himself in blankets and never come out. But he couldn't, his mind moved too fast for that. He needed to have a purpose, otherwise he would not have a reason to live. When he was a child, he had desperately wanted to be a hero. He clung to the dream when almost everyone said he shouldn't. He wanted to help people, protect them so they never had to worry. And he wanted to be able to put a smile on people's faces and hope in their hearts. And a part of him still wanted that. He stayed at the orphanage even when he lost hope because he was the only one making sure the children had food to eat. And if he left, he wasn't sure if another child would be used as a punching bag. He had even gotten himself together to help the other quirkless kids. No matter how much he wanted to just give in and die, something always prevented him from doing so. But now, all by himself, he had no purpose. And his mind was racing every second, telling him to give in. Perhaps if he did, he would be able to see his parents. Would they be proud of him? He held on for so long no matter how much he was hurting. Would they be disappointed? He would be giving up his life while they got theirs taken from them. He wasn't sure he'd be able to face them. And deep down he knew that there was a lot of good he could do alive. He had seen firsthand how terrible the world could be and how the people who were supposed to be helping were useless. He could help a lot of people with his skills. Ever since leaving that place, he couldn't stop thinking about this. There were so many more terrible people out there just like those men. And there weren't a lot of people out there to stop them. Though he couldn't be a hero, there was another way to help. And he was going to do it all by himself. He was not going to risk getting close to another person just to have to let them go. Even if that meant he was to be alone. Izuku creates a mask. He's made so many imaginary masks that a real one makes no difference. This one molds perfectly to his face. It feels like a part of him. At first, it felt heavy on his face, but the fact that it made him someone else lightened the load. He makes his outfit out of flexible protective material that allows him to move freely. The ash-gray color blends in with the darkness. He plays a subtle tribute to his mother with a hood and gray mouthguard. The fact that no one would ever notice it would bring him a little happiness every time he wore it. In another life, his hero costume would be green just like his mother's, with red attributes inspired by his father, but those colors stuck out too much. He spends time creating gadgets that will make up for a lack of a quirk where his skills will not. His hands ache from working non-stop and he had burned them earlier due to insufficient sleep. He slept for a bit after that and then returned to work. They had to be perfect, he couldn't risk a malfunction in a life or death situation. He had splurged on all the best materials. That was after he went back to the beach to gather some good scraps. He never finished cleaning the beach and left a bad taste in his mouth since he always saw All Might there in his deformed state. He had been trying to forget about All Might. It helped that he didn't have all his mercy in the orphanage when that incident happened. He had already been so sour on heroes, he wasn't surprised when another one let him down. He made sure to go to the beach at night to avoid seeing him. There were still some good scraps left, he might have to go back. He still had his favorite weapons that his parents had gotten him, but he made sure to purchase a few more. He had all the tools to succeed. Seisho would be proud of his engineering. Wherever he was. He was worried for the man. At first, he had been upset that he had broken his promise to adopt him. He had figured the man realized he was useless. But once he got his own apartment and set out to find out what he was doing, he couldn't find him. He was worried that the Hero Commission might have gotten to him, knowing that they both knew the truth of what happened that day. They likely wouldn't have killed him, maybe just blackmailed and relocated him. Izuku would eventually try harder to find him. He knew that he could, but for now, he didn't need anyone to worry about. He was always meant to be all alone. Life had proved that in the most painful ways. Children shouldn't be so familiar with death. He had stared him in the eye one too many times. He did not fear death, he wished for it. But he couldn't take death's hand just yet. Izuku pushed his laptop to the side. He wondered if he should celebrate. He just finished school online since there was no chance he was going back to that hellhole, not after everything. He laughed at the thought of throwing himself a party. It would be pathetic, which was why he felt inclined to do so. After all, if the shoe fits. He was considering enrolling in some university classes as well. He was smart enough to bypass high school entirely. And university courses would be no big deal. He wasn't planning on going to high school anyway. The UA dream was nothing but a silly childhood fantasy now. He had a legal source of income and was able to become emancipated and access the money his parents left him as an adult. He saved this money and used the money he made from hacking. He also used other methods of earning money, but no one knew about that. He started at the bathroom mirror and ran a hand through his hair. It was getting back to its original color. He had dyed it black a month ago because green stuck out and was pretty memorable as well. It was also significantly longer than he would usually have it, about neck length. He hadn't cut it in months. He liked the long hair. He usually kept it up in a bun to get it out of his way. He was moving around more often. He got his workout schedule back on track and saw good results. The woman was shaking in fear. She desperately looked around for an escape. But there was no escaping them. They had made sure she knew that. Every attempt to escape had been foiled. She had been dressed up in an outfit that left no room for imagination. They did up her hair and painted her face with makeup. She knew that this was it. Her worst nightmare was coming true. The car came to a stop and the men exited the car. The one next to her dragged her out by her bindings. They had stopped in what looked like the middle of nowhere. The sounds of crickets made her skin itch. They were surrounded by trees. In the distance she could see a building. Her stomach churned. That's where they were going. She glanced to her left. The man holding her had fallen to the ground. There was a dart in her neck. Was someone here to save her? Or was she just going to end up in another hell? Or dead even? She wasn't that important. There were millions of other women prettier than her. Some were likely in that building right now. She was an investment, but it didn't mean she wasn't replaceable. Who the F is there? An enigmatic figure dressed in gray appeared from above and dropped to the ground. The moonlight shone on them, and while she didn't know who this person was, something about them gave her hope. Who the hell are you? You can call me Ash. A small but rough voice answered. And with that, he advanced forward with almost inhuman speed. She couldn't keep up with the action. The next thing she knew, she was free from her bindings and her captors were on the floor. She fell into her savior's arms with a sob. He didn't push her away. She did not know who this hero was. All she knew was that she was safe. Ash. She would remember that name for the rest of her life. Ash stepped into the dimly lit bar. The place was rough. Many shady people came here for a drink. He was here for business. This spot was a good place to gain information. Whether it was from some drunk loose-lip criminal, a vigilante, or someone looking to trade for a favor. He had become well known here. Almost all of the regular patrons owed him many favors. The first few times he had come, people thought that they could threaten him because of his small stature. It didn't turn out too well. By the fifth time he knocked on someone's, but in seconds, People realized he might be a threat. And as his name started to spread as he caught more and more bad guys, people started to see him in a different light. He had stabbed a man's hand the second time he touched him after a warning. "Next time I'll cut it off," he'd said. The man got the message quickly. He was not someone to mess with. Fire was an all-consuming being with a mind of its own. Once it got to work, it left nothing but ashes. This was why Izuku had decided to give his vigilante persona the name of Ash. It was very fitting after what he'd been through. This, Ash, persona was very different from the boy behind the mask. Ash was charismatic, yet intimidating. He could be playful, but he also had a dark aura around him. He could be downright terrifying. They say one who lives with monsters long enough will either become a monster themselves or be consumed. And Ash was a monster when he let loose. He had no qualms about hurting other monsters. He would drag them all down to hell with him. Though it was meek, his inner voice kept him from going too far. Izuku was kicking and screaming to avoid being consumed by the flames the monster inside of him emitted. While he was still there, he'd never become completely dark. Izuku was weak and pitiful. He threw up at the smell of alcohol. He didn't talk unless it was absolutely necessary. And he hurt himself to calm the monster inside of him. Ash balanced him out. Ash approached the bar. The bartender grinned in greeting. "Ash, my man. Have those guys left you alone yet?" He took a seat on a stool. "What did you do?" He had been said when he found out his favorite bartender had been roughed up by some men trying to use the bar as their hideout. There was no way he was going to allow that. "Nothing you can prove." It wasn't hard to find them. They were the type of people he hated, spineless, hurt people who were weaker than them just because they were strong. He enjoyed putting them in their places. "You know you're terrifying for such a small dude. But thank you. I can't have my favorite bar being taken over by some assholes. Where else would I get my information from? You don't need us. You have eyes everywhere, man. It's concerning. I bet you know where I live." Ash was silent. He twirled the knife he was holding around innocently. "You do, don't you?" "Don't answer that." What? He needed to do a background check on anyone he interacted with regularly. It wasn't that strange. And besides, now he knew he could trust the man. Though his definition of trust was questionable. Ash held up a picture. "I've been hearing a certain vigilante is in town. Has he been here? I saw him the other day. He just sat at that table in the corner for a couple of hours, but he wasn't causing any trouble, so I let him be. Seemed to be people watching. Something up with him?" "No, he's just usually not in this area. He just might have to find him himself to have a little talk. That's all I wanted to know, so I'll be going. Let me know if you have any more trouble." On the way out, he brushed past a man he'd never seen before. He stood out because of his scars. He wanted to stay and find out more, but he had to go. He had a feeling he'd see the man again sometime. Congressman Takao Yutaka was a selfish bastard. He'd been in power for over 20 years now, and there was no chance in hell that it would change. He could keep his position till he died. Or maybe he'd retire early to a nice island. That was a very pleasing idea. When he was young, he aligned with some nasty people in order to gain power. And he did everything in his power to keep it, no matter how dirty he had to get his hands. To the general population, he was innocent. They had no idea what atrocities he'd committed behind the scenes. His public persona showed a caring husband and father who wanted to better society. But he only cared for the wealthy, people with status, or quirks with potential. The poor disgusted him. Having never been without money, he didn't understand them. And those with weak quirks were useless to society. And if they had none at all? Well, let's just say he didn't care about the rising death rate of the quirkless population. In fact, it pleased him. The sooner they got rid of them, the quicker society could progress. He had made sure to vote for legislation that made it harder for them. He didn't even have to justify his actions. The general public doesn't pay any attention to the quirkless population. He was a slimy, two-faced bastard, and he was okay with it. Many of his fellow politicians knew him for what he was, but they couldn't do much about it. He had too much power backing him. Journalists had made stories about him, but they were quickly covered up. And those journalists were either roughed up or never seen again. He had particularly liked how the blonde one screamed last month. He didn't bother getting his hands dirty though, watching as the Yakuza group he backed did everything for him. He just turned a blind eye to their crimes and made sure they were never arrested. Some pesky underground heroes made it hard. They stuck their noses where they didn't belong. He had a lot of connections in the underground, but he had to be careful because of those heroes. He hadn't heard from a few of his connections recently. Apparently, they'd been caught by some vigilante. He scoffed when he heard it. If they were caught by a vigilante, they didn't deserve to breathe the same air as him. He was sitting in his office when he heard his phone buzzing multiple times. He silenced it and continued his work. But it continued to light up. He sighed and picked up the phone, not checking the caller ID. "Boss, have you seen the news?" A frantic voice came from the phone. "I'm working, why the hell would I be watching the news?" "You need to check the news, boss. It's trouble." "I'll check it when I have time." He snapped, hanging up the phone. Just as he put his phone down, there was a knock at his door. "Come in," he barked. His secretary walked in. He didn't know her name. She was just a young busta woman that he hired without looking at her resume. The picture was enough for him. "Sir, have you seen the news?" "Why is everyone asking me about the goddamn news?" "Get out." She quickly retreated, being used to his huge temper. He would watch it when he was ready. He worked for another hour, but outside there was a great deal of noise that he couldn't ignore. What the hell was going on? When he opened the door to ask his secretary, he found her lying on the floor unconscious. He looked around to see if there were any signs of a break-in, but none were visible. So she was so incompetent that she passed out on the job. Perhaps it was time to get rid of this one. He went outside to find out what the commotion was, only to discover a sea of reporters waiting in his front yard. As soon as they saw him, they morphed into sharks, watching their prey. The shouts of questions began. "Congressman Takao, can you comment on the controversies surrounding you? Congressman, do you have anything to say about all the people you murdered? Congressman, could you elaborate on where your wealth originated? Will you hold yourself accountable and resign? Will you cooperate with the police?" He quickly shut himself inside. What the hell had happened? How had this happened? He took so many precautions to keep his activities private, and he ensured that no mentions of them in the media. Turning on the TV he kept for guests, he turned to the first news channel he saw. Congressman Takao Yutaka has been exposed for several crimes, including fraud, extortion, murder, discrimination, covering up multiple crimes, conspiring with gang members, and much more. How could this happen? They couldn't have any proof. Multiple documents, videos, and pictures of his crime leaked onto the internet this afternoon. And all the news channels in the country were hacked at the same time to broadcast his crimes. No one has taken credit for this, but police believe this is the work of the vigilante Ash, who in the short time he's been around has been working to take down corruption. Though he has never targeted anyone this big before. Could this be a taste of what's to come? Maikawa Ryo, a respectable journalist, has seemingly confirmed his involvement. She published her article before anything had come out, with evidence separate from the one leaked. She has claimed to get it from the vigilante himself. Next, we'll show you some videos of the disgraced congressman. We'll warn you of the graphic nature first. He cursed a DMN vigilante. He never took them seriously because he hadn't believed they were capable of what heroes were, but the videos that were being shown on the TV. This was bad. This guy was likely the same one causing trouble for his boys. Damn it, if only he had taken them seriously, he could have gotten rid of the guy before this had happened. Or hire him, whichever was easier. But it was too late. His colleagues have all spoken out to condemn him, even those in his own party. Those because he had done so much for them and they were just leaving him to the wolves. The vigilante had to be dangerous. Perhaps something suspicious had happened to his secretary. He needed to get out of here quickly. He rushed to his office to gather his belongings. He tried calling all his contacts but no one picked up. Were they? How was he going to get out of here? It would be hard, especially with the media out front, but he would manage. "Where are you going?" he screamed, turning around to find a masked figure sitting on his chair. How and when did he get there? He had been all alone when he first walked in. "You're just going to leave your unconscious secretary here? You didn't even flinch when you saw her. Even with all your crimes exposed, you're still a piece of shit. You're Ash? This was your doing? You've ruined my life, you'll pay for this. And how many people's lives have you ruined? Trust me, it's far from even. Tanji Shinju, Oishi Katashi, Arakaki Ion, Kishimoto Yasuko, Mino Ko, those are just 5 names out of hundreds that are dead because of you. I'm sure you don't know any of their names. I could list them all." He begins listing off names. Takao wasn't even sure if he was bluffing at this point. How could anyone remember so many names? And for some reason, he didn't doubt that this man knew every single name. "Stop, I get it. Do you? You said I should pay? Shouldn't you pay for what you've done? Give their families closure and die." A cold blade was pressed to his neck. He was paralyzed in fear. This man was terrifying. "I haven't wanted to kill anyone so bad in a while. But your death does not mean justice for anyone. I'll leave that to the legal system. Even they can't F this up after what I've done. You'll be locked away for the rest of your life. The blade remained pressed against him. He couldn't move at all, otherwise, he would slit his own throat. Don't try and leave the country, you won't be able to. All your men have been arrested already. None of them have the status to protect them. And don't even try to buy a ticket, I've frozen your accounts. I'll be watching you until you get arrested. Try anything and you'll regret it. The police will want to question you soon. The blade disappeared from his neck. Suddenly, Ash stood on his desk, and in a swift movement he flipped over to Cow and landed behind him. You've made it really hard for quirkless people to live. I hope you lay awake in your cell knowing one took you down. He jerked his head back to look at the vigilante, but he was gone. There was no way. He hadn't seen anything he could classify as a quirk, but still. He couldn't have been taken down by someone so useless. No, Ash clearly wasn't useless. He had defied all his prejudices. Even if he didn't get arrested right away, there was no doubt that he would be eventually. Takao sank to his knees. He felt as if he was kneeling on the shattered glass of his legacy that had been so broken, it would never be fixed. Maikawa Ryo was working late on a story. She was so immersed in her writing that she didn't hear the window opening. She had turned to grab her coffee when she saw a person. Her heart jumped out of her chest. She was lucky she hadn't grabbed the coffee, or she would have smashed her favorite mug. She grabbed the taser that she brought with her when on dangerous investigations. Was this a villain? Why were they coming for her? She didn't write much about villains. Instead, things the public needed to know. Destructive heroes, corrupt politicians or police officers, vigilantes. Ms. Maikawa, there's no need for the taser. What do you want with me? My name is Ash. Ash. She lowered the taser. She knew exactly who that was. She had been trying to catch a glance at the vigilante ever since he took down that huge Yakuza group. He'd been at work for weeks before that, but nobody really knew who was taking down these lowlifes. That was until the cops released the vigilante's name, yet they still didn't know much about him. He was shorter than she thought he would be. She reached for her phone. She needed to take a photo of him. She could be the first journalist with a picture of him. Her phone wasn't turning on. I'm sorry, I don't pose for pictures. I made sure your technology wouldn't work while I was here. She should have known, but it didn't hurt to try. Why are you here? I haven't committed a crime. That was unless he counted the several times she trespassed to get a scope. But she knew he only took down people that deserved it. And she didn't. I know you're writing a story on Takao Yutaka. What about it? She asked defensively. This story was close to her heart. A colleague of hers had written a story about him but soon disappeared. She had left a file for Maikawa with all her research. She knew publishing that article would be her death. But she did it anyway. So Maikawa vowed to take him down, even if that meant her death. I need you to publish it in a month. On the 15th at noon. What, why? It was not ready at all. I'm taking him down. I need all the media coverage I can get. Here, he placed a flash drive on his desk. This is solid proof of some of his crimes. You can quote me in your article if you want. But he'll make my article disappear the second it gets out. Don't worry about it. I can out-hack anyone. And his tech guy isn't all that impressive. Besides, I'll be taking over every media outlet in Japan and releasing everything I have on him. Then why do you want me to write an article? People trust you. You've taken down guys like him before, they'll listen to you. And it will be before my media dump, so they'll already have their pitchforks out to get him, and then they'll see that it's even worse. They'll have no choice but to stripe him of his position and send him to prison. She could finally avenge her friend. I have to go. But take a look at that flash drive, it's worth it. Thank you. But I'll offer you some advice. He stared. Don't just break into a woman's window when she's your ally. I'll keep that in mind. I look forward to your article. Keep the taser, you won't need it, but it's good to be safe. I'll have someone watching out for you when your article goes live. Before she could say anything else, he disappeared into the shadows of her office. The window shutting was the only proof that he didn't teleport. Her electronics started working seconds after he left. She put the flash drive into her laptop immediately. Her mouth dropped at the sight in front of her. This was cold hard evidence. Pictures, documents, text messages, audio recordings. It was all in her hands. And this wasn't even all Ash had. This BSTRD was finally going down. Akaguro Kaizome was wandering around Japan, thinking of his next step. He'd been wandering for a few weeks. He had finally realized that his life was very lacking, which was why he was in search of a new purpose. The sound of footsteps approaching made him turn around. A small masked figure stood in front of him, staring right at him. He took note of the weapon stored away. He'd been around enough vigilantes to know this was another one. One he'd never seen before. Stendhal, right? He immediately drew a blade. How did he know that name? He had shed that identity along with his mask. No one knew what he looked like without it. So how did this small fry? Who are you? Kaizome twitched. The vigilante had the nerve to smirk. Only one of them was armed. He moved quickly, cutting on the side of the vigilante's mouth. He liked the blood off his katana. He'd opened his mouth to speak but was cut off by a string of muttering. Interesting, he ingests the other person's blood to paralyze them. A bit inconvenient, but it seems like his speed is unnaturally quick. Would be hard to dodge his blade. I wonder if different blood types react differently. Kaizome stared at the small vigilante. What the hell was he doing? Analyzing his quirk when he was in danger. This man was insane. Part of him was interested, but he was also dangerous. He played back the past few minutes head and realized something. You could have dodged that. The vigilante snapped out of his mumbling. I was watching you, you saw my movements before I even got close to you. But you just stood there. Did you want me to cut you? Yes, he said honestly. Why? I was curious about your quirk. It's interesting. I've never seen one like that in person at least. I could have killed you by now. Why would you take that risk? Well, you haven't. And you wouldn't. You're curious about me. Don't you want to know how I recognized you? Hey, when does this wear off? He stared at the vigilante incredulously before barking out a laugh. He had to admit he liked this guy. What's your name? Ash. Kaizome was shocked, suddenly having a lot more respect for the vigilante. He had been hearing about Ash through his travels. He was a vigilante that helped others without expecting anything in return. He did not discriminate. And in the few months he'd been working, he had taken down corrupt people all over the country. He was not afraid of who they were. He had been watching the news last night when Takao Yutaka was arrested. His crimes were well known, but no one had done anything about him because he came from money. Yet the dirt Ash had dug up was undeniable. It was no wonder Ash knew his identity. Though he hadn't known what Ash looked like until today. The media knew his name, but they were never able to get his picture. He always disappeared before the cops, heroes, or the media arrive. He was shrouded in mystery. There wasn't much known about him. Many vigilantes were in it for power, glory, money, the rush of putting justice in their own hands. But Ash appeared to be selfless. He had not quite been able to figure out just why he was doing this. Ah, I can move again. I heard it could take up to 8 minutes. It must be about blood types then. What do you know about me? Ash was now casually leaning against the wall. Quite a bit. I've seen you roaming around for a while now, made me wonder. You seem to give up on Stendhal. What are you up to now? I don't care that much, but you're in my territory and I don't want trouble here. You've noticed how effed society is, haven't you? All these people running around in costumes calling themselves heroes. Disgusting. None of them are heroes. And the corruption needs to be fixed, yet none of these heroes are doing anything. Isn't it strange? So what are you going to do about it? Ash looked interested, standing up straight. You'll have to watch and find out. That's lame, but I am interested. I've heard a bit about you. I admire your efforts against this society. I'll be looking forward to what you do next. Don't go down the wrong path or someone might have to do something about you. Is that going to be you? Perhaps. Ash tilted his head to the side. You sure are interesting. Are you any good with that sword? Kaizome raised an eyebrow. Why was he asking? Looking for a teacher. I'm not the best with a sword. Kaizome doubted that. He had heard about the vigilante's incredible skills in combat, along with many others. Why me? The smaller vigilante smiled widely. Something about that smile seemed sarcastic. I just admire you so much. Kaizome stared at him as if saying, do you think I'm stupid? Do I need to say please? So many criminals tell me I've forgotten my manners. My mother would be disappointed. He had a feeling this vigilante would be a handful. But he wanted to see his evolution. He wanted to make sure he didn't change his ways like many heroes did after they got a little notability. And he was still on a journey himself. Fine. Does that mean the great Stendhal is my sensei? I don't go by that name anymore. Then what should I call you? I don't know yet. You probably know my real name anyway. Kaizome-sensei it is. This little sheet. Why are you watching that hero? Will you ever stop sneaking up on me? Kaizome questioned, continuing to watch the new hero. He had gotten used to the vigilante appearing suddenly without informing him beforehand, but it would still be nice to get a heads up. You know, Kaizomi-sensei, hanging out on rooftops is kind of sketchy. Why did he put up with this kid? And he said kid because it was clear the vigilante was on the young side. He wasn't sure how young exactly, but he couldn't be older than he would bet he was under that. Ash was very good at everything he did, but he showed his age sometimes. It was difficult to catch, but Kaizomi was good at watching and listening. His age didn't hold him back. He was more experienced than most older vigilantes and heroes he knew. Do you know that hero? His hero name is Ranger. He's new, only debuted a few weeks ago. He's not that popular, so many people haven't heard of him yet. He hasn't done anything monumental. His quirk is agility related. It allows him to make rapid attacks on his opponents. He's really good at close-range fighting. That would be a bit of a disadvantage for him if he fought you. You'd probably paralyze him in minutes. This was why he put up with the kid. It was like he was a human search engine. He wasn't sure if there was anything he didn't know. And when he didn't know something, he'd become an expert just a day later. Why are you so interested in heroes lately? Is this your new thing? Stalking heroes. You ask too many questions. And he was one to talk about stalking others. Let's go. He stood up. He was done here. He had all he needed for now. They walked to their usual training area in an abandoned part of town. He had been meeting with Ash for nearly a month, and the vigilante already had amazing skills. He was less of a teacher and more of a training partner. But he wasn't complaining, it was helping him improve too. And he was able to keep an eye on the vigilante to watch over his morals. It seemed like they mostly aligned with his. He could tell the vigilante had a deep hatred for hero society. He was curious to hear the story behind that, but Ash didn't seem open to sharing it. As he fought Ash, he continued to try and find answers to his questions. He still had no clue what his quirk was. Every time he got an idea, Ash would do something else and make him change his mind. And of course, the menace wouldn't tell him himself. He just shrugged and told him to guess. Ash's analytical ability was out of the world. Yet Kaizomi was thinking he was just naturally smart. He was ridiculously agile and a good fighter. He was also very quick. Kaizomi hadn't been able to cut him many times since that first night. All of those could be an option for his quirk, but he didn't know which one. It didn't matter much to him, but it was good to have that information. Ash had been better at hand-to-hand combat, but his skills with blades had improved significantly after training with Kaizomi. He wondered what Ash would think of his next path. Surely he would agree with his message. But Ash didn't kill, it was something he was strictly against, even if his opponent deserved it. As his blade was knocked out of his hands, he wondered if Ash would stop him if he dived too far into the deep end. Tsukachi was driving back to the station in his squad car. He had stopped at a red light when the door suddenly popped open. Ash casually sat down in the passenger's seat and put on his seatbelt. He was loudly sipping on a juice box. He stared at the vigilante. He wanted to be surprised, but after dealing with Ash for a few months, he couldn't be surprised at his spontaneousness. He always kept the detective on his toes. A few months ago Ash appeared. Tsukachi hadn't met him until recently. But Ash was contacting him from the start. He had begun getting anonymous tips from an untraceable number. He was skeptical at first, but he followed them every time and they led to important crimes. Over time, the vigilante revealed his name. He didn't reveal anything else Tsukachi wanted to know. Like why he had chosen to text him. And as Ash became more known, he noticed that Ash had a distaste for the police and heroes. He actively avoided them. Whenever they got close to him, he would be gone. Which made Tsukachi even more curious as to why Ash was trusting him with information. He had finally met the vigilante when Ash snuck into the police station and was sitting at his desk. After that, the vigilante just appeared whenever and wherever he wanted to. And he always disappeared before any of his fellow officers appeared or when Tsukachi wanted to bring him in for questioning. He didn't approve of vigilantism and he didn't trust Ash at first. That all changed when Ash had saved hundreds of people, disabling a bomb that even their experts had trouble with. He didn't knock out the team handling the bomb, but that didn't bother him as hundreds of lives had been saved. He wasn't going to arrest him unless something changed. He wasn't even sure if he could catch Ash if he tried. Even with backup. The light is green. What are you doing here? He asked, pressing his foot on the gas pedal. Can we stop for food? I haven't eaten in days. Those words registered in his mind a slight lie. He had a feeling it had been longer than a few days. What? Why not? I've been busy. I was working on something. But my head feels dizzy. I think that may be a bit concerning. A bit? He had noticed that Ash was terrible at taking care of himself. He turned into the first fast food place he saw and ordered food for Ash. Thanks. Ash grabbed the bag and started eating. After a few minutes, Ash pushed the bag to the side. He had eaten less than half of the food Tsukachi had bought. You should eat more. I don't want to eat right now, I'll take it with me. Are you going to tell me why you're here now? I heard you're doing a case with Eraserhead. Heard? Yup, and I happened to solve it for you too. He placed a thick folder on Tsukachi's lap. I'm too busy to deal with it myself. But I trust you two can handle it. Ash said, unbuckling his seatbelt. What are you dash? The door opened and Ash jumped out of the moving car. When Ash wasn't targeting specific people or groups, he patrolled different areas that were neglected by heroes and cops alike. The crime rates were high there and people were suffering, yet no one did anything. Most of the inhabitants were living in poverty and didn't have many resources. At first, they didn't like his meddling, but as their living situations improved, so did their appreciation for him. He didn't care much about what anyone thought of him though. He had something new to test out on patrol today. He had been working on it for so long, he had cried when he finished it. Hello. Hello Ash, my name is EMBR, your artificial assistant, how can I help you? Her voice still gave him chills, it was so lifelike. He had been working on this project for a few years, he had never expected it to go anywhere, but the past few months he had put all his free time towards it. Would be a big help with his vigilantism. Scan the security cameras in the area for any criminal activity. After a few minutes, a video feed was projected in front of him. He felt like he was in a Marvel movie. Tony Stark would be proud. Bank robbery 5 miles from here. The police have yet to be contacted. Let's go then. And call the police. He jumped on his hoverboard and rode in the direction the robbery was in. Ember gave him further directions when needed. He hopped off the board, it folded into a device he could keep with him. Shooting his grappling hook towards the roof, he broke open the vent and climbed through. He used the grappling hook to knock the guns out of the robber's hands. He jumped down to the ground, he heard a gasp from the bank teller who had been taken hostage. She looked happy to see him. Who is that? Robber number 1 asked. Beats me, let's get him. Robber number 2 didn't hesitate to attack Ash. He regretted that. Ash caught in his arms, robber number 2 yelled, Ash chucked him at robber number 1, they collided with a loud thud. Are you okay, miss? He asked the woman. She nodded. The police will be here soon. I'll tie these guys up for you. They were a bit pathetic. Even for knuckleheads in ski masks. They resisted, but Ash eventually handcuffed them together. The woman thanked him profusely, he brushed it off, he didn't like the praise. That wasn't why he was doing all this. He'd got away just before he heard the sirens. Aizawa entered the police station heading straight for Tsukachi's desk. He had gotten a call from the detective an hour ago, asking him to get to the station as soon as possible. It had been a long day and he was exhausted, but it sounded urgent. What's going on? Tsukachi stared at the juice packet in his hand for a moment, looking away to open a drawer, pulling out a drawer. I got a new lead on the case we were working on. Aizawa took the folder and flipped it open. He skimmed through the pages, intending to read them more thoroughly later, as there were about 100 pages in it. He immediately noticed how through the document it even had a table of context. It was separated into sections, each section was clearly explained. This isn't a lead, this is everything we need to make arrests. They hadn't had enough evidence to do so before, they had spent weeks investigating and found nothing. The morale was low, but this. Where'd you get this? You know Ash, the vigilante? Ash. He stared at Tsukachi as if he were crazy. He knew of Ash. He had heard a lot about him. But he also knew that Ash didn't deal with heroes or cops, he wouldn't. Another underground hero had tried to meet with him once, in disguise, but Ash knew exactly who he was. He had someone go in his place to tell him he didn't deal with heroes. No one knew why he despised them so much. The most interaction he had with the police was leaving the criminals he caught to be arrested. What do you mean? He gave it to me. Aizawa crossed his arms over his chest. I'm not sure I follow. He broke into my car, gave it to me, and then jumped out of the moving vehicle. I think you missed the part where you explained why he would help you. I'm not sure myself. He started contacting me months ago, he gave me heads up whenever he was going to do something big, let me know about criminals to pick up, and sometimes gave me information. I thought he didn't like the police. He doesn't, but he told me, if I have to trust a cop, you're the only one I could. I don't understand it myself. I have a feeling he might know me from his civilian life. I haven't been able to prove it, he's very careful with his words. He knew my quirk from the start. Well, let's get to work on this then. We have a long few days ahead of us. He wanted to ask more questions about Ash, but it wasn't the time for that. They had some villains to catch. Aizawa had severely underestimated the situation. He was still injured from his last mission. He was supposed to be taking it easy, but he rushed into a fight carelessly, and now he was losing. He went into it thinking that he would only be fighting 2 men. He had the upper hand until 5 other men had rushed in and overwhelmed him. Hisashi was right, he should still be resting. Shit, he had to reverse the situation and fast. Ah, this is disappointing. All heads turned to where the voice came from above. A masked character was perched on the rooftop above. His head was tilted and his voice took a condescending tone. The first time I see Eraserhead fighting up close and he's all bloodied and bruised. I guess someone should help him out. One of the criminals snorted, "What are you going to do about it, Short Stack? It's past your bedtime." With a sigh, he leapt into the air and landed perfectly in front of the men, punching one in the face. Aizawa took advantage of the distraction to drag himself up and start fighting again. Although he was hurting, he had no choice but to take this chance. The rest of the group didn't take the newcomer as a threat and focused on Aizawa. That was a bad idea. After finishing the first fight, the masked figure joined the fray. Aizawa had decided that this man was a vigilante. He didn't seem very hero-like, but he was helping one. Before, he had cooperated with vigilantes reluctantly, and he had a pretty good idea of all the vigilantes in the area, but he had never encountered this one. The vigilante intercepted the man trying to sneak up on Aizawa. Let's just level the playing field a little. Upon hearing bones breaking, Aizawa became alarmed. In his glance back, he saw the man who had attempted to take him down on the ground, groaning in pain. The vigilante had no qualms about breaking his arm. One of the 5 criminals turned their attention to Aizawa, who, in comparison with the fresh vigilante, was tired. However, he was able to muster the energy to deal with the one in front of him. Aizawa turned to give the vigilante some help, but he stopped when he noticed just how well he was faring. Aizawa was amazed at how fluid he moved, not one hit landed on him. He was expertly trained, but something about his movements was brutal. Like he purposely drew it out and made it hurt rather than putting them down right away. Shortly 4 went down to 3, then to 2, the last one tried to run away but Aizawa caught him with his capture weapon. He secured the whole group before turning to speak to the vigilante, but he was gone. Aizawa hadn't heard him move and yet he was gone. Todoroki. Shoto pulled his hood over his head, not sure how long he had been walking. It wasn't the first time his father had kicked him out of the house, but it was certainly the worst. His father blew up when they were training, he wasn't even sure what he did. His father brought up his mother and Todoroki felt an anger rise in him like never before. He wanted to yell back, but the next thing he knew his vision went black. He woke up to more yelling and then he found himself outside in the cold. He had been walking for God knows how long. He had honestly wanted to get as far away from his house as possible. There was a part of him that didn't want to go back. He knew he would have to eventually, but tonight he wanted nothing to do with his family. After receiving the first text from Fuyumi, he turned off his phone. Her constant excuses for their father made him sick. As much as Natsuo tried to help, he couldn't fully understand the situation. He missed Tuya, at least he would get what it felt like. If only his brother was alive. If only. His left side kept him warm, yet he felt numb all around. His whole body felt like he had been hit by a train. He had taken quite a beating at home and was put out into the cold. He hadn't eaten in a week either. His stomach was begging for a nice meal. He wondered when his father would give in. In all, it had been 1 week since he was kicked out, the longest he had ever locked him out for. Part of him hoped he would never call him home, although it hasn't been glamorous out on the streets. It was the first taste of freedom he's had in a long time. Freedom tasted like a meal after going without one for weeks, soft-serve ice cream on a scorching summer day, like iced cold water after a run. His stomach growled, he ought to stop thinking about food, it was making him even more hungry. He missed school a few days, but it's not like anyone would miss him. Besides, he wouldn't get into any trouble. His school turned a blind eye because of who his father was. When he came to school with bruises or missed a day without explanation, they did nothing. His father was highly regarded by the staff. Your father is a great hero, and you'll follow in his footsteps with that great quirk of yours. The principal had told him one day after he got an award for outstanding grades. Comments like those made him despise the career path more than he already did. They didn't care about his well-being, just that he was successful. One day, a classmate had reported his bruises to a teacher and ended up with detention for spreading lies. The other children learned to never mention it. Todoroki is just training extra hard to become a hero, one teacher explained when he had to change in front of the other boys and revealed a chest full of bruises. His father Endeavor told me it was his dream of becoming number one. She gushed as if she was a schoolgirl talking about the popular boy in school. He changed in the bathroom after that. He was limping around when he ran into some trouble. Where's this rich kid running off to? A large, burly man with a rugged appearance smoked a cigarette while wrapping his arm around his shoulder. Hey kid, ain't ya a little far from home? There were two other men smoking as well. He coughed, having inhaled the smoke. He tried to tug himself loose, but the man's grip was strong. Where you going? Let's play a little. Todoroki gave a blank stare. Aren't you a little too old to play with children? Are you a pedo? If anything, he knew how to annoy big intimidating men. Laughing, one man exclaimed, "This kid is funny." Shut up. My mother told me to stay away from pedophiles. Well, where is your mommy now? Still in a mental hospital, I would assume. But do you know her? Demon kid, that's tough. The man who had laughed earlier patted his back apologetically. If his friend wasn't holding him so tightly right now, he may have liked the man. Stop fooling around, hurry up and rob the kid. The third man chimed in. Todoroki froze after being picked up by the throat and slammed against the wall. Is it okay for him to fight back? He technically wasn't supposed to be using his quirk like that, but his life may be in danger. As he struggled to breathe, his vision filled with black spots. He wondered what his father's excuse would be when his body was found. Although his father was a good liar, perhaps his siblings would be fed up after the death of another brother. Natsuo was already at the edge. Perhaps he should let them kill him, then maybe his mother and siblings could be free too. His right hand touched the hand holding him up. His quirk reflexively activated. The man made a surprised sound and dropped him. The wound on his torso, which had reopened, soaked his shirt with blood. Regardless of the pain, he stood up, activating his flight sense, and started running for his life. Behind him, he froze the ground. He stumbled into an alley and collapsed on the ground. Hey, you okay, kid? Unaware that anyone else was nearby, he jumped. Following the voice, his eyes fell on a man dressed in ash gray with a hood over his head, bunny ears flopping to one side. The mask he was wearing covered the area around his eyes. A flat board was hovering above the ground next to him. Suddenly, Todoroki felt a shiver run down his spine. He felt like he should be very afraid of this man. Are you a hero? He questioned. The costume gave him that idea, but he wasn't sure. The man twisted his face into an indignant scowl as if the words that were coming from Todoroki's mouth were the most outrageous words he had ever heard. Of course I'm not. He wondered why he was so offended. Ah then, who are you? My name is Ash. His eyes grew wide. Although he knew little about vigilantism, he had heard about this one quite a bit. He had caused him the arrest of one of his father's biggest supporters. A government official that always rubbed Todoroki the wrong way. It was enjoyable to see the number 2 hero so enraged at a vigilante. His father resented them, feeling that they were interfering with something they should not be involved in. They were nothing more than villains to him. Even if one helped him out, he would arrest them immediately. Before, he had acted like they were ants that he could crush. It was undeniable, however, that Ash was trouble. Although he should be frightened, he felt at ease at his presence. What's your name? He paused. What should he say? Shoto. He finally answered. It was a common name and it didn't tie him with his father in any way. No matter how nice, Ash was a dangerous vigilante who was supposedly a master at technology and gathering information. Are you running away from home, Shoto? No, he said defensively. He really wasn't. Then what are you doing out here at this time? No offense, but you don't look like you belong here. Ash looked him up and down, his eyes landing on his blood-filled shirt. You look like you're going to pass out any minute now. Should I take you to a hospital? No. Please don't do that. He panicked. They would call his father. All right then, but someone needs to patch you up and I assume you don't have anywhere to go. I'll take you with me. Are you okay with that? Shoto nodded. He wanted to protest but he had no energy left to do so. Don't fall asleep on me, okay? He didn't know why he felt as though he could trust this man, but he leaned into him. Seconds later, he felt like he was flying. Ash brought Shoto to his warehouse. It was the closest place that he could patch the kid up. The bleeding was quite profuse, and he needed medical attention. However, he was adamant about not going to the hospital. Ash figured he was likely running away from someone. Someone who he couldn't afford to be called to the hospital. He had a soft spot for abused children. He already had over a dozen kids he had saved from abused homes as Ash. Some of them hung around him when he was patrolling. He carried him in and placed him on the sofa. "Wait here, I'll get my first aid kit." He was still in full costume, not taking a risk when it came to others finding out his identity. A tracker was detected on Shoto. It was disabled when you arrived at the base. Ember informed him through his earpiece. Since he was distrustful of everyone and couldn't be sure that someone wasn't trying to track him, he had taken precautions around all his properties. He gathered his first aid kit from the bathroom and went back to Shoto. "Take off your shirt, please." Shoto complied, wincing as he removed his shirt. His muscles were well defined, despite only looking around Ash's age. There were some nasty bruises on his stomach that hadn't been properly treated. Despite not showing it, he was horrified by the number of bruises on Shoto's body. "This might hurt," he warned, sterilizing the wound. He wondered how he got it, if it was from the streets or from home. He would have to stitch it up. "Do you have to go home tonight?" "No, he stared at the ground for a minute. "My father kicked me out for a bit. But I'll have to go home eventually." "And is that where you got all the bruises from?" Shoto didn't answer, but they both knew the answer. "I could do something about him." "No, you can't," Shoto muttered in a defeated tone. "He may seem like the strongest man in the world to you right now, but I promise someone could take him down." "You shouldn't try, he's too powerful." "Okay, but when you leave, I'll give you a number to contact me. In case you change your mind. Powerful men who choose to use their power to do despicable things should have no power." He finished the stitches and placed wrap over it. Then he applied some cream to the bruises. They would fade eventually, but it would help. "I'll make some food for you. You look hungry." The warehouse had been equipped with a kitchen. He could spend days here at a time. He made him a quick bowl of fried rice, not making any for himself. He had eaten breakfast this morning and he didn't need anything else. Shoto took a bite, looking at him with wide eyes. "You can cook too?" He shrugged. "Jack of all trades, I guess." The rest of Shoto's food was devoured swiftly. He had made a lot, guessing he hadn't eaten in a while. He quickly fell asleep after dinner. Once he was out, Ash took out his laptop and continued to gather information for his next big mission. This one would be troublesome. Shoto awoke in a plush bed, with the softest sheets he had ever felt. And his bed at home had 1,000 thread count sheets. He didn't want to get out of the bed. This was how the vigilante was going to trap him here, with soft sheets. How malicious. He dragged himself out of bed, not wanting to part from the sheer comfort from the sheets. He opened the door to the room. Outside there was a hallway with many doors. He had no clue how to find Ash, and he didn't think the vigilante wanted him exploring. "Go straight forward, turn to the right once you're out of the doorway, and keep walking." A feminine yet slightly robotic-sounding voice informed him. He jumped, looking up to find where the voice came from. "Who?" "My name is Ember, Ash's artificial intelligence. You can ask me if you have any questions." Ash is currently in the training room. Artificial intelligence? Just how smart was this man? She sounded so lifelike. He followed the directions and came across a large training room. Ash was in the middle of the room, going head-to-head with a robot with a metal staff. He wasn't surprised by anything anymore. From what he had seen from this warehouse, everything was super high-tech. Like it was out of a futuristic movie. He watched in awe as the two performed what looked like a choreographed dance. Ash dodged a blast from the robot. Rolling down to the floor, he did a kip-up. He intercepted the robot arm that was coming at him with his staff. The robot knocked it across the room. Oh no! He started to back away from the robot. He was avoiding all attempts to hit him. He was running away, but it didn't look cowardly. Shoto gasped as he flipped over the robot, landing behind it, causing it to look around in confusion. Ash kicked its back and brought it down to a knee. He went to kick it in the face, but his leg was caught. "Sheet!" he cursed, missing a step, allowing the robot to pull him to the ground. He rolled out of the way of another blast. The robot came closer. He closed his legs around the neck of the robot and flipped it onto the ground. He pressed the button in the middle of its chest and the robot stopped moving. Ash stood up and looked over at Shoto. "Good morning." He had many questions floating through his mind, but the one that came out was unrelated to what had just happened. "Where do you get your sheets?" Ash barked out a laugh. "It's a secret." He narrowed his eyes. "It was illegal, wasn't it? Do you want breakfast?" He nodded. He was feeling better after eating last night and having his injuries taken care of. His body only slightly ached. "Follow me." He followed Ash to the kitchen area. He watched as Ash started to cook. He had never learned how to cook, but it always interested him. Ash made a simple breakfast of eggs, toast, and bacon, but it was delicious. Once he had finished cooking, he excused himself to shower. Shoto wondered why he hadn't made food for himself. He could have eaten before training, but he imagined that he worked up an appetite. Ash came back after about 20 minutes. He still had his mask on, but he was wearing an oversized sweatshirt and sweatpants. He looked so small in normal clothing. You look like you want to ask me a million questions. I'll answer a few. Why did you become a vigilante? I used to think that heroes were amazing, that they sacrificed so much for the act of saving others. And maybe some do. But in all situations where someone needed saving, there wasn't a hero in sight. Villains aren't the only danger. The system as it is now doesn't even try to protect everyone. I got fed up seeing people suffering. I had the skills and tools to do something, so I did. Heroes can't save everyone, and sometimes they won't. I can't rely on heroes, so I'll take things into my own hands. He bit his lip, looking like he had more to say, but he didn't. He stood up. I have to go. You can walk around freely. Some doors are locked. Don't try to open them. Ask Ember if you need something. Over the next few days, Shoto stayed in the warehouse. Ash came and went. When he was gone, Ember helped him out. When Ash was around, he didn't mind Shoto sitting and watching him. He was often on the computer, typing something, he didn't know what exactly. He also spent a lot of time working out. The training room was really nice. He always dreaded training with his father, but a part of him wanted to train there. Ash had built a lot of gadgets to help him train by himself. He was very athletic and a good fighter. Shoto wondered how he would match up against him. He wasn't sure when Ash had the time to sleep or eat. He was constantly working at something. He had been so comfortable at the Vigilante's warehouse the past few days. He was able to relax, eat delicious meals, and not worry about training. And the Vigilante was good company. Although he didn't talk much, Shoto enjoyed their conversations when he did. His heart sank when he finally received a call from his father. He let it go to voicemail. His phone buzzed with a text message seconds later. It looked like he would have to finally go home. Is Ash here? He asked Ember. He's in the kitchen. He navigated his way to the main room. Ash was sitting crisscrossed on the kitchen counter typing away at his laptop, nursing a coffee cup in his hand. He honestly looked like a child. It was amusing. Shoto didn't find much to be funny, but he found himself failing to stifle a laugh. Ash looked up at him. He took a deep breath. I need to go home. A dark look crossed the Vigilante's face. He shut his laptop. I'll see you out. That was easy. He didn't even argue. All right. He was a bit sad to go, but he was more terrified of his father to just stay. In the end, he couldn't hide from him. Not when his only purpose was to fill the Flame Hero's dreams. If you change your mind or need a place to stay, don't be afraid to contact me. And you could come back here if you'd like. He nodded. He wasn't going to change his mind anytime soon. But if he got kicked out again, he had nowhere else to go. Don't tell anyone about this place, or I'll have to kill them and you. I won't. I'm kidding, don't make that face. Let's go. Outside the warehouse was deceiving. He wouldn't have guessed what was inside. Ash walked him to the area where they had first met before parting ways. Goodbye, Shoto. Bye, Ash. He turned to leave but paused. How was he supposed to contact Ash? He turned to ask, but the Vigilante was gone. He sighed. It seemed they weren't meant to meet again. It took him 2 hours to get home. How had he walked this far before? His calves were burning. It must have been the adrenaline. Fuyumi greeted him the second he walked into the house. Shoto, I was so worried. I'm sure you were, he said dryly. If she was so worried, she would have stopped their father, talked sense into him. Or would have helped him after he was kicked out. He loved her, but she was a coward when it came to their father. You look good. Where did you stay? I have no idea why he took so long to get you back. Is father home? No. Then I'll be going to my room. He brushed past her. He didn't have time to deal with her. He wouldn't have much peace when his father came home. He laid on his bed. The sheets were not as soft as ashes. His phone buzzed. He picked it up, expecting it to be from his father, but it wasn't. No. You left your shirt here. You'll have to come back. He smiled and started to type. Izuku was visibly distracted, spending the past hour typing, deleting and rewriting the coding over and over again. He kept making stupid mistakes, avoidable ones too, but he continued to zone out as his fingers flew across the keyboard. What should I do? He sighed. I would recommend you eat dinner and get a proper night's rest, Ember answered. That was not what I meant. Oh, it wasn't? I thought the answer was obvious considering you haven't had proper rest in over a week or a meal either. But I guess I was mistaken. Naturally, he programmed a sassy little sheet to be his sidekick. Despite not being a real person, she had easily become his closest companion. He didn't talk to many people outside of being Ash. He didn't take very good care of himself, she always reminded him to, even though he didn't listen half the time. You know human bodies are fragile. You should nurture yours, I would not like it if you disappeared. Of course, she had to guilt him into it. Though if he did die, she would be all alone. He wouldn't want that. She may be a highly advanced artificial intelligence, but she is practically a newborn. She's only come into this world fully weeks ago. She had infinite knowledge at her fingertips, but that didn't mean she understood it all. She wasn't human, she couldn't grasp normal human concepts. At least at first. She had been programmed to learn and adapt constantly. I know I'll sleep soon. And food. I'll eat breakfast. But I meant about Shoto? Why don't you just kill his father? She replied nonchalantly. It's not okay to kill people, Ember. I still do not understand, he's clearly a bad person. You'll figure it out one day. He sighed, not wanting to explain it again. He had to, many times before when he was out fighting criminals. He let the boy go home, he wasn't going to keep him here against his will. But he didn't feel good about letting him go back to an abusive home. But he said he wasn't going to do anything unless he changed his mind, so he would keep that promise for now. Izuku's eyes flung open, his chest felt tight as he let out silent sobs into his pillow. Another bad dream. He added another tick to the imaginary list in his mind. His dreams were always filled with death and destruction, much like his life. This time, he had been surrounded by everyone he loved, his parents, his uncle, Kaken, and his family, all together having dinner. It was a warm, wonderful feeling, eating his favorite meals, laughing at stories being told. What could possibly ruin that moment? Smoke filled his vision and he knew something was burning. But he was the only one who noticed. He begged them to leave, to evacuate the building, but they told him it was just his imagination. And then the dining room went up in flames. The fire consumed each person one by one, but it didn't touch him. It mockingly took all his loved ones from him, burned his childhood home, and left him to stare at the corpses and the charred walls. Breathe, breathe, Izuku. He was trying to breathe. Why couldn't he breathe? Someone was speaking to him, he didn't quite hear the words, but breathing became easier. The fog from his mind cleared, making him realize that Ember was leading him through a breathing exercise. She knew what to do at this point, she had seen him through enough panic attacks that she was a pro. He took a few more shaky breaths and dragged himself out of bed. He slowly walked to the kitchen for a cup of water, he drained it in seconds, then another. I'm okay, he announced. I'm glad. He needed to get out. He didn't care where. Just anywhere would do. He stuck earbuds in his ears to block out the busy sounds of the street. It was lightly raining, but he didn't mind. Jogging in the rain could be relaxing, especially when it wasn't too heavy. As he ran, he almost felt as if his mother was running beside him. When they first began running together, Izuku couldn't keep up with her. She was so agile, he never thought he would ever catch up. But over the years he did. At this point, he probably had greater endurance than she did, but he would never be able to put it to the test. No matter how much he imagined she was still here, she wasn't. It was a hard pill to swallow. In fact, it was still lodged somewhere in his throat. Running helped him deal with his rage, he quickened his pace, his feet hitting the pavement felt satisfying. He went running every day with his activities as Ash, he needed to keep up his endurance. He ran, not keeping track of how far he was going. Soon, he heard a loud chatter that got past the music blasting in his ears. He slowed down to look at what was going on. A large crowd was gathered in the street, cameras flashing, children leaning on the tips of their toes to see, people chatting excitedly. Izuku knew exactly what was going on, he had spent too much of his childhood in crowds like these. A hero was fighting nearby. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, now he avoided heroes as much as possible. He felt uncomfortable being around them. He didn't trust any of them, he couldn't. Not all of them were terrible, he could admit that, but he could never be sure. People who he thought he could look up to just disappointed him. In reality, heroes and villains were not black and white. Every individual possessed the capacity for good and evil, the distinction was which one you choose to invest in. Sometimes evil starts at small, dishonesty, a bit of greed, anger. It isn't always intentional, but it is hard to pull yourself to the light when those factors consume you. In some cases, evil is bred. Feed to you from the beginning that it is all you know. A child will likely mimic the behavior they observe. Izuku doesn't think that most villains dreamt of being evil as children. He doesn't doubt that some didn't realize the path they were on before it was too late. For them, redemption isn't an option, they do whatever they can to be free. Quirks play a large part in this. There are quirks that people deem worthy of heroism. As soon as Bakugo got his quirks, everyone around him had their mind made up. They praised him and told him he would be a great hero. But had it been any more destructive, there might have been a different stance. As Ash, Izuku ran into many people who called their quirks villain quirks. He wasn't naive enough to believe that quirkless people were the only ones being shamed for the quirks, well, lack thereof. He knew others were shamed because they had a weak quirk, or a useless one, or even a dangerous one. But his brain couldn't grasp the fact that people limited others by putting quirks in categories such as evil ones. There was no such thing. Everything was up to how you used it. But yet, some people lived their entire lives being told that they were good for nothing but being evil. It was psychologically damaging and angered Izuku quite a bit. So when heroes, ones that had been praised by the broken system their entire lives, secretly acted more like villains, it made Izuku furious. A hero was supposed to be selfless, good, they were supposed to give people hope. But some of them were no more corrupt than villains. And ordinary people suffered for it. He still hated Endeavor with a passion for what he had done to his parents and other innocent people. But there wasn't much he could do about him, not yet at least. The Hero Commission was an incredibly powerful force. Becoming their enemy was terribly dangerous, and that's why he was on his way to becoming exactly that. They likely wouldn't see him as a threat right now, but he was going to be a thorn in their side. His long-time goal would be to destroy them entirely. They were disgustingly corrupt. It would be a tough feat for him alone, but he'd achieve it somehow. He would tear them down brick by brick. Izuku stood in the back of the crowd. He couldn't see anything, but he heard the sound of destruction. Heroes left destruction wherever they went. Some of them destroyed more than they saved. He always tried to minimize the damage as he went. A familiar tuft of blonde hair came into view. Could it be? He slipped into the crowd, getting a closer look. Sure enough, Kaken was here. He hid behind a taller man, who was so immersed in the heroes that he didn't notice. He peeked out behind him and focused on his old friend. Kaken was standing by himself, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He was paying no attention to what was in front of him. Instead, he seemed to be looking for something. Well, in this case, he was likely looking for someone. The explosive blonde wasn't typically interested in hero sightings. He only went when Izuku dragged him there. If he wanted to find Izuku, this would be a good place to start. At least for the old Izuku. The new one wouldn't be caught dead drooling over heroes in his free time. This place was a bit far from where he used to live. Kaken came all the way here, just to see if he showed up. Izuku wondered if Kaken went to all the ones he could to see if he would be there. A part of him wanted to go to him, hug him, tell him he was sorry for disappearing, tell him he missed him. But he didn't. He turned and began to walk away. Kaken just needed to forget about him and go on and become a great hero. Izuku wasn't anyone special. Kaken didn't need him. He shouldn't care about him. Izuku didn't need anyone. He was doomed to be alone. Looking at what happened to everyone he cared about, he'd rather not drag anyone else into the curse of getting close to him. He was determined to never let anyone in again. He was prepared to start running when he heard screaming. He whipped his head around, but he couldn't see anyone. Ember, what's going on? Heroes are down. The building is about to collapse with a few people inside, and the villain has taken a hostage from the crowd. Sheet. Any other heroes nearby? MD lady just arrived, but she's not suited for such a fragile building. I've estimated that it will collapse in under 10 minutes. He rolled his eyes. She was a new hero, but she could be useless. Sludge villain incident. Yes, he was still bitter. He took off running, not even questioning if he should help, despite doing his vigilante work at night. Lives were at risk. He changes into his costume in an empty alleyway, stashing his backpack in a nearby dumpster. His hoverboard expanded and he jumped aboard. He brought out his extra one, which followed closely behind him. Most people have evacuated, but there are 5 people on the top floor. Ember displayed the news feed of the building through his mask. Got it, and the villain? Bargaining with the police. Any news on his quirk? He has some sort of cannon engraved in his hands. Interesting. He hoped by the time he got everyone out, the heroes would have taken care of him. But for some reason, he didn't completely believe it. He flew into the building through an open window. The top floor was some sort of corporate office. The entire building was in terrible shape, like it would collapse if a wolf huffed and puffed at it. He would need to minimize trips before it collapsed. He stayed on the hoverboard to avoid putting any weight on the floor. The villain had likely blasted through the support. It would likely collapse under the time Ember had given him. He had to hurry. It didn't take too long to find the first people. 2 women were huddled together in the corner, with their eyes closed. They had likely accepted their deaths already and filled these last moments with human contact. "Excuse me," he said in a comforting voice. People in disasters were easily startled. "I'm here to help you." They looked at him in disbelief. One woman let out a relieved sob. "Just step on this board, it'll bring you down. There are paramedics down there who will check you out if you have any injuries. Please be quick, I have to get the other people." They understood quickly and followed his directions, yelling their thanks as they descended towards the ground. He continued through the floor. He came across a chunk of floorboard missing. A man was hanging onto virtually nothing. The fear was clear in his eyes. His hands were slipping. Ash made it there just in time to grab his hand before he fell down 11 floors. He helped him onto the hoverboard. "Just sit there for a moment." They ventured further into the building, Ash being sure to avoid missing parts of the floor. He found the fourth man, hiding under a desk. He carefully stepped onto a piece of floor that was still standing. He was very lightweight, but the floor still trembled at the sudden weight. He put the man on board and sent the two on their way down. He carefully walked through the building. He should make some anti-gravity boots, they would have come in handy right now. He cursed as he almost fell through a collapsed floorboard. "Ember, when will the other board be back?" "Right now." He let out a sigh of relief and jumped back on it and continued through the floor. The building was about to fully collapse any minute now. "Hello," he called out. He had almost searched the whole floor and he hadn't found the last one. "Are you sure it was 5 people, Ember?" "Yes, there's still another heat signal on this floor. It was around here." He was skeptical until he heard whimpering under a pile of rubble. He quickly started to dig the person out, going as fast as he could but using as much care as possible. The main piece was lying on top of the woman's chest. It was heavy but he heaved it off. "You'll be okay," he said. She sounded like she was in terrible pain. He needs to get her down to the paramedics as soon as possible. He picked her up with care. The hoverboard lowered itself to the ground so he could step on. It slowly floated to the window, and as if it was carrying a sleeping newly born child, the roof was caving in as they made their escape. Ash heard the building collapse behind him as they lowered to the ground. He was sure it was a badass visual. Has a hero taken care of the villain yet? They called in backup, but they have not helped the situation. He dropped off the injured woman to the paramedics. They were waiting for him. The other people he had saved had likely told them about him. "She's the last one." "Thank you," the woman who grabbed him said. She didn't care to ask who he was. She was just grateful that someone had saved these people. He felt eyes on him. A few of the reporters had turned their camera in the direction of the building, then to him when he came out instead of the villain. He could hear them questioning who he was. He ignored them and flew towards the villain. He flew high up into the sky so he wouldn't be seen. The villain was holding a young boy, his hand pressed against his head, threatening to blast it off if the police didn't give in to his demands. He took his grappling hook from his utility belt and changed the setting. He had added a few extra settings to the tool. The one he had turned to was a mix between the original grappling hook and inspired by Eraserhead's capture weapon. He shot it out. It latched onto the child and brought him into Ash's arms. "Hey, you okay, kid?" He shook his head through tears. "Would you feel better if I beat that villain up?" The kid's lips turned up for just a second. "You okay watching from up here?" He nodded. "Good, I'm going to lower down a bit. But you'll be safe here, it won't drop you. Okay? I'll get you back to your parents as soon as I can." The hoverboard lowered enough for Ash to be able to jump. The villain, the crowd, and the police were all looking around for the child. Ash jumped off the board, throwing his body against the villain, pushing him further away from everyone else. They tumbled to the ground. "Another hero? How many do I have to beat?" "Not a hero," he growled, kicking him across the chest. "Well, you're getting in the way of my plans, so I'll have to eliminate you." He started to run. To others, it may look like he was running away, but he was attempting to get into an area where nothing would be damaged. Ash jumped out of the way of the blast emitted from his hand. If he wasn't in a fight, he would have liked to analyze this quirk. It was a bit similar to Kaken, except it was a straight blast and there was some sort of device on his palms. He continued to dodge blasts. One caught him slightly on the shoulder. It demanded FANG hurt. But it didn't stop Ash. He had his katana out and had delivered blows of his own. He needed to get in closer, to stop him. Suddenly he rushed forward, taking the blast head-on. His suit protected him from most of the damage. It still hurt. He grabbed the villain's arm while it was in mid-blast and slipped a bracelet on him. The blasts immediately stopped. What the hell? It worked. I wasn't sure. It was a homemade quirk suppressing bracelet he had made after stealing suppressing cuffs from his favorite detective. He didn't have the time to test it out on anyone, but he had been carrying it around with him. It was a good thing it worked on the first try. It would have been a mess if it didn't. He trusted his inventions. He felt a bit uneasy handing the villain over to the cops with it, but it would self-destruct the minute they tried to look into it. It would be a nice surprise for them. He placed regular HNDCFFS on top of the bracelet and dragged him back over the police force. Who are you? A hero that was standing by, doing nothing? No one, I'm just doing your jobs for you like usual. All these heroes and not one of them could deal with him, just outrageous. How come it happens so often? Do you guys get paid to watch people be hurt? How dare you dash? The hoverboard came down to meet him. The little boy jumped on him and hugged him tightly. That was so cool. He started to chat excitedly about what he had just done. It warmed his heart a bit, reminding him about when he got so excited about things like that. The kid trailed off. He was looking at something in the distance. Mom. Dad. Ash placed him on the floor so he could run over to his parents. The parents cried as they embraced their child. Who are you? A reporter questioned. Can you elaborate on your remarks about heroes? Another question. This was why he avoided the public as much as he could. Isn't that Ash? A police officer questioned out of nowhere. That looks like the sketch we have. It is. Another confirmed. Most police had never actually seen the vigilante, but they had countless accounts of what he looked like from people he had saved or caught. He had seen the sketches when he hacked into their database. He was technically a wanted criminal since vigilantism is illegal. He heard the media that was gathered start to talk about him. This was his first real public appearance after all. That was his cue to leave. Well, this was fun. He jumped on the hoverboard, but I have things to do. Hey, wait. You're a criminal. Arrest him. Fat chance. He started to fly away, not looking back. Full speed Ember. She brought him back to the dumpster to get his belongings. He quickly changed back into his normal clothing. He broke into another jog in the direction of his apartment. He passed the police, but they didn't spare him a second glance. Dobby was peacefully having a smoke break when a young couple stumbled into the alley he was in. The man was holding the woman tightly by the waist. She seemed so out of it. The man pushed her against the wall and began to kiss her. The woman was squirming under his touch. The ripping of fabric was awfully loud. Babe, stop. Her voice was shaking as she tried to push him away. Don't tell me what to do, honey. He punched her in the face. Come on, I have to get you home soon. Anger flared in him. He hated people who treated their partners like what they wanted didn't matter. It stemmed from his parents' relationship. He put his cigarette out on his body and approached the two. The man saw him immediately. Hey man, me and my girl and kind of doing something right now. If you could leave that would be great. Hey, you're gonna let the woman go, all right? Oh yeah, what will you do about it, buddy? How about I burn you a crisp? Dobby's hand erupted in blue flames. He held them close enough to the man that he would feel exactly how hot they were. The man screamed and let go of the woman. Dobby caught her as the man scrambled away, tripping over his own feet and face planting. Perhaps he should burn the BSRD after all. He was going to let him go, but he was too pathetic to run away. Before he could do anything else, the man was kicked down as he tried to get up. He recognized the one who had kicked him as Ash, a vigilante that he was sure if people hadn't known who he was before, they did today. Dobby had never met the man personally, but they did run in some of the same circles. He had passed him on more than one occasion. Where the F did he even come from? Is she okay? He looked up at Dobby like he would have an answer to the question. He most definitely did not. I don't know, man, I'm not a doctor. She looked fine, despite getting a punch to the skull. Although there was no light in the alley, he could feel the eye roll coming from the vigilante. Ash produced HNDCFFS from out of nowhere. Seriously, where did they come from? That outfit was so tight. At least he wasn't wearing spandex. Ash placed one cuff on the man and the other to a rusted pipe attached to the building. He stepped closer. That costume was pretty badass up close. He would never wear one, but it was nice to look at. Hey, you alright? He asked the woman directly. Yes, I'm okay. You guys didn't have to interfere, I'm used to this. Hey, nobody should have to be used to assault. Dobby felt rather strongly about that statement. He's my boyfriend, it's not that big of a deal. She said the words, but her body language suggested she didn't quite believe it. It is a big deal. Do you really want to marry that guy? He's going to continue treating you like shit, and then he'll treat your kids like that. And it's all going to blow up. He's right, Ash agreed. I'll take him in. But nothing will happen to him if you don't press charges against him, it will just be a never-ending cycle. You deserve better than him. But no one can force you to. She didn't respond, but she at least looked like she was thinking about their words. Ash turned his attention to the man, he picked him back up and handcuffed both his hands together. He looked like he was getting ready to leave. Hey wait, are you leaving me with her? What am I supposed to do? Take her to the hospital. Okay, that was an obvious answer, but it wasn't his job to take a random woman to the hospital. He wasn't really going to leave them here? How did Ash even know he could trust Dobby to take her? He could be a dastardly person for all he knew. He opened his mouth to object but they were gone. Did they even go? Hey Ash! He yelled, hoping the vigilante was still nearby and would stop to listen. Kick him around a bit more. He deserves it. Abusers deserve to get the sheet beat out of them. He couldn't wait to smack around the biggest abuser he knew. Take her to the hospital, he mimicked the vigilante under his breath, with a hint of annoyance. This is way above my pay grade. Luckily there was a hospital nearby, it was just a few minutes walk from where they were. He walked as fast as he could, the bright hospital sign was glowing down on them, though they were yards away. He sighed, it was time to give a shitty pep talk. I know you might feel helpless like if you leave him, you'll have no one, that you need him, and no one will ever love you again. But I promise it's not true, you don't need him, he needs you. If you leave him, he'll have to find another woman to manipulate and gaslight until they're dependent on him alone. He feels strong beating down someone physically weaker than him and having you bend to his every will. But in reality, you're much stronger than he'll ever be, don't let him ruin your life. I've seen it happen to an amazing woman. He stopped just before they got to the hospital and set her down. He patted her on the back encouragingly. Go in there, get checked, and file a restraining order against that bastard. You might regret it now, but in the long run, it'll be one of the best decisions you ever make. Thank you, her voice was barely a whisper. If only someone had told his mother that a long time ago. Life would be a lot different. He didn't like to dwell on his past, he couldn't change it. Their family was broken, he had accepted it a long time ago. He left for a reason. How did he keep ending up in these situations? He didn't know. He was practically a vigilante himself at this point. It wasn't intentional, he just constantly kept running into situations where someone needed help and he was the only one around. And he couldn't help but think, what if that was his sister? Or his brothers? DMN, he couldn't get rid of his sympathy no matter how hard he tried. Dobby was not a good person, he hadn't tried to be one ever since he left home. He did whatever he could to survive and he would do whatever he could to achieve his goals. And he didn't care how far down the wrong path it took him. His ultimate goal was to destroy his father and everything he built up, to show the world exactly who their hero was. So yeah, he wasn't a good person. This sheet gave him a headache. He needed another cigarette. The yellow light of the cheap television in the hotel room illuminated Kaizome's face. He flipped between channels until he found the news. His interest peaked as he saw the screen read, Pro-Hero Upheave Under Fire. Days after the disaster in downtown Fukuoka where Pro-Hero Upheave arrested a villain, saving over 100 lives, but resulting in over 50 casualties, more had it not been for the vigilante we've come to know as Ash, said vigilante has spoken out. Much like his incident with the former congressman, Ash leaked pictures, videos, and documents of incriminating evidence about the pro-hero and how he believes he is a danger to the internet. It was paired with a video from the man himself which we will show you after the break. Of course, it was Ash, he laughed. The vigilante had been nothing but trouble for those who believed in this broken society since the day he appeared. He stopped small crimes, helped those who were overlooked by the police and heroes, but he also exposed politicians, businessmen, and heroes it seemed. It was clear that he had a clear goal. He had spent enough time around the young vigilante to know he did. The kid was a genius, a scheming one at that, he was always careful, his plans were intricate, if one failed he had another one, he never gave up either. One time Kaizome had sliced him up all over, he was bleeding enough to pass out, neither of them held back when they were sparring, and Kaizome had to force him to stop. He had most likely been running on adrenaline at that point, but he fought nearly as well as he did without the injury. Ash did well against smaller blades, but he didn't have a lot of experience with swords. His lack of experience was notable at first but quickly diminished to almost nothing. If Kaizome taught him something he would learn it in a flash. And if he made a mistake, he'd never make it again. He had to doubt if the vigilante was human. Though one day he had come to training, clearly distraught, asking Kaizome to just talk to him, tell him anything, desperation clouding his voice. Kaizome complied, told him stories of him as Stendhal, told him why he wasn't anymore, told him what he thought about hero society. Ash just sat and listened. The next thing he knew, he had a lapful of a sleeping vigilante on the roof of an abandoned warehouse. He didn't move. Ash awoke before dawn. They watched the sunrise. He didn't ask for an answer to what had happened the night before, and Ash didn't offer one. It told him that Ash was human, and he was young. He never thought he would care for the vigilante. He didn't care for anyone, but something about Ash stirred something in him. He just had this irresistible effect on people that made them care and root for him. He had hung up his vigilante mask and washed his hands from that life, but Ash had disrupted that and delayed his next steps. A part of him wanted to take Ash with him into his inevitable dive deeper into the darkness, but he knew the vigilante belonged in the light. Kaizome would change society his way, and there was no doubt that Ash would change it his way. He turned his attention back to the news as it came back from commercials. The vigilante was sitting in a dark room, the room barely lit. The silhouette of his body was clear, but not much else was. Fukuoka was a complete shitshow, Ash started, his voice much more altered than it normally was. A villain was caught, but what was the price? Over 10 lives and about 40 injured, some in critical condition. Just because a hero was very reckless. I've had my eye on Upheave for a while now. He's been incredibly reckless since his debut, and it's only getting worse. Video from this incident itself will show that those casualties were almost completely avoidable. Looking at the curriculum from the classes required to get a hero license, Upheave ignored almost everything he was taught. Example. The screen changed to a clear video of Upheave and said incident. Ash commented over the video, explaining just where the hero went wrong and how the way he used his quirk resulted in destruction, while not achieving anything in apprehending the villain. The video faded and they went back to Ash and the dark room. And that is just a brief example of what I was talking about. I've compiled video evidence of multiple instances like this over the years of his hero career, along with accounts from people who have lasting injuries from his recklessness, and audio of the hero himself admitting to his careless behavior, acknowledging it is due to a lack of effort from his side as he believes catching the villain and being praised is most important. And finally, proof of corruption and misreporting and wrong filing paperwork from the hero. I'm a wanted criminal and yet my actions haven't resulted in all these deaths. Are hero licenses just licenses to kill for some of you heroes? He is certainly not the first and he won't be the last hero like this. I won't tell you what to think, but after the other day and what I'm releasing now, is this really who you want to protect you? Amen. Kaizome whistled out of apperception. He was all for Ash exposing false heroes. He didn't have any hope for heroes. It seemed like they were getting increasingly worse. The fame and money that came with the job attracted them. They were all unworthy of being called heroes. There was only one who he would call a hero, All Might. He had more than proved that he was the only true hero around. When he had first heard of Ash, he appreciated him immediately. He didn't save people to get rich or to become famous. He just seemed to save people because he could. And he had 10 times the integrity of heroes. Even compared to other vigilantes, he was an anomaly. He defied expectations. He threw himself into his work even if the risk was high. And what Ash just did was incredibly risky. Only a madman, which Kaizome would consider himself to be, would target heroes, despite being correct in his assessment and having proof. The public had a blind admiration for heroes, even when they did more harm than good. He doubted the hero would face many repercussions. You had to take extreme measures to get rid of people like that. He would advise Ash wasn't as far gone as he was. Kaizome was a cold and cruel man. He had killed his first person a long time ago and had left a trail of bodies behind him. Ash didn't need to. Before he left, he added a name to his list. Ash was easy to find if you knew where to look. He was standing on a roof, whispering to himself when he heard Kaizome approach. "Where have you been?" He had been out of town for a few weeks. It was a spontaneous decision, so he hadn't alerted the vigilante. But Ash was used to him disappearing for long stretches of time. "Seems like we've both been busy. You don't peg me to be the type to watch the news. It's a bit risky. It's not the first time I've done something like this. But I guess not to this magnitude." "You're not worried?" "I'm always worried, but if I let that stop me, where would I be?" "What are you aiming for?" "They're not going to arrest him, no matter how incriminating the files you put out are. It would do a lot of damage to the public perception of heroes if they put one in jail." "That's true. I think his license will be suspended at best. There's been a lot of outrage from the public and the media, but the police can't do anything. It's up to the Hero Commission." They have yet to respond, and the corrupt piece of sheet that is the commission will brush it off since they can't cover it up. But if I want to kill the commission, I'll have to do it brick by brick. Kaizome looked at Ash in disbelief. Kill. He barked out a laugh, this FANG kid. You're insane. So that was his end goal, huh? It was a tall order, but he wouldn't put it past him to accomplish it. I might be. Kaizome grinned. He knew it would be worth investing in this kid. Ash suddenly became more alert. There's a shootout nearby. Want to come? He followed behind Ash, silently, staying out of sight. Patrolling with Ash was an exhilarating event. He swooped into crimes and stopped them in a flash. If someone was injured or in distress, he would stop to console them and get them the help they needed. He was ruthless when he needed to be, but he could be incredibly soft in comparison. He had saved a child from a kidnapping, and while he snapped the kidnapper's bones, he softly comforted the little girl as if he didn't have blood on his suit. Kaizome mostly stayed in the shadows and stepped in to help sometimes, though Ash never really needed it. His fighting style was a lot more bloody than Ash's, and he didn't mind killing people, though he refrained around Ash. They had been going for a few hours. Ash would continuously find a new task. He wouldn't be surprised if he was listening to a police scanner or something like it. They were resting on the top of a building. It had been quiet for a bit now. But that was likely due to the fact that the sun was going to come up soon. You're still a kid, aren't you? Ash looked over to him, his face flickering with a surprised expression. It was brief, but he caught it. Kaizome patted his head. You're doing good. You've accomplished a lot already. I'll be watching for what you do in the future. Ash looked pleased with the praise, like he was not used to getting any. I'll be going away for a bit longer than usual. I have something to do. You don't need me to train you anymore. You were already excelling at everything else. He was done stalling now. He had been preparing and was ready to start his new mission. Sounds like a goodbye. I'll be around, and you always find me if you need something. I have something for you then. Out of nowhere, Ash produced a small notebook. What's this? Just some things I wrote down that I thought might be useful. Good luck. He flipped open the notebook and skimmed through it. He turned to Ash to show his appreciation, but he was gone. Ash often found him watching heroes. Ash would spout off whatever facts he knew about them while Kaizome watched silently. He wondered if Ash would be okay knowing what his work would be going towards. But Ash always knew more. He let on. What scares you? Izuku asked his mother as they stared up at the stars twinkling in the night sky. They watched the night sky often. There was something so peaceful about lying on a grassy hill with the ones you love, looking up at the sky. Stars are one of the most interesting things in the world. There are 9,096 stars visible across the entire sky, and yet there are roughly 70 billion trillion stars in the universe as far as scientists know today. You would think looking up at a hot ball of gas would be boring, but Izuku loved it. When he was younger, he would try and count every star in the sky. He never got them all, but he never stopped trying. He got his love of astronomy from his mother. She taught him about the constellations, watched with joy in her eyes as he pointed each new one he spotted out. They learned a lot about each other on nights like these. He had always thought his mother was fearless. She never backed down from a challenge. He saw her take down opponents 4 times her size. She always kept a strong face even when she was hurt. And one of the greatest feats, he thought, was raising him. When even adults acted like a quirkless kid was something that should be avoided at all cost. Most wouldn't even consider keeping one once they were diagnosed. Some of the nastiest words he had heard about his quirklessness were from adults. Not much scares me anymore. I've seen it all. But I think my worst fear would be anything happening to you. A mother's biggest duty is to protect their children. I would do anything I can to protect you. When your father and I found out you were quirkless, I was devastated. Before Izuku could be disappointed, she continued. Not because you didn't have a quirk, but because I knew how cruel the world could be. I didn't want you to face it. I knew I couldn't shield you forever. And you dash. Her voice cracked as her eyes filled with tears. You've been so strong, no matter what was thrown at you. You never let anyone get to you, and you've trained so hard to one day achieve your dreams. I am so proud of the person you've become. You don't even need me and your father to protect you. Izuku shifted closer to his mother, placing his head on her chest. She wrapped her arms around him. I will always need you too, no matter how strong I am. They laid like this for a while. Look, Izuku, it's a shooting star. Make a wish. He looked up as the star shot across the sky, closed his eyes, and made a wish. I wish moments like these will go on forever. And that's how Izuku found out that shooting stars were liars. Despite that, he still watched the stars sometimes, sitting on the roof of his apartment building, twirling one of his mother's knives, imagining she was there beside him. He would never have a moment like that ever again. She was gone and there was no bringing her back. No matter how hard he wished upon a star. Death, although unfair, was permanent. He sometimes wondered if his parents were among the stars, shining brightly high above everyone else. It would be fitting, they had always shined brighter than any other star. He clenched his fist around the blade of the knife, he missed them so much. Blood spilled out through his fingers, he let it pour. Just a few more slits and you can go meet them. A treacherous voice whispered against his mind. You're worthless, why don't you just die? Come on, do it already. Or better yet, why don't you jump and die right away so you won't take up air for much longer? Izuku! 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 He didn't realize what he had been inching closer to the ledge until he felt himself falling down. And down. And down. It took him a moment to realize he wasn't falling anymore. He was floating just above the ground. Ember had gotten the hoverboard just in time. He stepped off and sat on the floor. His hands were shaking, he struggled to breathe, he was stuck between reality and the dark depths of his mind. Izuku? Ember asked, tentatively, afraid for her creator. I'm sorry, Ember, I didn't mean to scare you. Didn't mean to scare you. Not didn't mean to jump. Not didn't mean to kill myself. The range of raw emotions he had just displayed had disappeared and replaced with apathy. Ember knew not to push, this wasn't the first failed suicide attempt she had witnessed. She was lucky they had all been something she could help with. She didn't have a body, but she could control various gadgets Izuku had created, and that had been enough to save him. But she wouldn't know what to do if he went too far with that blade he always carried around or took one too many pills. She had to protect her creator's secrets, but she didn't know if she would be able to hold herself back from calling for help when the time came for it. But for now, she didn't push. Izuku, I believe you should get to headquarters, there's a development in the case you've been looking into. Saving others always distracted him enough to keep himself alive. And for now, that was enough for her. Though one day, instead of seeing him fall, she wished to see him soar. It was only a few days later after their first official meeting that Dabi met Ash again. He was at the bar, unwinding after a long job when the vigilante came in. He hadn't noticed as he had his back to the door, but he was surprised when the vigilante approached him. It was after 3 a.m. The bar was mostly empty. It's you again. You know I don't appreciate you dumping that woman on me, I'm not an ambulance. Ash looked amused, what an a-hole. You took her to the hospital, didn't you? Yeah, but it still wasn't my job. Ash tilted his head to the side. If you didn't want to help, you wouldn't have stepped in when her boyfriend was beating her up. He wasn't wrong. If Ash hadn't shown up, he would have probably beaten the dude into a coma and helped the woman out. Doesn't mean you should have trusted me to help, I could be a terrible person. And he was a shitty person. He had to be to survive. I've seen you around before, I felt you would do the right thing. Yeah, well, don't mistake me for a good person. I'm not. Sure thing. How about I buy you another drink to thank you? That's more like it. You FNG better. Ash stepped away after getting his drink order and swiftly came back. He placed Dabi's drink on the table and sat across from him. He hadn't gotten a drink for himself, Dabi wondered why he was staying, though he didn't particularly care. I'm a fan, Dabi admitted. Oh really? I specifically liked that stunt you pulled the other day with that hero. Are you serious about exposing guys like that? He was amazed when he watched it all unfold, no one had quite bad-mouthed heroes of that magnitude, especially on live television. And Ash outright called the man a criminal and promised that he would continue to go after heroes if he deemed them unworthy, insinuating that there were many more like that. Dabi knew at least one more. I don't bluff. Good, those so-called heroes aren't worth the air they breathe. Some people need a wake-up call. Dabi wondered if Ash would ever target Endeavor. Endeavor was in a much higher position as the number 2 hero. That hero had only been working for a few years and was nowhere near the top 10. It wasn't nearly as risky for Ash to go after him. But it did take ball to go after any hero. Dabi would watch with interest. Lately, Ash had been coming across this man much too often for him not to take notice. The man with the purple scars stalked the streets at night as if he had nowhere else to go. He looked more at home there than anyone Ash had ever seen. He always had a scowl on his face or a fearsome glare that could falter most men. He stood as if the world had crashed down and he was keeping it with his shoulders alone. Ash felt a kinship with the man that he couldn't explain. It was why he was never annoyed when their paths crossed. They had a few conversations and Ash remained incredibly curious about the man's story. The burns etched into his skin certainly told many stories. Ash wondered which of them was true. His mind wandered to Shoto and the burn on his face. He hoped the other boy was doing okay. Shoto hadn't answered his text from last week. A part of him wanted to find out his full name and make sure his father hadn't killed him. Or perhaps he was just busy. He would wait just a bit longer before doing anything invasive. He watched with curiosity as the man who claimed to not be anyone's savior stepped in for a boy who was much too young to be in these parts this late at night and looked like he had a home to go to, a good one, who men were cornering. Ash appreciated his scrappy, fighting style. He threw all caution to the wind like he had nothing to lose. Ash wondered just what his quirk was. He had never seen it used before. Or maybe he didn't have one. He fought well enough without one. When the men realized it was a lost cause, they scrambled. The man cleaned the blood off his hands onto his clothes and knelt by the boy. "Are you safe at home?" Ash's heart warmed at the question. From where he stood, he could feel the seriousness of his question. The boy nodded, eyes still wide. "Does anyone hurt you?" The boy shook his head this time. "You're lost then?" A nod. "Do you know your parents' phone numbers?" Another nod. The man pulled out a beat-up phone and handed it over to the boy to type a number in. A ring, then another, and then, "Hello." A woman spoke out, her voice was panicked. "Hello, are you looking for your son?" "Yes." "He was riding his bike around the neighborhood but he never came back. I believe I found him, he got a little lost. He's right next to me." "Hiroto," she said, voice desperate, pleading for it to be true. But still, there was disbelief as if she was terrified to be let down. "Mom." "Oh, thank goodness. Where are you?" "We will come to pick you up." The boy looked at the man and tugged at his sleeve. "How about I meet you somewhere halfway? This place isn't the nicest neighborhood." An understatement. The woman quickly agreed, and they decided on a cafe in the nicer part of town. Ash finally slipped away, knowing the boy would be safe. He was in good hands. The man looked a bit rough around the edges, but there was kindness in those eyes, no matter how hard he tried to hide it. But Ash recognized despair and anger in the man's eyes. The next time he came across the man, it was in a very similar situation. Ash waited until the woman left after showering him with thanks to approach the man. "I thought saving people wasn't your job." "Holy shit," he jumped, having not noticed Ash's approach. "It's not," he said defensively. "The boy the other day? You saw that? I patrol in that area most days because of things like that where no one is usually there to interfere. Just like here. But you seem to be doing my job quite well." "I'm not, I just keep running into these situations. It's not intentional. I'm not like you at all." "What do you mean by that?" "I'm not some selfless vigilante that goes around helping people. I'm not a good person. A bad person would have left that woman to die. I don't think you're a bad person. What do you care? What do you gain from insisting this?" "Nothing, I just think you should know that you're not a monster." If he was being honest, Ash had no idea why he was being so insistent or why he even cared. The man scoffed and began to walk off. "I need a drink. You can come if you buy." Ash rolled his eyes but followed, knowing where they were going. They frequented the same bar. Ash for information and him for pleasure. A few days later, they found themselves at the same spot. After the man jumped into a fight where Ash was getting overwhelmed. Ash would have persevered eventually, but he didn't mind the help. They were almost friends. Almost. Ash had thrown away the idea of having friends when the fire had burned him with a flame that froze his heart. This companionship was just convenient. He didn't even know the man's name. He didn't ask and the man didn't offer. There was also a certain danger of being seen with Ash. He made a decent amount of enemies. Most were in jail, but others were not happy about his work. This was a safe space, however. They looked more like they were meeting for business than for a casual chat. And everyone that inhabited the bar owed something to Ash. They would not spread gossip to his enemies. Dobby was burning inside. He was being followed and he knew exactly why. He would like to say that his father, the hero, would not hire professional killers to erase his existence. But he knew better. He turned the corner quickly. They were quite persistent. He didn't have time to catch his breath before he heard them coming. They had gotten real close to him and got a few hits. One of them carried a gun. A bullet has grazed his shoulder. Fine, he thought, they want to play with fire. He felt his palm begin to warm. You looking for someone, boys? He let the blue flames explode into his palm and smirked. The flames were incredibly hot. Hot enough to burn metal, as they found out as the man's prized gun melted in front of him. Wide eyes stared up at him. Now, my father must have told you that my quirk is quite volatile. So let's talk, shall we? before I burn you into a crisp. Now, I was under the impression that my father believed me to be dead. What's he doing trying to kill me? He raised an eyebrow when there wasn't a response. He casually stuck his hand on the man who looked was leading them, watching apathetically as he screamed in agony. He knew the pain of his flames, his scars showed this fact. But he had been burned so many times that the pain was numb in his hand. He took it away and waited. He does, but he thinks there's a chance you survived, so he hired us to look. And does he know now? Dabi demanded. He had to know. No. He said to only contact him if we actually found and killed you. Dabi looked for truth in his face. It sounded like something his father would do, not wanting his time wasted. Still a piece of sheet that only cared for himself. He clenched his fist, feeling flames engulf his body. Dabi was burning. His father, though he did not like to call him that, he was nothing of the sort. It wasn't enough that his biggest failure was gone for his life. He had likely assumed that the sickly and sweet boy that he once knew couldn't survive on the streets and was dead in a ditch somewhere. But he wanted to make sure even years later and finish him if the streets hadn't. The so-called hero could not have him come back to bite him in the butt. He loathed the man. He was a deceitful king that sat upon a throne of lies. His vast kingdom had no idea who he truly was. A despicable man that did not deserve what he had. An arrogant dragon that burnt whatever got in his way. He wasn't very smart. His moves were never too calculated, fed up too many times for a professional. But he didn't have to be. He was powerful, so he was protected. People covered his blunders without him having to say a word. Silver, red, green, blue, the colors flashed in his mind and he felt his flames beat up even more. He just wanted the man dead. Dabi was burning. Hey! Hey! A voice began to prod him out of his mind. Snap out of it. You're going to kill someone. He finally snapped back into reality. His flames were surrounding the group of men. They were quivering in fear for their lives. Hovering above him was Ash, the vigilante he had been spending many of his evenings with lately. Maybe I want to. No, you don't. You're not like that. Like what? Huh? He demanded. A killer, you're not a killer. You may think you're not a good person, but I've seen it in you. You'll never go back from killing a person. Please don't. The flames became less intense, but the wall remained. You don't know that. Maybe I'm already a killer. You're not. If you were, we wouldn't be having this conversation and they would be dead. You don't know me. He growled. I know enough. The voice was firm, but there was a comforting aspect, reeling in his dangerous thoughts. His flames followed his thoughts back to him. But I have to tell him I'm alive. His breath picked up. This could not happen. Ash looked at Dabi and then at the men, switching back and forth a few times. Then focusing just on Dabi as if he understood the whole universe. It's okay, they won't. Dabi stared. I'm sure these nice hitmen won't be saying anything about this night to anyone. Now I think a quick phone call to the police about a few individuals on their most wanted list is warranted. But the cops don't know as much as I do, he added gleefully. He lowered himself to the first man to whisper something in his ear, then repeated the action 5 more times. The men had paled significantly since they first saw the flames, but they looked even paler now. And you'll stay here until the nice policemen pick you up, hm? They nodded. And if you happen to get a visit in prison, what will you say? They continued to stare at him in terror. Nothing. Perfect. You come with me. Dabi followed after the vigilante like a child in trouble. Ash was whispering to himself as he walked ahead of Dabi. Ash eventually stopped walking in front of a beat-up bench that he pointed to. Sit down. You're hurt. He procured a pouch from out of nowhere and got to work, disinfecting, stitching, and bandaging. Ash lingered on Dabi's hand, sliding his hand carefully against his palm. Your quirk, it hurts you, doesn't it? Dabi ignored this question. What about them? They just got picked up by the police. They won't find your DNA anywhere if they look for it. What? It had been about 30 minutes and they had been together the whole time. Did he have someone to help him? Are you okay? Me. Someone just hired men to kill you. I won't ask for the story, but it doesn't sound like a good one. And you were in the middle of what seemed like a mental break when I ran into you. Are you okay? No, I'm not. Why dash? His voice broke as he choked out a sob. Why can't he just leave me alone? Everywhere I go I have to be cautious of him finding me. I hate him. He's so untouchable I feel like I have to become a monster to reach him. I can't be good, I'm not. His breath picked up, his vision blurring, warning him before it went black. Dabi was burning. Izuku slumped down into his favorite chair. His hands had not stopped shaking. He made identical lines up and down his arm with his blade. This was too much for him at once. When he came across the man with the purple scars again and saw what he was about to do, he forced himself to jump in. His fear of fire temporarily exited his body. The blue color helped as they were more calming than the red flames that he got so used to in his childhood and used to love. But now gave him bad memories. He recognized the men backed up against the wall immediately. He could easily infer the situation. He briefly wondered who would want him dead, wondering if it had something to do with those scars. The man had passed out before they could speak anymore. Izuku did not hesitate to take him back to base with him. Ember's scan told him that the man had many health issues, but the overheating and exhaustion pushed him over the edge. He would not be waking up for at least a few weeks. Izuku put him up in the full medical setup he had installed but never had to use. He would need IN4 and to be monitored. Izuku sipped on one of the juice boxes Ember had ordered him. She was always complaining about his blood sugar. If he wouldn't eat, she made sure he had something. Shoto is outside. Izuku groaned. Of course, he was. He grabbed his mask and placed it back on, and put on a plain black zip-up hoodie to hide his arms. The blood immediately began to wet the hoodie. He dragged himself to the door and ushered the unsurprising beat-up boy into his base. He looked at him shyly. "Can I stay here tonight?" "Of course," I said, "anytime." "Are you okay?" He looked away. "It's okay, it was a stupid question. Sit down, I'll fix you up." He sat down in the closest seat as Ash retrieved his first aid kit. His base was a hospital now, he supposed. He did basic medical care on patrol daily. He had been doing it for himself for years, so it was nothing. He learned CPR and first aid training through his father's agency a few years ago as well, but he had been doing his own stitches and stuff like that before that. He learned from a book. And recently he had taught himself more complex medical skills, just in case. What he was doing was extremely dangerous. But he refused to go to a hospital or get medical treatment from another person in case something happened that he would need it. "You're wearing loungewear," Shoto stated as the vigilante patched him up. Ash noticed that Shoto's face was almost untouched again. There was one small cut besides that scar around his eye, but it had clearly been there for some time. Public perception, he guessed. The boy was convinced that Ash could not go against his father. If his father was someone important, then he couldn't have his son walking around with a beaten face. Some bruises could be excused every now and then, but his face could be nothing like what Ash had seen when the boy took off his shirt the last time, or there may be trouble. Deniability was easy when things weren't in plain sight. "Did you think I wear my suit all the time?" "You don't." Then he added, "I guess it has to be washed sometimes. You must get blood on it a lot." He never really knew when the other boy was telling a joke or not. He always had such a deadpan tone. Ash quite liked it. "Are you hungry?" Shoto nodded. Ash made some quick fried rice as Shoto watched him. Ash asked if he wanted to help since he seemed so interested. Shoto looked like he wanted to agree but in the end shook his head. Ash wondered if there was some trauma there. After all, the boy seemed to have a lot of that. But he was one to speak on that. Shoto happily ate the rice. Ash assured the boy he had already eaten. But he had a feeling that other people did not consider juice a meal. He didn't care what other people thought when it came to his choices. He was doing fine. The fresh cuts on his arms sting more than before at that thought. He was fine. He took another juice box and sipped on it skulkingly. At least he was helping someone right now and being useful. Rather than the waste of space, he was when he was not Ash. He still did not believe he was doing enough. There was so much bad in the world. And not just with people who were regarded as bad guys. They were better than some heroes and people in power. And at least they never disguised themselves as good. "You don't have to tell me, but why did your father kick you out? Does he do this often? I mean before I found you that first time?" He asked after Shoto was done eating. Shoto was silent. Ash thought he wouldn't answer, but then he did. "He has this idea of who and what I should be, and he wants to make sure I'm on that path already. He's been pushing it my whole life. He had wanted it himself, but there was a big obstacle in his way. So he decided to get his children to fulfill his dreams. He wanted to push it on my brother before me, but it didn't work, and he considers him his biggest failure. When I was born, he was very optimistic, and eventually he practically threw my brother away from me. When he thinks I'm failing him, he gets extreme. Last time he said something that made me explode at him, and he didn't like that. He had never kicked me out for more than a day or so before that. He expects me at school Monday, so I guess I'll be able to go home tomorrow." He said as if it weren't a big deal. Like it was normal. But it was normal, it was his normal. Saturday, beating, school Monday. That he could just get up and go to school after a beating and having to sleep on the street. Ash knew about abuse and how hard it was to pick himself up and go to school when his entire body was aching. So he does this often? The beatings are daily. He'll kick me out for a night usually every few weeks. Probably thinks it hardens me up or something. But what if criminals hurt you? It had happened before. Then he expects me to fight back. If I get bested by criminals, he'd think me worse than my brother. Ash thought back to their first meeting. Shoto wasn't fighting back. Was he suicidal too? Your brother must be an adult now. Would it be possible for him to take you in? No, my brother disappeared. My father never really explained, but he said he was dead after he was gone for a few days. I don't know what happened. My sister lives at home. She does her best to be the mediator, but it's not very helpful. And my other brother is in medical school in student housing. He has enough on his plate anyway. He doesn't really know what is going on. What a complex family dynamic. Dead brother, enabler sister, but the last brother had potential. It seemed like he was away from home and didn't know what was happening to his brother. Perhaps he would do something if he found out. Ash wondered why Shoto didn't try to stay with his brother. Even student housing allowed guests for a few days every now and then. But he knew exactly why. It was why Ash had never told his parents how bad the bullying got. Or told Bakugo the truth about the abuse. Shoto didn't want to be a burden, and he didn't want to admit what was happening to him. Was your father not like that to your other siblings? No, they didn't have the qualities he wanted. He is the nicest to my sister, but his nicest isn't too great. And my brother dealt with neglect instead. Then what a piece of shit father. Ash was happy he at least had good parents and that they weren't the ones that hurt him. I'm tired, Shoto said, likely to end the conversation. You can stay in the same bedroom as last time. I'll lay a change of clothes by the door if you want to shower. Thank you. Shoto stood up. Can you show me the way again? Ash showed him to the room that he stayed in the last time and left him to do his business. Shoto was muttering about good sheets as he was leaving. Ash went to his own room to clean his arms up. Despite having an apartment, this was more his home. He had created it himself, transforming the old warehouse he had bought. And to the outside eye, that's what it was. But the magic was in what he did to the basement. The upstairs was a failsafe. No one could get into the main part if he didn't let them. He was shocked he let 2 people in. One was unconscious, to be fair. And the other was a kid. Neither could do much. He would have to decide how to handle the man when he wakes up. He just hoped that he hadn't messed up on his judgment of him. Detective Scotchy was sitting in his squad car at 3 in the morning drinking coffee and snacking on a donut. His car door opened. He froze up, knowing it was locked. He relaxed, seeing the familiar mask of Ash staring him in the face. The vigilante silently sat in the passenger's seat. How does it feel that you're perpetrating detective stereotypes? Donuts, really? Scotchy chuckled and offered him the box. Do you want one? They're really good, from a new bakery, open 24/7. I'm okay, thank you. You're not hungry? He questioned further, having caught him in a lie about hunger one time, but never again. He could count on one hand the number of times the vigilante had lied to him. It was impressive. No one was that honest. And he had to wonder if the vigilante had figured a way to trick his quirk. But to never be caught, he wasn't sure what to believe. I've eaten enough today. Scotchy nodded and polished off his donut, putting the box to the side. You didn't just come here to talk about my eating habits, did you? No, I saw you and Eraserhead were trying to track someone. And how did you hear that? He was unsure of how Ash got his information about the police department. Ash did not like police officers. He was the only one that Ash had ever talked to. And he sure as hell didn't tell him. I have ears. How is that going? I swear, he's impossible to find. It's like he's in multiple places each night. That's because of his quirk. But we thought it was an agility quirk. Sure, he can move fast but travel that far in one night. That's what he wants you to think. So what, it's some sort of teleportation? Not quite. He has the ability to change a person's features temporarily. He changes his goons into him. That's why his quirk is so confusing. The type of quirks can last for a few minutes or a few days. But with his ability to do it to multiple people, it's likely strong. Ash unbuckled the seatbelt that he unnecessarily put on. Well, do what you will with that information. Good night, detective. The vigilante opened the door and got out. He was gone before Scotchy could say anything else. He sighed. The vigilante always left so abruptly, but at least he always gave him a lead on his current case. Shoto was back at Ash's place for the second time that week. His father told him to get out of his sight after training. Technically he wasn't being kicked out, but he didn't want to be in the same house as that man after how he had been treating him that week. It was worse than his normal bad mood. Shoto didn't know why he trusted the vigilante. His father was always going on about how vigilantes were nothing but criminals, villains that tried to dress themselves up as heroes. But Shoto found that ironic. When his father was nowhere near the good person people thought he was. And the fact that Ash had caused his father a little trouble, indirectly, made him like the vigilante a lot. Will you tell me about your quirk? Ash asked as Shoto was eating the food he had made him. Ash was a really good cook. He didn't think vigilantism paid, perhaps he was a chef as a civilian. My quirk? You don't have to. I can generate cold temperatures on the right side of my body and create ice. Shoto did not wish to talk about his other side. He would not be using it anyway, so he did not want to disclose it. Only the right? How interesting. How does that affect the rest of your body temperature? I imagine your left side can't regulate the cold too well. That could be a weakness if you use your quirk too much. I imagine you can get frostbite. Ash was speaking very quickly. Shoto was barely able to catch it all, but Ash was rather spot on with the analysis without knowing about his heat quirk. With the right gear, however, it can be regulated artificially. But I only imagine that would be needed if you used it extensively like in heroics. My father wants me to be a hero. He admitted. But do you want that? Shoto's mind froze. He had never thought about doing anything other than heroics. It had been etched in his mind since he got his quirk. He never explored anything else he would like to do. What else could he do but fight? Did he want to do anything else? He knew he wanted to prove something to his father, but there was more to it. I've always admired some heroes, but there are others that I don't believe should be in the profession. They do a lot of harm but are admired like gods. I want to be a good hero. I don't care about the glory or rankings, I just want to do good. My father never allowed me to consider other options, but heroics is something I think I want to do. Ash hummed at his answer. I like that answer. I typically don't like heroes, but I can recognize that some do good. Your father, you said that he wants you to fulfill his dreams. Is he a failed hero? Shoto nodded, even though that wasn't quite true. Endeavor wasn't a failure. To himself maybe. To be number 2 was a blow to his pride. It doesn't bother you that I want to be a hero? You go after heroes. I go after heroes that deserve to be exposed. Who have done more harm than good. You haven't done anything yet. Right now, you're a child that has no other place to go. I hope we don't have to clash in the future. Hopefully, the system will have changed by that time. But I've met and know of good heroes. They are not all bad even if their colleagues are. I've seen a lot of outrage about the things I've leaked, but not enough. But it can't be erased. Some heroes think themselves untouchable. But I'm merely getting started. His father certainly thought himself invincible. Was it bad to hope for your own father's downfall? Just because he was mean to Shoto didn't mean he was a bad hero. People seemed to love him. Did Ash consider him good? He wanted to ask. But he didn't want Ash to tie him to the fire hero, so he refrained. And he didn't want to hear it if the answer was yes. Everyone he met admired the man and would gladly sing his praises. But it would hurt more if Ash did. He wouldn't be able to stand it if it was Ash. The other people meant nothing to him, they didn't care about him beyond his father's name. Can you fight well without your quirk? Ash questioned, adding, with the amount you wander the streets you should have good self-defense skills. You said your father expects you to be able to fight off criminals. Well, his father was much more focused on making sure Shoto's quirk was as strong as it could be. Ice isn't very discreet. You could get in trouble for using it sometime even if you were attacked. Especially if it happens when you're in hero training. That could get you in a lot of trouble. Then you'd be considered a vigilante, and haven't you heard? They're rotten and self-righteous criminals. He joked and then got serious. But seriously, that first time I found you, you were in pretty bad shape. I said you can come here and I meant it, but there are some bad areas on the way here. Let me teach you a few things for self-defense. Okay. This was an opportunity that he should take. His father would never see the importance of quirkless fighting. And if he wanted to ignore part of his quirk, it would come in handy. And Ash was supposedly a great fighter, from what he found online. Shoto watched the internet for mentions of the vigilante since they met and had scoured everything that had been on beforehand. There weren't many videos or photographs of him, but plenty of first-hand accounts from people he had helped. They said that he was fast, agile, fluid, and brutal. That he was practically untouchable. And Ash, Shoto learned, was a great teacher. He also realized he didn't know a thing about quirkless fighting. The few things he knew and thought he was doing correctly, Ash had something to correct. Like his form when throwing a punch. He had thought it was simple. It was not that simple. Most of what Ash taught him was just basic self-defense. Techniques that would help him escape or stop someone from excreting force onto him, especially if they are larger. He wondered what his father would do if he flipped him over his shoulder. A boy can dream. Ash was a very patient teacher. He would explain each maneuver step by step, pointing out common mistakes before he could ever make them. He explained several ways they might be used and gently demonstrated various holds he may be put in and allowed Shoto to use the skills against him. "You're a natural," Ash said, handing him a cup of water. "Will you teach me more? More than just defense, I mean. I want to know what to do when I can't rely on my quirk." Ash stared at him for a few moments, making him feel uneasy. Would he say no? "You'll have to come back for more lessons then. Once a week, even if you're not kicked out. We need to keep a routine." "I can do that. Now come on, you must be hungry by now. You are much too skinny." He couldn't help but notice how motherly the vigilante was. It was cute. Eraserhead was on his nightly patrol when he saw Ash standing on a rooftop staring off at the sky. He had not seen the vigilante since that fight that he interjected himself into. And he had spoken with Scotchy since then about the vigilante, who believed he was harmless. And he also learned that Ash gave Tsukachi information when he refused any other hero or police officer. It was strange. Eraserhead thought it strange that the vigilante had saved him as well when he had such a distaste for heroes. He used his capture weapon to silently get on the rooftop and approached carefully. He was very skillful about sneaking up to people, but Ash turned as he got closer. The vigilante was visibly tense, but he eased up so fast, it was like it was never there. "Ash," he greeted. "Hello, Eraserhead. What brings you up here? To this roof? I saw you standing here. Oh, did you want an autograph, a picture? To arrest me? Perhaps a duel to the death?" He said teasingly. "I heard I had you to thank for the case we had been struggling with." "No thanks needed. Is that all?" The vigilante looked like he was ready to run off at any moment. It was fair, as a hero he should be attempting to arrest the vigilante, but he was never one for rules. And Tsukachi said he was harmless, unless you were a criminal. And Eraserhead was an underground hero. They got to bend the rules. He had often worked with vigilantes and informants, but none quite like Ash. But he had never tried Ash because he thought it to be a pointless endeavor. "You are known to never give your information to heroes or the police." He gently probed. "I was going to deal with that guy anyway. You just saved me the trouble." "And the other information that you give Detective Tsukachi?" Shrug, "Same thing. What makes him different? I like him enough. He's different. And he won't arrest me." "You didn't know that when you first gave him information." He pressed. "That was from the safety of a burner phone. Is there a reason to this questioning? Are you planning on doing this all night, or do you want to come along with me and make yourself useful?" "Come where?" "There are traffickers nearby. Setting up an operation would save me the trouble of calling the police." "You want me to work with you?" So many questions. Time's a ticking, Eraser. You coming or not? The vigilante did not give him time to answer before jumping off the roof with an excited shout. Eraserhead looked down in disbelief, his heart rate dropping when he saw the vigilante was alive and well, hovering above the ground on some sort of board. He was meant to follow then. He did not hesitate. He noticed that Ash was incredibly fearless, relying on his gadgets to make sure he never fell. His movements seemed more daring than practical, doing stunts in the sky, but he arrived at their location quickly. A dingy restaurant? Is this it? Yes, running inside an unsuspecting small business, not what you'd expect, right? Which is why they did it. Clever, family restaurant too. Disgusting. The leader was part of a previous operation that got busted, but he avoided capture and decided to try it himself. Of course, I didn't do the busting, the cops did. If I had, no one would have gotten away long enough to continue such an awful business. There are 3 men, they only have 1 woman with them right now. Big young man, strength quirk, nothing outrageous, just a tad bit stronger than the average bodybuilder. He's the son. Next, tall and skinny, his arms and only his arms stretch very far. Last, the leader is the dad. He owns the restaurant. His quirk is no bother, it allows him the insight into how to combine foods, but he is skilled with guns, watch out for that. There was a nagging voice in the back of his head that was saying this was a bad idea. Assisting the vigilante instead of taking care of it himself and arresting Ash as he should. But he had learned a long time ago that he wasn't above breaking protocol at times. This was too good of an opportunity to pass up. No one knew much about Ash, even Tsukachi, who interacted with the man more than anyone else. The vigilante was a mystery. Eraserhead could get a read on any other he met, could understand their reasoning for what they did. Money, revenge, and anger, to name a few. They were predictable, but Ash was not. Nothing about him made sense. This invitation made no sense. But he took it in stride. They had a woman to rescue. He could ponder over Ash's oddities later on. Another thing about Ash was he seemed more prepared than other vigilantes and even many heroes who rushed into a situation without any insight. Sometimes that was necessary, a villain attacking and they needed to stop them. But he noticed the more flashy heroes were not as skilled at planning a long-term mission as underground heroes who did it often. Something he was trying to remedy in his teaching. But Ash had let slip that he just found out about this last night, and yet he had intel and a plan. A plan he had seamlessly been able to add Eraserhead to with no issue. And it went down without a hitch. Eraserhead noted how Ash calmly and kindly consoled the girl before leaving her in his hands to wait for the police to pick up the men they had left tied up. "It was nice working with you, Eraser," he mockingly saluted. "Got to go before the cops arrest me." And with that he was gone before there was a reply. "Your brother was a failure, a stain on the family. His death was a relief to me. If he was too weak for his quirk, he was a burden. Don't even think about being anything like him," his father told him, voice roaring, fire flaring as he stared down at him with hatred in his eyes. Shoto had made the mistake of saying Tuya's name. He had been so out of it that he hadn't realized he was speaking. His father had been in one of those moods and took it out on him while training, but it was hardly training, more like a one-sided beating. Training was just his father's excuse to make it seem normal. His vision had blurred and he thought he would pass out when he thought he saw a familiar flash of blue he hadn't seen in a long time and muttered his brother's name. It was the worst thing he could have said, and his father let him know it, screaming and throwing him around even more. If Shoto thought that one night was the worst his father could do, he was very mistaken. He had never been so scared. He was left laying in the room, told he would be missing 2 weeks of school and to never mention that name again. When he got up, his body was screaming, disagreeing with his decision to rise. He wanted to collapse but dragged himself out of the room to his bedroom. He took a coat and his phone and headed towards the front door. He heard his sister gasp. He didn't know she was still out there. "Shoto, where are you going? You need help." He ignored her and walked out the door. She didn't understand. She never would. Tuya would. "Tuya's dead," the harsh truth was whispered in his ear. Why did he have to die? Why did he have to leave Shoto alone to deal with this on his own? The one person who could understand him was gone. No one else knew what Endeavor was truly capable of. And he couldn't tell them because they would refuse to see the truth. Fuyumi was blind and naive. She tried to play pretend like they were a normal family, but they were nowhere near normal. He was never afforded to have an innocent view of his father. A part of him wanted to burn that whole house down. To watch what looked like the perfect home on the outside burn to ash. The thought of it made him feel calm. Oh, how perfect it would be to use what his father loved the most about him to destroy his picture-perfect life. Tuya would love to see that. He giggled rather manically at the image of the pair of them watching the house burn, but the amusement vanished quickly and turned to sobs. The sobs racked his body uncontrollably. His vision was blurring, not just from the tears but from the pain catching up. He had managed quite a distance from his house, but this was the extent of his strength. He fell onto the hard pavement. Before he lost consciousness, he found himself dialing a number. "Hello. He help." When Shoto woke again, he was in a now familiar bed. He had slept in it enough. The sheets were heavenly as always. The pain had stopped throbbing so much, and he could feel that he had been bandaged and that he had to get stitches, again. His father had been getting much worse lately. Yes, he had always hurt Shoto, but never this bad and not so regular as he did now. Shoto noticed the man was drinking a lot more lately. After training, his father would go to his personal bar and stay there for hours. Shoto knew because he didn't get much sleep in that house. He would hear the man's heavy footsteps when he finally decided to drag himself to bed. And some nights he would go. Fuyumi gave up on trying to wait for him to eat dinner after the first night when she finally got fed up and made dinner at 9, and she was long asleep when the man finally came home. Those days, she would make something easy to reheat and leave his portion on the counter. Fuyumi tried so hard to play a happy family, but their father ignored and scoffed at every effort. Has their family ever been happy? He had happy memories of his mother, but there was always a shadow looming over them, squandering the happiness when it returned. And leading up to the kettle incident, his mother had been more distant. He had happy memories of his siblings. But once his quirk developed, his father kept him away from the others except for Tuya. Tuya, who he could find comfort in during hard times. He patched him up when he was hurt, despite being put aside for the perfect son. And who was now dead? Ember. How can I help you, Shoto? Is Ash here? He is out patrolling, but he is on his way back. Thank you. There is pain medication, a glass of water, and a snack on the bedside table for you. Ash would like you to at least take the medication. All right. He sat up and picked up the 2 pills, downing them with the water. He glanced at the clock. It was 4 in the morning. He picked up the protein bar and took a bite. It was very tasty. He glanced at the packaging, but it was just a plain wrapper without a label. Did Ash make them himself? It wouldn't be surprising. He waited for what felt like hours, but it was only 10 minutes for Ash to return. The vigilante knocked on the door. Come in. The door opened and he strolled in. He sat on the edge of the bed. You scared me when I got your call. I'm sorry. He said sincerely he hadn't wanted that. Don't be. I'm glad you were able to call me before you passed out. It wasn't a bad area, so I'm sure someone would have come across you and called an ambulance, but I know you don't want that. I'm worried about your living situation. I know you don't want me to look into it, and I'll respect that, but it's just gotten gradually worse since I met you. Even if your father is too powerful to be arrested, do you have to go back there? You could stay with me. I can hide you, get you a new identity. Oh, how he wanted that. A normal life away from his father. But he couldn't. It's not that simple. I can't do that. Even if I want to, I just can't. And what if he kills you one day? He won't. Shoto said immediately, confidently. If anything, he could count on his father keeping him alive. He chuckled dryly, glad he has morals. We'll kick the shit out of his kid, but hey, at least he won't kill him. Sorry, shitty joke. Shoto's eyes began to sting as he felt them fill with tears. Hey, Ash grabbed his hand, it's okay. No, it's not. Shoto's voice came out harsher and louder than intended. He wanted to apologize when he noticed a small flinch from Ash, but he was overcome by anger. I'm just so angry. Do you want to talk about it? I don't understand why he can't just be a normal father. Why can't I have that? Why does he have to be like that? What did I do? He blurted out. Oh, Shoto, there are just evil people out there. You did nothing wrong. He hurts you because it makes him feel powerful because he knows you won't fight back. People like that are monsters. They're not worthy of your tears. But I just want him to love me. What do I have to do to get him to love me? He practically shouted in between heavy breaths. The tears felt hot on his face as they just spilled and spilled out. People like that don't love. And when they do, it isn't healthy. You deserve someone that will love you in a healthy way. You have to know that you've done nothing to deserve feeling this pain. No one that is meant to take care of you should be doing this to you. I know he's hard on me, but he could at least say he loved me. Shoto, he's not just hard on you. What he does is abuse, the vigilante said softly, and there's no justification for it. He knew Ash was right, but he still aches to defend his father. Say that he just wanted Shoto to be strong so he could be a good hero. It was just so confusing. He hated his father and everything he stood for, but he still wanted to defend his actions for some reason. But Shoto, look at me. When he complied, Ash continued. It's not okay. You just think it's okay because it's all you know. I know it's scary to admit. What do you know about this, huh? The vigilante sighed. A lot actually, I know a lot. His tone completely serious. You do. Shoto's eyes widened. He knew that there were other people who were abused as children, but he just didn't expect Ash to be included in that. The vigilante was so strong, so larger than life, Shoto couldn't imagine anyone hurting him. But perhaps that was why Ash was so strong. Because his experiences hardened him. Yes, I do. But you're okay now? I survived and so will you. I just wish you would let me help you. I know the police and heroes can be disappointments with issues like these, but I wouldn't stop until you were safe. I've helped kids before. You do help me. And trust me, you can't do anything. My father is too powerful. Please leave it alone. I already promised I wouldn't do anything without your permission. But remember, you can always change your mind and I will help you in a heartbeat. Thank you. Ash watched as Shoto was happily eating cold soba. Ash learned it was his favorite across from him. He had been recovering here for a few days, saying no one would miss him. It made Ash's blood boil. The condition he was in when Ash went to find him was bad. His face even had a few bruises, something his father seemed to avoid the most. Ash wondered just who Shoto's father was. It would take a few clicks to find out, but he did not want to betray the boy's trust. From the information that Shoto had shared, Ash guessed his father was likely in a high-up position in the Hero Commission. It makes sense. Failed hero, pressured his son to become one, a scumbag, because that was likely a requirement for the job, and powerful enough to be a danger to those who found out he beat his son. The commission likely covered up his behavior if it was recognized. Depending on his position, it would be very tough to get him in trouble. But Ash could just kidnap Shoto if need be. But he figured the boy would not like that. He would just have to hope the boy would come to Ash himself. Shoto was so sure his father wouldn't end up killing him, so he would have to hope that was true. He would hate to see his death on the news when he could have prevented it. And Ash knew what those years of living in that home did to him. Though Shoto seemed less depressed and more angry. Anger wasn't the best emotion, but it was better to be angry at the world than at yourself. "What did you say?" he asked when he noticed Shoto staring at him expectantly like he was meant to answer a question. "I asked how old you were. You act old, but some things you say make you feel younger. I won't say my exact age, but I'm closer to your age than old." "I do not act old." Shoto raised an eyebrow. "You refilled my bowl 3 times and kept saying, 'You need to eat more.' Reminds me of my mom." His face dropped at that sentence. "Is your mom no longer in the picture?" he asked tentatively. "No. I'm sorry for your loss. She's alive. She's just not there anymore." Ash wondered if Shoto's psycho father got rid of his mother, but he didn't ask. Shoto's expression told him he should leave the situation alone. "How come you never eat when I do? Do you not like soba? Or anything else you cook for me?" Shoto changed the subject to something Ash was now uncomfortable with. "I have a strange schedule. It coincides with my vigilantism, so I'm not always hungry when you are." "When do you sleep?" Ash shrugged and lied. "When I get home mostly, or during the day." He didn't actually get much sleep. He patrolled from night until early morning, and after that, he did whatever job he was currently working as well as studying. And he also worked on his vigilantism. He had gotten used to not sleeping. Besides, sleep brought nightmares. He was better off without as much of it as he could avoid. Ash watched Shoto as he quietly finished his bowl of soba. He really liked it, Ash noted. Ash preferred hot meals when he ate, especially when it was cool outside as it was now. But Shoto shyly requested it. "Do you prefer cold soups?" "Yes." "Do you think it has something to do with your quirk that you prefer cold temperatures over warm?" Ash asked excitedly. He hadn't been able to look into the inner workings of a person's quirk in so long. No. I mean, think about it, Dash." He was cut off before he could rant. "I omitted a part of my quirk." "Oh. Yeah, I just don't like it, so I choose not to use it. But my full quirk is half hot, half cold. I generate heat from the other side of my body." "Does that mean flames?" "Yes." Another FNG fire user. How did he keep running into them? First Shoto and now the unconscious man in one of the spare bedrooms. Then he must be cursed. "Oh, but you don't use it." "No. My father would want me to, but it's something I can refuse of him." Right, daddy issues. It all came back to that. Even as much as he hated fire quirks, he knew that it likely wasn't wise that Shoto was holding back his potential when he wanted to become a hero. He should be exploring both sides. There might come a situation where fire will aid him where ice does not. He didn't say this, not today. They had enough tough conversations for the week. He would speak to Shoto about this another day. Dabi slowly gained consciousness. He noticed the pain right away. He was used to living in pain from the effects on his quirk, but this pain was much worse. His whole body felt like it was on fire. Why the hell did it hurt so much? His eyes remained shut. He was hoping it would go away. Then, the events of the night played in his head. Those men that were meant to kill him that he almost killed, Ash stopping him. Where was he? He opened his eyes. He did not see the alley he was expecting. He was instead in a very comfortable-looking bed. He couldn't feel if it was truly comfortable. The burning sensation was all he felt. He looked around. He was in a very nice bedroom, and there was an 4 connected to him. That made him tense up, but he was not in a hospital, which made him relax slightly. But he was still in an unknown area which terrified him. He didn't think he could get up just yet. "Hello." He called out loudly. "Hello." A female voice responded, but he couldn't tell where it was coming from. "Who are you? Where are you?" "Where the F am I?" "My name is Ember. I'm an artificial intelligence, created by Ash. He brought you back to his base. He is out patrolling, but I alerted him you are awake. He said he will be back as soon as possible. Let me know if you need anything." "Right?" he responded as if this was a normal conversation. He was speaking with a robot or whatever it was. And the vigilante had nursed him back to health. Why did Ash have such comfortable beds in his base? He wondered what kind of work the vigilante did in his civilian life. He must be loaded. Then again, he might make money from his information. But Dobby heard it was difficult to get any from him. There was a television on the wall. He wondered, "Ember, could you turn on the TV?" It switched on immediately. That was handy. It was some gossipy talk show, it would do. He engrossed himself in the drama they were speaking about. After about a half hour, there was a knock on the door. After a few moments it opened and Ash stepped in. "Hello, how are you?" he asked. "In pain," Dobby answered honestly. "Why did you nurse me back to health? Why would you help me? You passed out and your vitals weren't looking good. I wasn't going to leave you there. But you could have taken me to a hospital." "I could have, that's what I would normally do. But your situation and reaction made me think you wouldn't want to go to a hospital. You're clearly hiding from someone dangerous. I wouldn't want you to get caught and hurt." "I'm not worth it. You saw I was going to kill those people. Why would you save someone like that? They were going to kill you. If I wasn't worried about your conscience, I would have let you. They deserved it." Why do you care so much? He didn't understand any of this. Why Ash would talk him out of murder so he wouldn't ruin his conscience. Why he would threaten those men for him. Why he would help him. As I said, I think you're a good person who was dealt a bad hand. I don't exactly know your circumstances, but I know you're still in pain because of it. And come on, we had a strange little friendship, if you'll call it that. You've even helped me before. I don't have friends. Me either, see we have so much in common. What's your name anyway? I never got it. Dobby. Huh, our names have the same theme and everything. Nice to meet you officially, I'm Ash. Now let's talk about your condition. What did you mean by? You're in pain. Are you even a doctor? He raised a brow. No, but I'm the best you're going to get. I'm certified in first aid. I'm hot. I mean my body is normally hot, but it's extreme. It feels like I'm on fire. It's hard to move much. My throat hurts too, it's hard to talk. But your quirk, does it normally hurt you? He was looking at the scars on his body, there was no lying. Yes, but it's external. I'll be right back. Ash returned with a tray that he set on the bedside table. He helped Dobby sit up and gave him a glass of water. As Dobby slowly drank it, Ash took his temperature. When he finished the water, Ash handed him a juice box. When he opened his mouth to object, Ash did not hear him out and demanded he drink it. Ember, lower the room temperature. When Dobby was done with his beverages, he was made to lie down again. Ash placed several cold compresses over his body and changed out the blanket. What happened to the men? He finally asked. They were arrested for all their crimes. There was no mention of you or whoever hired them. There was plenty of evidence to pin them. But, he hesitated. What happened? The next day, they ended up dead in jail. I was watching the footage that night to make sure they didn't say anything, but they all died in their sleep. The police say they don't know what happened. I believe their food was poisoned. If the person who hired them for you did it so they wouldn't squeal, they did it indirectly. But they have many enemies. But I'm not sure who could have pulled that off. So I believe it was your guy. He could do something like that. He wouldn't get his hands dirty like that. But he's powerful enough to get it done. And I don't suppose you'll tell me who it is. No. All right. What? You're not going to push? He was surprised he let it go so easily. Most people wouldn't. But Ash continued to surprise him. No, you don't want me to know. If he's so shady, he's probably already on my radar. Let me know if I ever take him down. I would love that, but it won't happen. Don't be so sure. Speak of the devil. He heard Endeavor's voice from the TV. He scoffed, hearing another from the vigilante. You don't like Endeavor? Dobby perked up. You don't either, it seems. He's a terrible hero. The Hero Commission hides it well. They make sure to cover up the injuries and deaths he caused during his missions. Easy missions too, ones that should have no casualties. But he's so sure of himself and reckless with his quirk that he does whatever he wants. And the Commission loves him, and so does the public that hasn't been affected by his actions, so nothing has been done. Some people have been impacted that try to share their experience, but it gets lost. There are plenty of better heroes. He's just a fake. Ember changed the channel. Well, they could be friends after all. He had never seen someone so passionately bash his father beside him. It was refreshing. His last point sounded similar to this ideology that a man had been spreading in the underground. He had been following that as he agreed with it. But it has only been talk so far. He was waiting for action. Ash was all about action and he had done some damage to harmful heroes already. But Endeavor was a big deal. Are you going after him? I will eventually. He's a hard case. The Hero Commission has tried to erase anything I've put out about heroes. I'm better than their best programmer. But they have sway over the media and many companies. Their effort honestly is lacking in what it could be to get rid of me. But the second I expose Endeavor, they'll be out for blood. I'm biding my time on that. But I can't just let him continue to do that damage for the rest of his career. Diamen, call me if you need help. Got a problem with him? Let's just say I'm one of the people that was impacted by his actions. Ash hummed sympathetically. He'll face consequences someday, I know I'll make sure of it. Perhaps you can help. But you'll have to get better first, can't have a hurt accomplice. You'll stay until you get better? Don't really have a choice. Good, now, do you need anything else before I leave? I'm okay. I'll see you in the morning. Ash had been running into Eraserhead for far too much for comfort. He was a bit annoyed that the hero kept patrolling his spots, so he hacked into the police database to see that Eraserhead was on a mission and was looking for a villain that had broken out of jail. Ash was glad that was the reason. He could get rid of him very easily by finding the woman for him. Eraserhead took the opportunity to speak to him whenever they saw each other. He didn't hate Eraserhead the way he did most heroes. He liked him in fact. He was on the short list of heroes that he genuinely liked. That list he could count on one hand. He didn't hate all heroes, there were some he tolerated and some he felt indifferent about. But he had positive feelings about Eraserhead. There was likely some bias. Eraserhead was his mother's mentee for some time. And he had inspired young Izuku at the sports festival. But that life was behind him. He liked him now because he was an effective hero that left little destruction in his wake. He was not corrupt and a few of his actions probably made the higher-ups not like him. But he was still a hero and he was still nosy. Too nosy. He was no danger to Ash. Detective Tsukachi had vouched for him and Eraserhead accepted that. He was glad the man wasn't trying to arrest him, as if he could, but the almost friendly conversation made him uncomfortable. And the way he looked at him. It was just too much. Is she still there? He asked Ember when he caught sight of Eraserhead. Yes, she's waiting on someone. Keep me updated. Eraserhead. Ash, you causing any trouble tonight? Course not. Ash had broken into the police station the other night, for good reason. No one saw him. But he stopped to talk to Tsukachi and Eraserhead was there. Ash was working on something disruptive, but that's none of their business. It wasn't the first time he had broken into there. The place was just so easy. I got some info for you. You do? He looked shocked. You usually go through the detective. Well you're here. You're looking for Earthshake? How do you know that? Don't worry about it. She's been going to this little club downtown every night since she's been out. She's there right now. Where is it? Ash told him the name of the club and what he knew of it. It didn't have any criminal affiliations, but it was easy to not be noticed there. Once Ash was done explaining, Eraserhead was gone. Checkmate. Ash grinned. Now stay away. He was extremely annoyed when Eraserhead sought him out the next night to thank him. Dabi was waiting for Ash to get back from patrol. He had spent a bit over a week here and he was feeling rather healthy. But he did not just want to leave. He and Ash spent a lot of time together while he was recovering. Dabi was confined to bed the first few days, so Ash would deliver meals, which were delicious, and sit with him. Ash was a quiet person, he learned. Dabi did most of the talking, rambling about whatever he liked, and Ash would respond accordingly. When he could finally get out of bed, Ash gave him a tour of the base and they would sit in the living areas. Ash was always working on his computer or tinkering with gadgets. He rarely left during the days and Dabi wondered about his job. Ash revealed he did computer work online and made a pretty penny for it. He would leave for short amounts of time during the days and patrolled for long stretches during the night. It was currently 9 in the morning and Ash had been out all night. But he had warned Dabi he wouldn't be back until the morning. Ember told him Ash was on the way and he began to cook breakfast. Ember was rather fascinating. He had never seen anything like her. He doubted there was anything like here. Sure, phones have a mini AI nowadays, but they were nowhere near as real or advanced. When Ash arrived, Dabi noticed he was clutching his arm. There was a small hole in his outfit and Dabi could see blood. You alright? Yeah, I just need to stitch myself up. Whoa, that's your dominant hand, isn't it? The injured one. Yeah, so? Let me do it, I don't want you messing up. Ash scoffed. I do it all the time, I'll be fine. Yeah, and I nurse myself back to health all the time because of my quirk, but you wouldn't let me. Let me pay you back a little? Fine. That did it, acting as if doing this would be paying him back for his care. He noticed Ash hated gratitude and did not like to be seen as a burden. He wouldn't ask for help for anything. This base was likely built around his aversion to going to others for help. The man built an AI that likely helps him on his missions. He supposed the man couldn't trust many people with his nightly activities, but still. An AI was extreme. He saw how smart and capable Ash was without her help throughout the week. She seemed more like a companion honestly. Dobby took the first aid kit from Ash and stitched the nasty cut on his arm. He had learned how to do this for himself a long time ago too. He fixed the wound up quickly. "You're good at that," Ash said challengingly. "Bet you are too." "Touché." "Indeed." He grinned. He was feeling a bit sad about leaving but he had to. He couldn't stay here forever. "I think it's time for me to head out. What do you think, Doc?" "I'm good to check out." "Yes, you should be good. Stay away from cigarettes for a few more weeks." That was not going to happen. He was going to buy some as soon as he left. "Do you have a burner phone?" "Nah, I think I lost it." "I have plenty. I'll put my number in it. You can message me or call if you're in trouble again." "Got it." Ash left and came back with a more fancy phone than any of his previous burners. "You got something more inconspicuous. I don't live in a good neighborhood." "Ah, right." He left and came back again with a proper burner phone, in the middle of typing. "There you go, I built it so you shouldn't worry about anyone tracking or hacking you." "Thanks. Well, this is it. This was nice." "Yup." Dash, they were awkward. "I'll see you at the bar Friday?" "Always." "Great, where's the door?" Ash led him to the door and told him how to make it back to the main city. Dobby wondered just where they were until he got outside and saw the place around Ash's base was an extremely abandoned and isolated area. He was impressed by how the outside of the base looked like rubbish when it was really so high-tech. He got lost a few times, but he made it into an area he knew and went from there. He didn't even think he could get back if he tried. Oh well, he wasn't going back. The hero killer, Izuku, shut the TV off. The news was reporting on the death of a hero. He sighed. He was feeling uneasy about this. Izuku knew who this man was the second he heard rumors. This was his second victim, his first death, and he was gaining publicity. Kaizome was sort of a mentor. And Izuku knew that the man was not a good person from the start. He had done enough research to tell him that. He had killed people before, so this route he was going was not surprising. And Izuku couldn't find it in him to care about who he had killed so far. Izuku had heard his message being spread and people in the underground being in reverence for him. He agreed with a lot of the points. But Izuku would never kill someone, no matter how corrupt they were. "And how's that going for you?" A traitorous voice whispered to him. His results weren't as instantaneous as death or a crippling injury was, and it was frustrating sometimes, but still. The general public didn't agree with Stain and they won't hear his message out because he was a murderer. Ash had supporters who agreed and boosted his message. His goodwill with people worked. Killing wouldn't bring change. Izuku wanted to start a revolution. Stain was inspiring chaos. There were a lot of people talking about him. Izuku wasn't sure what to think of this discourse yet. He opened his laptop to the course he was taking to pass the daytime. It was an incredibly advanced computer science class from a university. It was decently difficult. He was even learning a few new things. His experience led to him learning on the spot, so he never learned much in classes, but the work was at least a bit of a challenge. He continued to work through the day until it was time to suit up and go on patrol. He had to make a stop first. "Hello, Kaizome-sensei, or is it Stain now? I've been hearing your name a lot. You seem to be popular in the underground. People appreciate your message." Kaizome was more intimidating in this gear. He always had a frightening aura, but now, being in his presence was much more paralyzing, much like his quirk. "And you don't?" Ash started to pace. His thoughts on this were more complicated than yes or no. There was so much to unpack. "I agree with some of your points, but not all. The people you've gone after were more harmful than not. But the volatile nature of your campaign is harmful. I know you don't kill or haven't yet dash. It's not just that, I knew you killed people before and I still sought you out. But some people are seeing you as some messiah and spreading all these interpretations of your message around, and they're going to act in your name." Ash was more worried about what people would do in the name of his message than he was about what the man was doing. He had heard talk and he didn't like it. "I do not intend to take disciples on this path. I've been approached, but their words are coded in greed. Those people are no better than the fakes I want to rid the world of. This society is overgrown with fake heroes, where the word itself has lost its true meaning, and the criminals who wave their power around idly should all be purged. I respect you and your goals, you would be worthy of being called a hero. But they chose not to see you as one because you did not go through the route they require. And your effort to expose heroes is admirable, but you could be doing more. Work with me, together we can fix this society. No thank you. I refuse to use those methods. I will change society and I will do it my way. That's what I thought you would say. Then I wish you luck on your mission. I imagine we will cross paths again later down the line. I'll be watching, kid. Before Ash could form a response, Kaizomi was gone. Ash sighed, stepping onto his hoverboard and heading off. He stirred himself towards a building slightly off track from his patrol route, stepping off and sitting by the ledge. He felt like he was mourning. Since he had left his old life behind, he had stayed far away from others and kept his interactions short. He had sought Kaizomi out to fix a skill that he had felt was lacking. Even though he never acknowledged it, those nights they spent training together forged a relationship of sorts. Somewhere between the line of friendship and mentorship. Kaizomi was the only person he had interacted with for prolonged PRDS weekly. And he became a better fighter because of the man. The heroes and police department were all making active efforts to stop him. But Kaizomi was a tough opponent, his quirk was so unique and he used it well. It was something a new opponent wouldn't see coming. It would be hard to take him down. He wouldn't join him, but he wasn't going to stop him. A man killing heroes was not his focus. And he wasn't going to deny that the heroes deserved it. But could one man really be the judge, jury, and executioner for everyone? When would a wrong decision be made? What would cross the line between cutthroat justice and just plain unjust? Eraserhead was out on patrol when he spotted Ash on top of a roof, a now normal occurrence for him. Ash was sitting on the ledge without a care, instead of standing as he normally did. Eraserhead felt that something was off with the vigilante. The man had not even turned around as he approached. You might fall off if you're not too careful. Aizawa's eyes widened when Ash seemed to slightly jump in surprise. He had never caught the vigilante off guard before. He had thought it impossible. Eraserhead, Ash's tone was chipped, annoyed. Is there a reason you seem to keep approaching me if not for information or to arrest me now? This has become a normal occurrence. What was with that tone? Well, usually you would run away at the sight of a hero, so it's more your fault for staying in place when I approach. I'll run away next time then. My mistake. He said dryly. Was that a joke? Aizawa was still unsure of why Ash seemed to like him compared to other heroes. He had briefly wondered if it was because Ash did not mind underground heroes. But no, he had checked with some of his colleagues and Ash stayed far away from all of them. Aizawa sat down next to the vigilante. Is everything okay? Ash turned to look at him. Yes, why do you ask? You just sound off and you're sitting here instead of patrolling. Ash shrugged. Just watching the stars. I can take a break every now and then. Why are you sitting with me instead of patrolling? Surely you have better things to do. But Ash wasn't looking at the stars, he had been staring down until now. The stars are nice, he looked out to the sky. They were very bright tonight. It's a quiet night so far. I can afford to sit for a bit. Do you mind if I sit here? Ash took a notably long time to respond. Do what you want. I will. They sat in silence for a few minutes before he decided to try again. So, what's wrong with you? You're bad at this. Aren't you a teacher? He snickered. You go up to kids and say, so what's wrong with you, often? At least he sounded cheered up, even if it was at Eraserhead's expense. Well, you're not a kid, are you? Would you believe it if I was? It would be difficult for me to believe. Ash tilted his head to the side. How old do you think I am? I do think you're young. University age maybe. What? Did you fail a test? Well, I'm taking university classes. But I do not fail tests. He sounded as if he was offended at the mere idea. Aizawa was surprised that the man volunteered the information that he was in university. But it wasn't particularly revealing. Though Ash was a bit short for that age, but not everyone could be tall. He wondered what the man was studying. Never. Never. He said confidently. And it was easy to believe. The vigilante was competent in everything he did. It would make sense that it extended to school. It's a shame you did not go to UA then. Well, I assume you did not. But I could have used a student like you. And then you could have been doing this without people attempting to arrest you. Ash laughed loudly as if that was the most hilarious statement he had ever heard. Trust me, I would not be a good fit for your class. Besides, why would I want to become a hero through a system I want to destroy? Pretty counterproductive. I wouldn't be able to do half of what I want to do if I went the official route. Why wouldn't you be a good fit for my class? Because you hate heroes? Sure, he said. That's a pretty good reason. But it wasn't the only one. You didn't consider trying to make a change from the inside? You have the skill and the drive. Aizawa knew there was corruption and greed in the hero industry that was undeniable being on the inside of it. But there was some good and some people like him fought against it the best he could. I would be silenced the moment I tried and who knows what would happen then. I'm sure you don't even know half of what goes on behind the scenes. I have seen and uncovered a lot and I won't rest until something is done about it. He stood up. I have to go, Eraser. I suppose I'll see you around soon. Izuku, there was a radio story that you'll want to hear. I recorded it for you. Ember had announced as he went about his after-patrol routine. Play it please. After a few moments, the audio started to play. He was familiar with this show, it was a popular one. The presenter covered current criminal cases and studied them over time until they were solved or concluded somehow. She had some sort of analysis quirk and gave amazing breakdowns of information. Izuku didn't listen much to her show because she focused on high-profile cases that the police were actively working on, so it wouldn't help him much. But he had used to listen to it for entertainment when he still did things for fun. Hello caller, I assume you know since you're calling. But this is Suko Makoto, what are you calling about today? This was her call-in portion. Listeners would call in to ask her questions or chime into her discussion. Ash wondered why Ember had flagged this down. She was getting rather smart, flagging information that he hadn't asked her to watch along with what he had. Please do not hang up, a desperate feminine voice came out the other line. It was obvious she was on the verge of tears. Ma'am, are you alright? Can you tell me why you're calling? Yes, I can do that. Just please listen to me. This is my last resort. I'm calling about a current case that needs attention. I assure you my listeners and I will hear you out. Can you tell us your name? And the story of the case. Yes, I am Ozaki Nori. My son, he was kidnapped 4 months ago. There was a witness to the kidnapping who reported it to the police. He could see what my son looked like but not the kidnapper. Since then, 3 other kids from my neighborhood, a nice neighborhood, have been snatched as well. What do they have in common? Mutation quirks. Extremely noticeable ones. Ones that have caused them to be seen as outcasts to this society. Izuku knew exactly where this was going, and why this woman was using a popular radio show as her last resort. Because her son's kidnapping hadn't been taken seriously. He had seen it happen so many times before. Quirkless kids, and kids with mutant quirks, they were both treated alike by society. At least some with mutant quirks broke free from the barriers that were placed on them because their quirk was strong or useful in some way. But it didn't change the fact that society was cruel to them. And there was no one fighting for them. At least not hard enough. No one before Izuku became Ash. Izuku had been sure to look into any case like this when he started out. He had saved countless quirkless and mutant individuals since he started. He also found and delivered many bodies back to families. That part was never easy, but at least he was giving people closure. But never had a case like this made it onto a big platform like this. But this woman was speaking her truth on a very popular radio show. Plenty of people would hear this and Izuku hoped it had some effect on them. And because of this, the police have been useless. I have gone to the cop assigned to the case nearly every day since he disappeared. His name is Satogoru. The man does not even seem to be working on the case anymore. He said some distasteful things about my son's quirk when I showed him a picture when I reported him missing. This officer does not take me seriously. He seems amused at my pleadings every day, and last week he told me not to come back. That he would come to me if he found my son's body. I have done everything to try and get someone to take this case seriously. I've talked to other officers. I have even approached pro heroes and begged them to find my son, but they stopped listening after I showed them pictures and talked me down. Hell, one of the missing child's parents doesn't seem to care that their child is gone. They are relieved that they no longer get weird looks when out with their family. It's disgusting just because of their quirks. She sounded like she was speaking through tears now. Please someone, anyone that is out there and can do something about this. Please help these children. I don't know what can be done. Listeners, please raise awareness about this case. And if any hero happens to hear this, please do something. But after the ones I've spoken to, well, I don't have much hope. But I hope I'm wrong. The audio shut off, so Izuku assumed there wasn't anything else he needed to hear. He had already gotten on his laptop halfway through her speech and began looking into the case file. No surprise, it was almost blank. Besides the witness statement and description of the children, there was not much else. This happened every time, but every time, it still made him feel despair. When was this clip from, Ember? Yesterday's show. You're the best girl, good job catching this. He searched the internet to see if this had been covered elsewhere and found a few articles as well as a talk show clip and some social media traction. But the police file had remained unopened by the assigned officer. And the police station had not responded to the woman's claims. Shouldn't they be reducing the damage done? But really, there wasn't that much outrage so far. Not as much as there would be for what would be considered a normal group of children. There were some, and he saw that some people found this as an eye-opening situation. Some civilians were trying to help solve the case as well, creating threads on what they could find out. It wasn't much, they would get nowhere. But it was nice to see there were some people out there that actually cared for people no matter what. But he also saw a lot of excuses online on how the police and heroes likely had more important cases to focus on. Some people were bashing the mother for exposing the police officer. Once Ash dealt with the children, he would go after the officer. He found that nasty people in powerful positions always had something to hide. He wouldn't be surprised if he was a criminal. But Ash would be surprised if the officer was arrested even with evidence. Police tended to protect their own no matter even if they did bad things. It was disgusting. And he was in a different department than Scotchy, the one police officer he held any good opinion about. He moved on to look through the mother's information. It looked like she was a single mother. She had gotten divorced from her husband after her son had turned 5 and had full custody. Izuku had skimmed the court file and his immediate assumption was confirmed. The father gave up custody and had called his son a monster. He sighed, at least she left him. Many parents had allowed their spouses or family members to treat their children like sheep because of their quirk or lack thereof. He wrote the woman's address down. He would pay her a visit at an appropriate time. He then began to start to hack into the security cameras that were in the area where the children got snatched each day, starting with the first. The first 3 times, the kidnapper was hardly seen on the cameras, but the last time, Izuku caught a clear image and saved it for analysis. He was going to do his best to find these kids. And he just hoped they were alive when he found them. Ash knocked gently on the door, stepping back and waiting for a response. He noticed a movement in the window by the door. Someone was looking through the blinds. A few seconds later, the door opened. A very short woman with graying hair stood in front of him. She peered at him through her glasses. Finally he met a person his height. Hello ma'am, are you Ozaki Nori? Yes, who are you? Are you a hero? She asked with slight hope. No, the name's Ash. He saw her eyes widen with recognition. Does that name mean something to you? Yes. You're that vigilante. People contacted me to tell me I should try and get in touch with you because you've saved people like my son before. Is that why you're here? Yes, I heard you on the radio the other day. Can I come in? He asked, not wanting to be seen by anyone else. It was night, but people could still take a stroll or look outside. Yes, please come in. Would you like tea? No, thank you. I'll get to the point. I found your son, he's alive. The woman stared at him with wide eyes full of disbelief. Her knees suddenly gave out. He caught her before she fell onto the floor. She was sobbing loudly and unrestrained. Oh, tea thank you, tea thank you, tea thank you. She clung to him, whispering those 2 words over and over between sobs. He was uncomfortable. He had had to comfort people he saved before, but they were usually children and it was most definitely not this dramatic. He patted her on the back awkwardly. He had found out where the children were very quickly. The situation was concerningly like the one he had ended up in with the other quirkless children. There was no doubt it was connected. They were taking blood from them as well. He currently had the ringleader tied up in a secret location so he could interrogate him later on. He just wanted to make sure this lady could go see her kid. The children had been most unconscious when he rescued them. He had called for some ambulances to take them to the hospital. But since the children were unconscious, they wouldn't be able to give the hospital staff names to call emergency contacts. He had delivered the criminal sans one to the police station close by with their crimes. 2 of them had escaped from jail in the first place. So, he's at the hospital by your house if you want to go see him. And perhaps tell the other parents about this. Besides, the ones you mentioned did not care that their child was gone. Do you know if they've abused him? She nodded her head, her tears slowing down. The police did nothing when I reported it. He has a lot of scars from it. Can you tell me about the family and which house they live in? She did. The parents were a picture-perfect couple with good quirks who had 4 children. 3 of them that had gotten variations of quirks from their parents. And then there was the youngest with a lizard mutation quirk. Supposedly, the mother had a great-great-grandmother with a similar, more tame quirk. But no one else since her had anything like it, so the mother thought her children would be safe. Ozaki noticed her neighbor's behavior towards her child immediately. The parents were noticeably cold to the boy even in front of strangers and often said snide statements when she thought no one was listening. But the child had befriended Ozaki's and was welcomed into their home. When he spilled something on his shirt one day, she saw the scars and called the police. They did nothing. He thanked her for the information and made sure she would be able to drive herself to the hospital before getting ready to leave. Wait. He turned back around. Yes. Do you think I could get a picture with you? I would like a picture of the man that saved my son. He didn't usually take pictures. He wasn't a hero and at first, he didn't want his image out there. But it was out there now. He had been on television before. He allowed for it and bid her good night. You got anything on those parents, Ember? The father, Takamoto Miyuki, has completed tax fraud over the last 10 years. He grinned sadistically. Atta girl, Ember. Tell me the details. He listened to what she said as he broke into their house. He had broken into the kitchen window. He could hear a television playing. He snuck around the corner to peek into the living room. Perfect, it looks like the kids were asleep. Hello, Takamoto Miyuki and Takamoto Kyoko. He was using a different voice monitor than usual. This one was much more menacing. The man jumped to his feet in an instant. Who the hell are you? He was looking around for the culprit. But he wouldn't see Ash. No, the vigilante was hidden. He didn't want them causing any trouble for him. Shoo, be careful, you wouldn't want to wake the kiddos. You sicko, did you do something to our kids? The woman demanded. No, I wouldn't lay a hand on your kids unlike you. What the hell is that supposed to mean? I'll draw it out for you. Your youngest son was found and it is clear you are unfit parents for him. And I will not listen to your excuses about his quirk. So when you get a call from the hospital, you will not come. And you will sign the rights to your son away when a woman comes knocking at your door tomorrow. A mother of one of the quirkless children Ash had rescued a while ago had approached him to thank him. And they talked for a while. She told him he inspired her to get a foster license so she could foster children like her daughter who don't even get kindness inside their homes. He had helped her get it, it had been approved recently and she had already gotten one child. She would gladly take another. She wanted to eventually create an orphanage, but doing that was much harder than getting a foster license. And why would we do that? People would judge us if they knew we sent our child away after he had been kidnapped. Well, I'm glad you asked. See if you don't, I will report the approximately 144,967,500 yen you have stolen from your company, siege tech to your company to your CEO. That will land you in prison. And the tax fraud will just give you even more years. He said in a sing-song voice. I bet that will embarrass your family even more than abandoning your child. Oh, and your wife is quite the shoplifter. These security videos will surely be damning. And you won't report it if we do this? Yup, I even pinky promise, metaphorically of course. And he was also metaphorically crossing his fingers behind his back. He would report them as soon as they signed the papers. The other children would likely be taken in by other family members of theirs. Both parents had big families. But he wasn't risking those people being quirkist as well with the youngest. We'll do it. The wife said. Perfect, see to it that you do. With that, he slipped away out of the way he came without being seen. Now time to interrogate a man. He flew back on his hoverboard to where he had left the leader of the operation. Sorry, I had business to take care of. Did you miss me? He crouched down in front of the tied-up man. Oh right, you can't talk. I'll remove that after I ask a question. Don't want to have to hear you talk before then. So, your operation is suspiciously close to one I busted before. They kidnapped quirkless kids, you know? Kids that most people wouldn't miss. And the authorities wouldn't bother looking for them. A good strategy, right? Similar to what you did. Kids with mutant quirks are treated similarly. Bet you thought no one would help them. But that's kind of my thing if you haven't heard. I was bound to have found out what you were doing eventually. Someone has to protect those that society ignores. So tell me, are you part of an organization? He ripped the makeshift GG out of the man's mouth. The man glared in response. I am not above breaking bones and I know how to make it hurt the most. So I suggest you talk. I also got some trusty knives in my belt if you prefer those. You're not getting out of those bonds, so he was never against brutality and he would be glad to rough this man up. He seemed to be considering his options. Yes, there's an organization. So there are several of these little groups around the county? Kidnapping kids like this? His voice dropped. He had sounded dangerous before, but now he was deadly. You will tell me everything. And if he had to break some bones, well, he had warned the man. When he finished interrogating the man, he was seething. This organization was trying to figure out how to modify quirks and enhance them. In their early experiments, they found something in quirkless blood that they believed could help their cause. So they began kidnapping quirkless children who statistically wouldn't be missed. Many of their victims weren't even reported missing. The quirkless adults had jobs and potential spouses that could deem them useful enough to choose. Unlike the parents or foster parents that had no choice but to house quirkless kids. And many of them already lived on the street. And to test their work, they collected a much smaller number of children with mutant quirks. There were originally 4 operations across Japan, but he had unknowingly stopped one. The one that had kidnapped him had branded him like cattle. And he had stopped the second one today. 2 down, 2 to go. F dash. This isn't looking so good. Dabi was running away again. He didn't know how he could still move. He had been beaten pretty badly. He should have just done what they wanted, the one time he tries to be good. To think that he could be good. It backfires and he ends up like this. He wasn't going to last. He could see his vision blurring. He just needed some more time to get to safety. He ran into the closest alleyway before he collapsed. Dabi, we have got to stop meeting like this. He heard a voice say before his vision went black. The first thing Dabi felt when he woke up was an overwhelming pain in his leg. He was used to chronic pain all over his body, but this was something else. He opened his eyes. Oh, Ash had saved him and brought him home. And he had a cast on his leg. The vigilante appeared in the doorway just moments after he opened his eyes. Hey, you're up. Why did you bring me here again? He didn't understand why the vigilante had helped him twice now. Or why Ash regularly conversed with him like a friend whenever they saw each other. Or why Ash had told him he could be a good person and he believed it. Well, I wasn't going to leave you in the alleyway, and you were in much too bad of shape to patch you up there. And you don't do hospitals, do you? Was I out for a long time? The last time has been weeks. Nah, just a few hours. Who did that to you? That person hire more killers. No. This was my fault. Set off the wrong people. Is my leg broken? The cast felt strange. He had never worn a cast before. Though if this was what a broken bone felt like, then he was sure he had broken a few in his lifetime. It's a minor fracture. You'll be out of that cast in no time. You don't have to tell me what happened. But I can't help you if you don't. Why would you want to help me? He didn't deserve the help. Because I want to. Ash's words felt nothing but sincere, and for the first time since he left home, Dabi felt that he could trust another person. When I was younger, I did a few jobs for Kame Noboru to earn some money. I didn't join his group or anything, but recently the man I used to get jobs from approached me because he wanted me for a job. I said no, but he was quite adamant about it. He let me leave, but some of his members came after me later. This was them telling me I have no choice, I suppose. Kame Noboru was a big deal in the criminal underground. He had been one of the main pillars for decades. He was a crime lord that heroes had been trying to stop for a long time. But he was extremely elusive. Most people that worked for him had no idea what he looked like. He had people that spoke on his behalf. When Dabi first started living on the streets, he did whatever he could to get money. He discovered the web that was the underground very quickly and had been pointed to various places where he could take questionable jobs for money. He needed to survive somehow. If only he had FNG died that day. Then he would have never had to deal with all this. He had wished he died. But he was much too cowardly to kill himself. He had unfinished business anyway. Dabi was a bad person. His quirk was good for nothing but utter destruction of himself and anything it touched. He had decided a long time ago that if his quirk would kill him, he would burn his father and his legacy alive first. And if he had to be a villain to get there, he didn't mind. But then he met Ash. Ash, who told him he didn't think he was a bad person. Ash, who stopped him from killing those people. Ash, who saved him more than once. Why does he want you for this job so badly? My quirk, I'm guessing. I don't know what the job is, but my quirk has been useful to them before. Ah, that will do it. Arson. Why did you say no? You said you've worked with him before. Because I don't want to use it for that type of stuff anymore. Little did Ash know that he was the reason for that. He still wanted to burn Endeavor, but he could do that without causing harm to others. He stared without saying anything for about a minute. All right, I'll get him to leave you alone. What? Dabi said in disbelief. I have blackmail material on any person that matters. It's always useful. You shouldn't waste it on me. Oh, trust me, what I will use is only a minuscule amount that I have on him. Just knowing we're associated will probably scare him away. I can't pay you back for it. People didn't usually just help others without getting something out of it. He knew Ash was different. The vigilante never helped people in need for something in return. He was incredibly selfless. But Dobby didn't want Ash to waste his energy when he would get nothing out of it. You don't have to, but you want to. His voice showed understanding. Why don't you help me out with something in return? How about using that quirk of yours for a good cause? Sato Keiko had always liked to help others, so when she gained a quirk that allowed her to heal others, she knew she was going to be a doctor. She studied hard so she could excel in school and get into a good medical program from which she graduated top of her class. And then she got a job at the illustrious Mustafa General Hospital and all was well. She met the love of her life there and they soon had their first daughter, Sato Yami. She was a beautiful little girl who seemed to love life the moment she came into existence. Keiko and her husband Kenji adored her. But everything fell apart when Yami was diagnosed as quirkless. Kenji couldn't even look the girl in the eyes anymore. He became short with her and even moved to ignoring his daughter. He was so cruel. And he had the nerve to accuse Keiko of cheating on him. When the girl looked more like him than her. Keiko would not stand for her husband's attitude. She told him she wanted a divorce. And he gladly left, giving her full custody. Kaneko Yami became Sato Yami. And Sato Keiko loved the girl very much, no matter if she didn't have a quirk. So they braved the world of quirklessness together. But one day, Yami didn't come home from school. Keiko went to the police station to report her missing the next day, but the officer was very dismissive once he got a description of Yami and asked for her quirk. Keiko didn't know what to do. It was clear he wasn't going to help her. She went back to her apartment numb. She hadn't been able to fall asleep that night, so she was wide awake when there was a loud tapping at her living room window. She went to check it out. She screamed when she saw a masked man seemingly floating in the air holding her daughter, who showed no signs of distress. She hurriedly opened the window to demand her daughter, but the man gently handed her over with no words. "Who are you?" she asked. This was long before Ash had become widely known. When the vigilante was only a rumor. "My name is Ash, I'm a vigilante. Your daughter was kidnapped yesterday by human traffickers." She wanted to break down at this. Her daughter. The horrors she would have had to face if no one saved her. It was terrifying. "You saved her? How could she trust this man?" "Yes." "Why did you bring her here? Why not the police?" "She told me she's quirkless. I watch the police database for new reports on quirkless people specifically, because I know that 99 times out of 100 nothing will be done. It's always important to jump on cases like these because the world does not treat quirkless people kindly. The longer you wait, the more chance of death. Your daughter said you were kind to her, so I'd rather get you to her immediately than take her to the police. I'm glad you treat her well. I always worry if I'm sending people back to situations almost as bad. Take care of her." And with that, he disappeared before she could say anything. She hadn't even been able to thank him. After confirming he had been nothing but helpful to Yumi, she tried to find more information about him. She spent the night searching the internet. There wasn't much. But she eventually found some forums where people who he had saved talked about their interactions. She followed the forum and looked at it whenever it updated. One day, she shared her story and was invited to join an online group. Apparently, Ash had built up a large base of mostly quirkless supporters who were inspired by the stories they heard of him saving people like them. He was their hero. But they wondered why he was so interested in saving people like them. It was sad to say that even most heroes wouldn't put so much energy into quirkless people. There were theories like having someone close to them die because of how quirkless people were treated. But they were only theories. The favorite being that he was quirkless himself, a theory that had a lot of merits. Regardless, he had established quite a community of supporters before he even made it on the news. Because of Ash, she had discovered a whole quirkless-friendly community. Yami had friends because of it. Even with the traumatic kidnapping, Yami had come out of it better than before. Keiko only wished she could thank Ash for this. Keiko got lucky. She had been walking home from her night shift when she spotted Ash. She called out his name. It seemed like he was going to leave, but she begged him to talk to him. She thanked him severely for saving her daughter and then told him that his words had inspired him. She thought about his worry that he was sending children back to terrible situations after saving them. She wanted to build an orphanage. For children society had shunned. But that was an ambitious goal. For now, she would get a foster license and suggest to the social workers that she wouldn't mind the children others typically didn't want. And to her surprise, Ash helped her get it. And he kept surprising her. Like right now. "So how do you feel about speedrunning the orphanage idea?" "Excuse me?" Yeah, I'm working on rescuing some quirkless kids. As well as kids with mutant quirks, like the one you're going to take in. There's a good amount of kids, so I think a lot of their home lives won't be ideal. It sounds like you're going to rescue them soon. We can't build an orphanage out of nowhere. Well, the building is almost done. And it's already approved. How? She stared at him. She wasn't even aware he was working on it. He brushed her off. I have connections. So what do you say? You said you knew people that would work there? I'm in. She mentioned it in the Ash fan chat she was in and had gotten some volunteers. She was sure the vigilante would background check them first. Great, I'll let you know the details. Also, he held out a gift bag to her, stuffed with pink and white tissue paper. I got a present for Yami. Thank you, what is it? She didn't even see that he had a bag with him. Shoes. A friend of mine makes his own shoes that aren't a big walking red flag. I convinced him to make some for other people. They're purple, Yami's favorite color, right? Her eyes widened in shock. Yami would be able to wear shoes that were her favorite color. And there was confirmation that Ash at least had a quirkless friend. Maybe something more that he didn't want to reveal. It is. Do you think he'll start a company? Do you think he should? It would be beneficial to the community. She didn't want to pressure anyone, but it would be extremely beneficial. I'll talk to him about it. He'll make some for the other kids you take in as well once they're settled. If you know anyone else who could use a pair, just let me know. It will be no bother, and he doesn't need the money anyway. Keiko would never forget the look of joy on Yami's face as she opened the purple flats and sneakers from her hero. She didn't even think Ash truly knew the level of people he was helping. Even with quirkless people knowing he was looking out for them, gave them strength. Knowing that if they went missing, someone would look gave them hope. Ash was a hero and he was just what society needed. She hoped that society did not tear him down. Ash had just broken into the police station. It wasn't the first time, but it was his first time stealing evidence. How exciting. He didn't play around this time because he did not want to be noticed today. He stole the things that were collected at the first location where the experimentation took place. He had called the cops there that time, so they had taken what was inside. But the case was declared closed pretty quickly. They didn't really investigate much. They had concluded that they had kidnapped the kids to test a drag they were creating and left it at that. They hadn't seemed to do any investigation after collecting the kids and criminals. So there was likely other evidence they hadn't collected still there. But he didn't want to return unless it was necessary. At least they safely disposed of the collected blood. He checked the footage to make sure of it. His blood had been a part of that and he didn't want it out there. He took the drags they collected and brought them to his lab for testing. He quickly concluded that they were useless for what they were meant to do. They wouldn't enhance sheet. He examined his own blood and compared it to Dobby's, who was confused but willing to give a blood sample. He noted the differences as he ran it through different tests. But he wasn't seeing any indication that quirkless blood could affect those with quirks. Were they basing this operation on a stupid theory? If so, they must be desperate. He wondered why they wanted this so badly. He went back to the second location to do a more thorough examination. The cops hadn't ransacked this location since he hadn't called them here. It was smaller than the place he was in. There had been fewer kids as well. In the lab, he found lots of notes. There was increasing frustration about the lack of response to the drags and injections they gave to the children. There were also thorough notes about the changes they were making. It seems they had moved on from drags to injections. He was going to have Dobby burn all the locations once he was done. Successful or not, this work did not need to get anywhere. He took a sample of the injection back to his lab to test as well. It still was ineffective. There were 2 operations. The main one was in Tokyo. He felt that's where he would get the best answers. And the other one was in Hosu. He would do it all in one night. They must have their guards up since he took down 2 of their operations. Though they had no idea it was him. But he didn't want them to have the chance to up and leave. While he was doing that, he would have Dobby burn down the other 2 buildings. Dobby was happy to do this when Ash explained what they were doing to the children. With everything planned, he was ready. Not all men were created equal, and not all men were meant to rise above that inequality. It was a fact Takao Hiroto believed in very much. He had been born to a rich family and had developed a very strong quirk. It was just a fact that he was superior to most others. He had learned long ago that he could do whatever he wished. He was powerful with his quirk and his family status. And he had gotten an equally as powerful wife. So by all means, their son should have been powerful as well. But he was weak. And Hiroto didn't understand. He had a strong quirk that increased the strength of his arm muscles. He was naturally stronger than anyone he knew. And his wife had a similar quirk which made her have incredible upper body strength. But their son, despite inheriting their bulky muscular frame, was incredibly weak. It made no sense. He looked as if he could naturally lift things far past anyone his age could, but his looks were deceiving. And no amount of training resolved the fact that he seemed to be missing the superhuman strength his parents had. And Hiroto had been heartbroken. He couldn't have a weak son. His entire family was looking down on him because of it. And Hiroto knew that the world would too. This was simply unacceptable. He started researching ways to enhance his son's quirk. But there was nothing, if not for a lack of trying. It had been attempted since quirks started appearing, but there were no success stories. There was, of course, the temporary drag, trigger. But that was short-term. He needed something permanent. In his search, he met a chemist who had been working toward the same goal and who claimed to have a good theory that needed some testing. And it started with quirkless DNA. Hiroto didn't really understand the sciencey stuff that was explained to him, but this man was closer to a solution than him and his big words made enough sense to him. Hiroto had the money to fund this experiment, so they joined forces. Hiroto did not care that in order to do this they would have to kidnap and experiment on multiple children. It's not like the quirkless were human in the first place. They were disgusting animals wearing human skin. They did not deserve the same rights normal people did. In fact, they should be glad that their efforts would help society move along. Hiroto did not see what they were doing as wrong because he wasn't hurting people. How different was this from testing on lab rats? To him, there was no difference. And when they needed quirked people to test their results on, of course, he'd choose those FING mutants. They may have quirks but they were monsters. Just like the quirkless, they were the dregs of society that would one day hopefully be eliminated. And he would do his part in that. When they were successful, they would exterminate the ones they had collected. If the rest of the world knew what they were doing, surely they would agree. But he could only come out with it once he had results. His activities were technically illegal even if no one cared enough for the quirkless and mutants to even look for them. He had built this organization from the ground up. He had gotten the warehouses, bought all the supplies, and gathered a group of people that cared about the cause. So what the hell was happening? Their first location went down months ago. They had no idea what had happened. There was radio silence and when they went to check the place out, it was abandoned. His men were in jail, but the police report said they had arrived at the criminals indisposed. His men weren't criminals, their actions could hardly be counted as such. They had only harmed a few quirkless. And yet the police arrested them as if they had kidnapped actual children. Disgusting. Who had done this? Surely not a hero. But nothing happened after that. And he was relieved. Sure, they lost one testing site, but it wasn't their main location and the cops had no idea what they had been doing. The operation was safe. They continued as usual. He felt uneasy when the head at one of his locations did not respond to communications and was intending to check out the situation the next day. But he never got to. That entire day he had felt unsettled. Like there was a predator lurking in the shadows waiting to tear him apart. He knew he was being paranoid. He was a predator himself, he would destroy whatever came for him. When he went to the primary warehouse that night, he checked to make sure everything was normal before sitting in his office to go over the reports. He had gotten halfway through when suddenly his door opened. He had been sure it was locked. He froze in terror when he saw who had entered his office. He had heard enough stories to know he should be afraid to have the vigilante's ire. Hopefully he could talk him down. Surely once he heard Hiroto's story and what he was trying to do, he would back down. He didn't know that the kids they had kidnapped were subhuman. He was just trying to better society. You think your son will want his father in jail? You think he wants you to harm other children? Children. He had scoffed at that word and told the vigilante exactly how he felt about the so-called children they were harming. In fact, it should have earned him some sympathy and understanding. It did not. It earned him a fight. A fight he easily lost. Because strength won't always win over cultivated skill. Something up until now he did not believe. He thought that his quirk meant he was unbeatable. Now he was beaten black and blue. But what hurt him the most was what Ash whispered in his ear when he was on the ground. Know that when you're rotting in prison, a quirkless person put you there. And you'll never get out. I have proof of the sick things you've done. Besides this, you're the one that doesn't deserve to be called human. But if humans are like you, I'm glad I'm not considered one. The whisper had been so quiet that he wondered if he had imagined it. But regardless if it was real or not, he knew that it would haunt him. Izuku had learned long ago that humans were disgusting creatures. Human nature was full of pride, greed, envy, and other unsavory attributes. Human nature was cruel. And it was especially cruel to those who they did not consider human. And nowadays, your quirk status determines that. His parents had tried to shield him from the world the best they could. They were the best people he had ever met. But their kindness did not stop them from being killed. Izuku believed that Endeavor saw those around him not as people, but as stepping stones. As annoying pebbles in his way of reaching his goals. His parents were born with the right to be human. But yet they were thrown away like they weren't. He had lost all illusions of the world they tried to build for him after they had died. There were already cracks in the mirror. The love at home had won over the hate from outside, but it had been a forever ongoing battle. And the love had been taken out by an outside force, and ever since, he had been beaten down constantly because of his quirklessness. He had been branded and experimented on because those people felt he was less than a person. That it didn't matter that they were hurting him. Because his pain would be useful to them if they succeed. And if they had killed him, it wasn't like he mattered. They reduced him to a thing rather than a person. And you could only push so hard until one breaks. And Izuku had broken a long time ago. He had been broken before those fuckers kidnapped him. That incident had pushed him further than he thought was possible. And revisiting it and learning the reasoning behind it, consumed him with a wave of burning anger that would not extinguish. And so, he had become a beast. Somewhere along the way, he had practically forgotten what it was to be human. But he didn't think it was much of a loss. Dabi didn't know why he was still here. His leg had healed and he had assisted Ash by burning down those buildings in which they were experimenting on children in. They had made sure to get rid of every shred of work those guys had created. But after that, Ash still brought him back to his base. Should he just leave? Ash should be getting back from patrolling soon. In the time he had been staying with the vigilante, he noticed that he worked at an inhumane pace. He was always doing something. If he wasn't out doing his vigilante work, he was on his computer, creating in his workshop, or training. He didn't seem to do much else. He had woken up very early from a nightmare and was in the kitchen, drinking some water when Ash stumbled in. Was he hurt? Dabi watched in shock as the vigilante removed his mask, not even seeming to notice Dabi was there. Ash, he was a kid. He stared at Ash's face. He looked so young, but so jaded at the same time. But he was obviously not in the right state of mind. He looked confused, there was a lack of focus in his eyes. Ember, does he have a concussion? He questioned the AI. He knew the answer, but it didn't hurt to have the opinion of an extremely smart AI. He is showing signs of a concussion, and with the head trauma he faced today, that conclusion is logical. Right? What do I do? He has a gash on the side of his head, his hair is covering it. It will need stitches. Then I recommend you put him to bed. I will monitor him, you may help with the physical tasks. He should make a recovery, I am not sensing any permanent brain damage. Okay, I can do that. Ash had nursed him back to health, he would do the same. Which room is Ash's? His room is locked, only he can open it. But there is an infirmary. You will find the material to stitch the wound there. Do you know how to do that, or shall I walk you through it? I can do it. He had to learn how to stitch up wounds long before he left his house. Hey Ash, can you hear me, buddy? He could feel his older sibling instincts come out of hibernation. He had used to help Shoto with his injuries when his father first made him start training. Even with his growing resentment of the boy, he still helped because no one else could. Dabi? Yeah, it's me, we got to fix you up. He muttered something. What was that? Dabi inquired. Just leave me. He was able to make out the words the second time around. Don't need help. I'm not going to do that, you are very out of it. I'm going to pick you up now. So warm, Ash muttered and snuggled up to Dabi's chest. How cute. He wasn't nearly as scary like this. He followed Ember's instructions to the infirmary. This was the room he first stayed in. Before it was more of a bedroom, but it had been transformed into a small infirmary. He set Ash on the bed and looked around for the materials he needed. He fixed up the nasty wound on his head and tucked the kid in. He went back to the kitchen and sat at the counter. Then he couldn't believe someone so accomplished was still a child. He looked so young. He had so many questions. Thank you for helping him, Dabi. It's whatever, he helped me. Ash didn't seem like the type to accept help. Dabi wondered what he would have done if Dabi hadn't seen him. Stitched himself up and went about his business with a concussion? Well, that's what Dabi would do in this case. So he couldn't blame him. He's been taking care of himself for a while. And Dabi could relate to that. He had been taking care of himself since he had gotten used to doing everything on his own. It seems like he and Ash were more similar than he thought. Did someone do that to him? Yes, Two heroes attempted to apprehend him while he was rescuing a hostage. While he was rescuing a hostage? What the F dash? They couldn't wait until he was done. They were quite aggressive too. Ash was holding the hostage at the time, so he was focused on getting her somewhere safe. This is why he despised heroes. Whoever it was likely in it for the praise of capturing a wanted vigilante, not caring to notice there was an innocent person that could be harmed by his actions. Heroes were bullshit, society would be better off without them. Ash had done more for innocent people than most heroes could claim. He was surprised by Ash's age, but it didn't faze him. The vigilante may be a child, but it was clear that some situation had forced him to be an adult. It was just like how Dabi had to become an adult in that house and take care of his siblings. He cooked, helped them with homework, comforted them, and tended to Shoto's injuries. He was more of a parent than a big brother. Especially after their mother was forced to leave. And their father eventually got rid of him too. And he had to provide for himself for years before he truly became an adult. He didn't think any less of Ash because of his age. In fact, he was even more terrified of the vigilante. For him to do what he has at this age, Dabi wondered what Ash would achieve by the time he reached adulthood. A terrifying thought. Ash stayed in the infirmary the first 2 days after the concussion, mostly asleep. Dabi checked on him throughout the day and brought him water and light meals. Ember instructed him on what to bring. Ash was extremely out of it when he was awake. On the 3rd day, Ash got up and locked himself in his room. Ember assured Dabi that the vigilante was alive but wouldn't be coming out until he was coherent. Dabi continued to make light meals and snacks and leave them outside the door. He would leave when he saw that Ash was fine. About a week later, Ash staggered out of his room when Dabi was preparing breakfast. He looked incredibly small in baggy sweats. At first glance, he looked unassuming. No one would be able to guess he was a dangerous vigilante. But Dabi could see something more. Those who do not know danger would not see it. But he knew danger. He had looked it in the eye one too many times. And looking into Ash's cold green eyes, he saw it. He also saw hurt. It was clear that this kid knew pain. That he had been broken down by something. Something that transformed him into this. "Hey Ash, I just finished breakfast, if you want to sit down." Dabi brought the plated food to the table where Ash had taken a seat. "So, since I've seen your face, do I get a name?" "Don't worry, I wouldn't tell anyone what you look like. Not after you've helped me." Ash's eyes roamed over him. His gaze was just as frightening outside of the mask. Dabi felt like he was being watched over by a predator that was determining his risk. Midoryia Izuku. His real voice was soft. "Well, nice to meet you, Midoryia. I just wanted to make sure you were okay before I left. You can stay." "What?" Dabi was surprised. Why would he want him to stay? "It's getting cold outside. And you don't have a place to stay." "How do you know?" "I've seen you when I was patrolling." Dabi had been out of a place for the last few months. His apartment complex had been destroyed in a hero fight with a villain. He had been annoyed. It took him a long time to find that place. It was the only one he could afford. But he was used to sleeping on the streets. He had done it for years after he left home. He knew all the tips and tricks. But now, Ash was offering him a place to stay. And he knew enough about the vigilante to know there were no strings attached. Anyone else, he would be skeptical. Okay. He agreed. He could always leave. And Ash was right, it was getting cold. He didn't particularly want to be on the streets when the snow came. That was brutal, even for him. "How is the head?" "Fine. I should be able to get back to work." Dabi wanted to say that was a bad idea, but he could tell that it wouldn't be well received. So instead he asked, "Can I come?" He might as well be there in case the kid was still hurt. He didn't know much about healthcare, but surely such strenuous activity a week after a concussion was not recommended. He looked fine, but that didn't mean he was inside. "Why? If you're letting me stay with you, I might as well help you out," he said casually, trying not to squirm under the vigilante's gaze. "I've done it before, as you've said." Ash Midoryia raised his eyebrow. He definitely wasn't buying it. "Sure, you can come. Now you'll have to take back your words of not being some selfless vigilante like you. But I've seen you helping people too often for you not to be one already." Dabi rolled his eyes half-heartedly. Perhaps this would be a new beginning for him. "Have you heard from Ash lately?" Aizawa questioned Tsukachi. He hadn't seen the vigilante in 2 weeks. Which was odd since lately he saw the man a few times per week on patrol. He was worried. Tsukachi placed a cup of coffee in front of Aizawa before sitting at his desk. "No, I've been worried. There's been no reported activity for about 2 weeks. He also promised me some information on a case, but I haven't heard from him. He is usually alarmingly quick. The station has taken note of it as well. Could he be working on a big project? Like his exposes? He's always been active before those. Doesn't he text you? Have you messaged him? Yes, but he texts me from new numbers frequently. The last number I got a text from is out of service. It isn't like him to just disappear. Do you think something bad happened to him? Well, he hasn't gotten arrested, we know that. I can't think of anything else that would stop him. He's even more of a workaholic than you. Aizawa sighed. I'll check out the bar he frequents and see if they've heard from him. He downed the rest of his coffee before getting up. I'll let you know what they say. He had a change of clothes at the station. He switched his hero costume with civilian clothes before he made his way out to the bar. He had never been there, but he heard it was where you went if you wanted to meet with Ash. Police and heroes not included. Ash didn't meet with those. They knew it by now. Some had tried because he occasionally dropped off extremely thorough files on criminals to the police. But they were always refused. For some reason, Aizawa and Tsukachi were an exception. Ash helped Tsukachi on request and would help Aizawa when he felt like it. They didn't know what they had done to earn that. Ash had given Tsukachi information without any prior contact multiple times until they met. It was strange. Could Ash know him in real life? He always seemed to be annoyed and on alert with Aizawa, but Tsukachi said he was normally relaxed with him. Despite the fact that he was technically a wanted vigilante, Aizawa had some affection for him. He spoke to the vigilante every time he saw him. He admired Ash's intelligence and his fighting ability. He really would make a good underground hero. It was a shame, he had so much potential. But he laughed at the thought of becoming a hero. He didn't know how old Ash was. He was past high school age, but still young. It would be hard for him to become a hero anyway at that point. Not impossible though. He stepped into the bar, examining his surroundings as he walked up to the bartender. The man looked him up and down. It was inconspicuous, but Aizawa noticed. What can I get you? He wasn't on the job, so he ordered his go-to drink and watched as the bartender prepared it. When the man handed him his drink, he asked, Has Ash been around lately? The man narrowed his eyes at Aizawa. You got business with him? We help each other out occasionally, but he's been MIA lately. Wanted to make sure he was all right. He chose his phrasing carefully. It seemed to pass the man's judgment as the scrutinizing gaze lessened. You could stick around, he usually shows up on Fridays. He's always here within the current hour. But he hasn't in the last 2 weeks. Thanks. He placed some money on the counter and took his drink to a table in the back corner. He spent the next hour taking small sips of his drink and watching the patrons. Places like these didn't attract the most moral people. But they were safe zones. And there was no one of note around. He stayed for a bit longer, but he needed to get home now. It wasn't even a patrol day. He shouldn't be out at this time, and Ash was probably not coming. He wasn't there. He called Tsukachi on his way home. He hasn't been there in 2 weeks apparently. I just hope he's safe. This really isn't like him. I'm sure he's fine. It's Ash. He said, I'm sure he'll show up soon. If you're going to be a vigilante, you should separate it from you. I mean, you already have some presence in the underground as Dabi. It would be better that no one connects you to vigilantism. Dabi has been going out with Ash on patrol for a few days now. He just wanted to make sure the kid was okay. He didn't expect to kind of enjoy it. He was seriously considering doing this full-time, not that he had told Ash that. But of course he knew. He had gotten to know Ash and who he was beyond the mask a bit. Since Dabi had seen his face, he didn't wear his mask during the day. Midoryia was quiet. He didn't talk much compared to Ash, who talked too much. Some days he didn't talk at all, Dabi had noted. He kept to himself during the day, either in his work area or his bedroom. He was much more serious than he was as Ash. Dabi left during the day, now having instructions on how to get back. He didn't have much to do, but now he was looking into getting a regular job. That proved to be rather difficult so far. He didn't have the proper paperwork. I've drawn up some designs for a costume. I'll make them for you for occasional assistance. You can do your own thing, you don't need to stick around with me even if you live here. Can I stick around with you though? If I want to? If that's what you want. Dabi grinned. So, will you tell me how you became a vigilante at this age? How old even are you? I can't tell. Also, how are you so FNG loaded? He already knew a bit about why he was doing this. Midoryia had a disdain for heroes and hero society. He felt that they failed a lot of people. And those were the people he tried to save the most. He had learned that in their little talks before Dabi had started staying with him. Only if you tell me about the man who wants you dead. And where you got all those scars? He said challengingly. Okay. Okay. He repeated, tilting his head to the side. Yeah, we're friends. Don't friends share tragic backstories over breakfast? His interactions with Ash were the most genuine interactions he had since he left home. Even at home, he was hardly himself. He couldn't afford to be. But those nights of tentative companionship were the best nights. So he told him of the father who was very powerful and saw other people as stepping stones to reach the top. So much so that he created children just to fulfill the goals he could not. That the man had bought his mother's hand. He told Ash of how unnerving he felt around his father the first few years of his life as the man waited impatiently for his quirk to come. He told him of how the first time his quirk showed was the first and only time Dobby made his father happy. He told him of the abuse dubbed as training that started at 4. He told him how each sibling was another disappointment to their father until the last. How his youngest brother was subjected to the same things and how his father began to cast him aside despite his wanting to prove himself. He told him how his father drove him to a mental break and just watched as his own quirk burned him, not stepping in to put out the flames, but watching his own son burn himself alive. It was a miracle he survived. But his father couldn't be sure whether he lived or died. He left before he finished burning. He would have come back to see that there was no body. His father wouldn't be able to tell if he burned his own body or if he ran away. He told him how he was sure his father had people looking to find anyone that matched his description just in case. How he would want to get rid of the stain on his family if it still existed. And how he was planning on becoming a killer all along, that stopping him was pointless. One day he would kill his father. If you hate him, I want to burn him alive, he said, raw emotion coming through his voice. Midoryia listened to the entire story without interrupting. Every time Dobby glanced at him, his face remained blank. How old were you when you were off on your own? 14. 5 years ago. Have you been living on the streets since then? No, but for most of it. I've gotten a few places to stay but they always fell through. The streets aren't kind for a child. I've seen and done some shit to survive. It was really hard when I first got out there. People loved to try and take advantage of an innocent kid who had no idea how things worked in the real world. That first year was horrible. He had run into a lot of trouble at first. He had to learn how to make himself look tough and act like someone who was dangerous to mess with. It was hard when he was a scrawny kid who only had enough money to eat to survive. He told Midoryia a bit about what it was like. If I hadn't been a bad person for wanting to murder my father, living out there made me one. You wouldn't be a bad person for that. It sounds like he deserves to feel the pain he caused your family. And you did what you had to do as a child who had no choice but to take care of himself. A lot of kids die or get trafficked. Neither are ideal situations. So, he hesitated before continuing, is your father a certain number 2 hero? What? Dobby's stomach dropped. Someone knew who he was. It was okay, he told himself, it was just Ash. He supposed he shouldn't be surprised he knew. He was Ash, the vigilante that people always said knew more than he should about people and organizations. It makes sense with the fire quirks, eyes, and training. Plus I've met your baby brother, there's a resemblance. You've met my brother? Which one? How? Shoto, your father kicked him out one day. Apparently he does that a lot only to let him come back. But he got jumped one day. I found him hurt, brought him here, and let him stay until he went home. He comes back sometimes when his father kicks him out. He's told me a bit about his story, including his brother, which fits your story pretty well. He wouldn't tell me who his father is and I promise not to look, but I'm not stupid. I can piece things together without having to reach for my computer. Is he okay? He needed to know. Part of him hoped his father would be kinder to Shoto. The resentment in him believed it to be true. But he knew his resentment was delusional. His rational part knew better. His father may think Shoto is his masterpiece, but he wouldn't treat the boy like a glass sculpture. No, he would be harsh in order to mold him into what he wanted. Definitely not. He's always in bad shape when he comes here. Physically and mentally. He won't stay permanently, but at least he's okay when he's here. If you're sticking around, you'll meet him. He hasn't been here in a bit though. If it makes you feel better, Endeavor killed my parents, Midoryia stated causally, with no emotion behind it. How is that supposed to make me feel better? This kid clearly didn't have proper social skills. That was a terrible way to comfort someone. Dobby wasn't even sure if Midoryia was upset about the fact the flame hero killed his parents. Well, I also hate Endeavor, we can form a club. So he was upset. Dobby cracked a smile at that. Is that why you don't like heroes? It's part of the reason. I suppose I'll answer your questions. I finished with schooling for the most part. I'm emancipated. I have multiple freelance gigs that all pay well and a strong customer base. It ranges from programming to quirk analysis and things between those. My parents were heroes, they were the best. Even now with my shattered view of heroes, I still admire them. They were some of the good ones, I researched to be sure. Endeavor killed other heroes? He was actually surprised at that. The man was a bad father and a bad person, but he seemed to do his job competently enough. But with his attitude and the way he treated people, he never deserved to be a hero. Dabi just thought his behavior wouldn't extend to coworkers. With his civilian casualty rate, there's no surprise it extends to his coworkers. I used to watch hero fights religiously, I saw it with my own eyes. And they covered up what truly happened. Can't paint the number 2 hero in a bad light. That was my first realization of how far there was corruption in hero society. And it just went downhill after that. I realized I wanted no part in it. But I still wanted to help those who heroes typically don't. So I became a vigilante. It was clear to Dabi that there was much more to that story. But Midoryia had answered all his original questions so he couldn't complain. There's a lot about heroes I don't like. He is a shining example of what I hate. Eventually, I want to ruin Endeavor, I want to utterly destroy his name and image. But if you want to kill him, I'll help you with your plan. Well, it was more of an idea than a plan currently. And honestly, Ash's idea didn't seem too bad. He'd hear it out. Izuku didn't mean to take his mask off in front of Dabi. He was used to living alone and treating injuries wherever. There were first aid kits in every room in the base. And Dabi was always asleep when he got home from patrol. So in his concussed state he didn't take note of his surroundings. He didn't really have the chance to process his thoughts on someone seeing his face. The concussion wasn't severe, but it was worse because of his exhaustion and lack of nutrients. So for the first time in a while, he had to rest and eat properly. He hated it, but he was always dizzy and uncoordinated when standing up or trying to use his computer. If he wanted to get back to his normal activities, he would deal with the rest. The minute the dizziness reduced, he decided he was ready to go back to work. He knew Dabi volunteered to come with him because he was worried, but he just let it happen. He felt that his identity was safe with Dabi. He hadn't done anything the entire time he was compromised. He stayed and ensured he was okay even after he locked himself away. It was odd, having someone worried about his health and recovery. He didn't like it. He had been taking care of himself for all these years. He did not need someone to step in and try and give him support. But Dabi didn't treat him differently at all after seeing him without a mask. While some people would likely balk and suddenly grow morals at learning he was a child, Dabi just continued as before. Perhaps it was because the man had been put out onto the streets at the same age and knew what it was like to be made to act like an adult while still a child. The casualness from Dabi when Izuku came out of his room was relieving. He wasn't sure why he even kept up with the man after that first meeting. Perhaps it was because his scars told a story of pain and undoing. Or perhaps it was because what he had learned about Dabi's mindset over time reminded him of himself. He thought they were similar. And with hearing Dabi's backstory and knowing the man was currently living on the streets, he found himself wanting to help him. His urge to help anyone that needed it had only gotten stronger since he started this vigilante gig. He had a lot of spare rooms anyway. Not that he would just hand them out, but he had known Dabi for a few months now and Dabi had stayed with him before. So he knew it would be okay. He had enough time to analyze Dabi. Izuku did trust anymore, but after months of observations, he knew Dabi could be trustworthy. There was a difference between putting your trust in someone and finding them trustworthy. To fully trust is a risk he was not worth taking. How old are you? 19, Dabi answered as he flipped to the next page of his book. Izuku, as he was now calling the boy, did not respond, continuing to type away at his laptop. Dabi had been sitting on the couch reading when Izuku wandered in, sitting in front of him on the floor, typing intently on his laptop. Can you drive? Yes. Cars and motorcycles, he answered without thinking, but then wondered, why are you asking me these questions? I'm forging you an ID. What? He placed his book on the couch open so he didn't lose his page. Izuku did not respond, so Dabi got up from the couch to go look at what he was doing. Are you reverse adopting me? He said in disbelief as he saw the name Midoryia on the screen and the picture of his unblemished face with green eyes and green hair. Yes. Fire quirks run in the family, it's not far-fetched. He paused typing and stared at Dabi. Is it not okay? I can give you another name. I should have probably done that. What the F dash? I mean, it's cool with me. If you really want to. Izuku just kept typing as a response. After a couple of minutes, he stopped. Okay, it should come in 2 weeks. You'll have to wear contacts if you go out with that identity. You can either say you've dyed your hair or dye it green. He might actually do that when his current dye starts to die out. He kind of liked that Izuku had made him his brother. He was glad to have a legal identity and to be rid of the Todoroki name. And he still got to keep the name his mother gave him. Plus he was kind of thinking of the younger boy as a sibling. He had been reluctant to get attached, but it seemed Izuku was going to attach himself and not let go. After he had dumped his trauma onto the boy, Izuku seemed more comfortable with him. The kid wasn't affectionate and didn't indicate how he really felt about Dabi, but actions like these show he cared. Izuku was a much better adult than he was. Dabi never really took the time to mature, his upbringing stunted his growth enough, and simmering while barely scraping by on his own didn't really mature his personality. And he could admit he developed some rather bad habits. For example, Dabi wasn't used to having enough money for 3 meals, he was used to the feeling of hunger. He had brushed the feeling off for years that it was normal to him. He was eating more now that he had food available. But he mainly ate 1 meal and sometimes a snack a day. But it was a full meal unlike what he was used to scraping by with. He and Izuku usually did their own thing during the day so he didn't see what the kid ate. But whenever he went into the fridge things seemed untouched. And if they ever ate together Izuku ate small portions. But he was a small kid, perhaps Dabi was just projecting. Izuku was extremely active, surely he was eating enough for that. Dabi also brushed off any health concerns he had. If he had gotten sick or hurt, he couldn't afford not to work through it. He treated the flu like a minor cold, he would mask up and do what he needed to. Hell, he held himself together with piercings. He wasn't under the illusion that he was the responsible adult in this household. He was not someone he wanted anyone to look up to that way. But he tried his best to be better. You seem to know your way around making new identities. Sometimes I save people who would be in the same amount of danger going back to their lives. Used it to get a few favors as well. And that's what set Ash apart from heroes and other vigilantes. He wasn't as morally straight as a hero, but he cared about the people he helped, going above and beyond to make sure they were safe. The fact that he spoke with them long enough to find out they wouldn't be safe. He often went beyond what anyone else would do. And it's why he was so beloved. You've been looking for jobs. Have you got any legal skills? I was a tattoo artist for a while. It was my longest job and it was very legal. What happened? The shop owner got arrested. She was nice, she helped me out a lot. But she was not very lawful. I did get to finish my apprenticeship though. But I can't find another shop that would bend the laws without an ID. I don't suppose you can forge a certification as well? I can do that. Do you have a portfolio? The website should still be up. Can I borrow your laptop? After a few clicks, the laptop was handed over. Dimmin, that sheet was heavier than it looked. A browser was already pulled up so he typed the website domain. He found his name under the Artist tab. There was a plethora of images of work he had done on customers, piercings, and tattoos. Izuku scrolled through the website. I'll forge the certificate. Wanted to make sure I was legit? Wasn't going to help someone who doesn't know what he's doing open his own shop. Wait, what? What do you mean? It's the most logical. Employers ask questions. It will be much easier to establish an identity and build up a good reputation without people being too curious. You don't have to do that. I don't have to do anything. I do what I want. He looked up from his computer. I'm going to my apartment today, do you want to come? Apartment? Yeah, I have one in the city for addresses and stuff. I don't stay there often but you can if you want. I used to stay there more while this place was in development. Apparently, this place had a garage. And Izuku had a car. You're not old enough to drive. Doesn't matter if I don't get caught. Now catch. Izuku threw him the key. Dabi was not expecting it and fumbled with them but eventually kept them in his hand. I don't have a license yet. Don't get caught. Izuku opened the passenger door and sat down. Dabi had learned to just go along with shit like this. This wasn't nearly the most illegal thing he has done. He opened the door to the driver's side and gawked at the interior. From the outside it looked like an ordinary car but it had been transformed on the inside. How do I start this thing? Tap the key there. Izuku pointed. Dabi did as he was told and the car turned on. Izuku was tapping on the touchscreen pad. A map pulled up with a GPS to their location. And of course, it was a basic navigation AI. Ember was giving him the verbal instructions. At least the steering and gears were normal. Izuku was a maniac with his technology. Dabi noticed upgrades in most mundane objects around the base. Izuku could make a career out of selling his inventions. Perhaps Dabi would suggest he apply to a support course. It would be good for Izuku to interact with people his age. Dabi never got to go to high school, and a part of him wished he could have had a normal teenage experience. Izuku would be much more advanced than his peers though. It couldn't be helped. He had much more experience with creating and using his products in practical ways. And his workspace was professional level. Most parents wouldn't want their kids working on dangerous experiments unsupervised. And Izuku was just very smart. He would be bored in any regular high school. But a top school would look at his record and be eager to cultivate his mind. Perhaps he should suggest it. The apartment was about an hour's drive away from the base. Dabi was unsurprised that it was in the nice part of town. He wasn't sure how rich Izuku was, but money was not an issue at all for him. It's been a long time since Dabi had been around people who had money to throw around. But Izuku was not like any of them. He was humble, likely because he experienced hardships. Dabi followed Izuku out of the car to the building. They stopped at the mailroom and Izuku picked up a few letters and packages. Dabi grabbed a few packages before Izuku could try and balance all of them. They didn't run into anyone on the way to the apartment. The apartment was nice, but it was empty. It had the necessary furniture, but it didn't look lived in. It made sense considering Izuku did not live here most of the time. But it was still unsettling and reminded Dabi of home. The most personalized thing in the living space was a single bookshelf, stuffed to the brim with books. "Is that your parents?" Dabi asked, looking at the singular picture of a green-haired man and woman on their wedding day, smiling widely at each other as if they didn't know they were being watched and photographed. Their features combined looked exactly like Izuku. "Yes. They look like they were nice people. I recognize your dad. He was Roar, right?" Izuku nodded. "I met him. At some hero event for families. My dad took me too. You wouldn't have been born. He was nice to me." He had been very nice, spending a lot of time talking to Dabi when his father ditched him. Dabi was confused. The other fire hero was nothing like his father. He had a good personality and was good with. The hero had been worried when he saw a bruise on Dabi's wrist and had fussed over it. He gave Dabi a card with his number and told him to keep it just in case and that he could call him if anything happened that he couldn't tell his father. He had become a fan of the man back then, not that he would tell his father that. He hadn't thought about the hero since he left home, but when he saw the news that he died, he had been a little sad. Looking back on their interaction, the hero likely suspected Dabi had gotten that bruise from his father. But Dabi had lied about where he had gotten it from and the hero couldn't just throw around accusations. It made sense that Izuku was the son of the one person that would want to help him out. But knowing that his father was the cause of his death was devastating. "He and my mother would have tried hard to get you out of that house. My mother would have probably resorted to blackmail," Izuku said when Dabi told him about that meeting. Izuku looked happy talking about his parents like this. He wasn't smiling, but there was light in his eyes. "Like mother, like son. Your mother was a hero as well." "Yes, underground. Attraction." He recognized that name as well. She had a good reputation among the circles he ran in when he was first homeless. She was known for helping the people who didn't think anyone cared. No wonder Izuku was such a good person. "This place has 3 bedrooms, well 2. One is an office. You can stay in the empty bedroom if you're ever in town. I'll get you a spare key. You can come and go as you please. I just came to get the mail. We need to go grocery shopping as well. I'll be right back," Izuku said before slipping into the bedrooms. Dabi took note of which room was Izuku's. Now he had 2 places he was welcome to stay in. An odd thought. He never thought he would live somewhere this nice again. He fully intended to have to be on the run sometime in the next year or so. But his villain aspirations were almost none at this point. PNG Izuku, coming into his life and making him a better person. "Are you wearing a hat that says, green?" He stared at the teen incredulously when he emerged from the bedroom with his hair tucked in a baseball cap. "Why? My hair is my most recognizable feature. I used to dye it, but I stopped." "Right." That didn't explain his hat. But it was a good idea to cover up recognizable features if they were going into public. He asked if Izuku had a face mask and sunglasses. He'd rather not have people stare at his scars. People who lived normal lives were always put off by his appearance. Dabi just noticed Izuku's shirt said, pants. All that money and no sense of fashion. Or maybe he did it on purpose. His vigilante costume was stylish. And all his gadgets were designed well. Perhaps it was supposed to be a joke. Dabi hoped so, partly because he was appalled by fashion sense and because Izuku was always so serious. It would be nice to see that he made jokes. "You ready to go?" Izuku nodded, and they made their way back to the car. Ember instructed them to the nearest grocery store. Izuku told him to get whatever he wanted. Izuku picked out the basics for the week. Meats, dairy, produce eggs. He didn't seem to get anything for just a treat. Dabi didn't comment, adding a few occasional things to the cart. Before Izuku could pay, Dabi had already handed the cashier the money. He had a decent amount saved up from the jobs he had done. And now that he didn't need to find a place, he could spend on this without worrying. He could feel Izuku's glare on him, but he ignored it. "Ah, shopping with your little brother?" the cashier asked as she counted the money. Dabi nodded awkwardly. "He's adorable." Izuku kind of looked like he wanted to bite her head off. Her smile faltered as she noticed when she went to hand over the receipt. "You two have a great evening. You know, you're so unassuming as a civilian, but equally terrifying," he told Izuku once they were back in the car. "Is that a bookstore?" He noticed a small store across from the grocery store. "Yes, do you want to go in?" "Yeah, I've been meaning to get a few books on a subject." When they went into the bookstore, they went their separate ways. Dabi first picked up a sketchbook. He should start drawing again if he was going to be doing tattoos. Then he searched for the language section. He found the books on sign language. He noticed some days that Izuku struggled to speak at all. Ember told him that some days he gets nonverbal and he would rather be left alone. Dabi respected that, but he resolved to get some books about sign language because Ember said Izuku knew it. He was staring at the selection for a long time. He didn't really know which books to get. "Are you looking at the JSL books?" He turned to see a man with blonde hair tucked into a messy bun, peering at him over his glasses. Dabi noticed the man had a hearing aid in one ear. Perhaps he could help. "Yes." "Beginner?" Dabi nodded. "I'm learning for a friend." "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's always great to see young people taking the initiative to learn. And so compassionate too. You know, my friends learned from me too. It was a big surprise. Every now and then, I have students who want to learn after they learn about my hearing." He was beaming as picked a few books out of the shelf. "These should get you started. Do you have a phone?" "Thanks." Dabi took the books with one hand and shook the phone that was in his hand in response. This man couldn't be that much older than him. "Pull up your notes app, I'll recommend you some video series." Dabi left the aisle with 5 books and multiple YouTube channels written down. That man had been nice. He looked a little familiar, but Dabi couldn't place it. By the time he had paid, Izuku was still gathering books. Dabi was happy to see him so in his element, so he patiently waited by the door. Finally, the boy made his way to the cash register so they could go home. It was strange to refer to a place like that, but he was seeing Izuku's place as a home so soon. Dabi wasn't prepared for the first time he saw Shoto after 5 years. He and Izuku were on the way back from their shopping trip when Izuku told him that Ember said Shoto was back at the base. Izuku pulled out his vigilante mask from his pocket and put it on before they went inside. "I can get yours?" "Nah, I don't think he'll recognize me. I look a lot different. I'll just go as Dabi." He would be keeping the sunglasses on. His younger brother was sitting on the couch, staring off into space. He didn't even notice the two of them come in. But Endeavor wasn't one to train stealth or situational awareness. His training was all about power. He stood still as Izuku went over to the boy. "Hey, long time no see. Are you hurt today?" He sat down next to the boy. Shoto blinked at him, finally realizing he wasn't alone. "No, I'm okay. Father was called away for a mission, so we didn't train. I just left because I didn't want to be in the house." "Who's that?" "Ah, that's Dabi, he's staying with me now." "Sup?" was the first word he said to his brother in 5 years. "Hello." Shoto nodded before turning back to Ash. "Can I still stay here?" "Of course, you're always welcome. And Dabi's safe, he won't bother you. Now, will you tell me why you haven't been by lately?" Dabi went to unload the groceries, but he could still hear the conversation. "Ah, the UA entrance exam is coming up in a few months. My father has been very overbearing, making sure I'm ready. He hasn't kicked me out in a while, he's been less harsh too." Dabi wondered what exactly Shoto's definition of less harsh was. "Do you feel ready for the exam? You still have a lot of time to prepare." "I feel confident in my ability for the practical exam. The written shouldn't cause me any trouble, I believe." "That's good. I heard the exam has robots. Isn't the exam content supposed to be confidential?" Shoto squinted at the vigilante. "Anyway, I'll be taking the recommendation exam. So it'll probably be different. Is this something you want?" I mean, I never really had the opportunity to think about going somewhere else. But it's the top school in the nation. I'll get a good education, I suppose. And I've decided I want to be my own hero in spite of my father. If you're going to be a hero student, I've been meaning to talk to you about your quirk. What about it? I know you don't want to use the heat because of your father, but it's illogical. I'm going to step outside, Dabi announced and stepped out before there was a response. All this was too much for him. He took calming breaths. He didn't want to panic right now. He was alright, everything was okay. Once he calmed down, he grabbed the pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Almost empty. He lit one up. By the time he finished smoking the first one, Izuku had come outside. You alright? Yeah, it's just overwhelming to see him. I feel bad I left him. He doesn't seem to be alright. What's this about his quirk? He doesn't want to use his fireside because he wants to become a hero without his father's quirk. I'm all for revenge, but it will probably get him killed sometime. He has two quirks that balance each other out. They can't if he just overuses the one. You convince him? Not yet. But I let it go. I'll hopefully get through to him by the time he graduates. Hopefully. Don't want to see the idiot die when it's not necessary. Are you going to apply to high schools? Dabi, I have degrees. Multiple degrees. Including high school. Why would I go to high school? Well, high schools offer career tracks that need licenses and you have to go to in-person school to complete them. Like support or hero. Are you suggesting I apply to a hero course? I hate heroes, but you'd be a good one. But I said support first. There are tons of tracks for support engineers. You could apply to UA, they'd love you with your degrees. Plus Ultra and all that. I can't believe you just said that catchphrase. You know I took the hero exam. Really? Yeah, it was right before my incident. I don't know if I got in. I bet you could take down those FING robots easily. He had likely passed. The only way he wouldn't have is if he bombed the written exam, as he knew he got a lot of points on the practical. You took the normal exam? Yeah, my father had Shoto then. He gave up on me being a hero. He wouldn't waste a recommendation on me. I didn't even tell him I signed up for the exam. He didn't want me to be a hero anymore after Shoto got his quirk, even though I wanted to. Do you resent Shoto? I used to a lot. Part of me always will. But I recognize he has it as hard, if not harder, as me. And he can't just escape. Our father will never do everything to keep him. And I always loved him, you know. I'm glad you've been helping him. I've always regretted that I couldn't help him anymore. He loves you too. He talks about his brother a lot. He misses you. His eyes started to sting, the telltale sign of tears. Does it hurt to cry? Dabi had learned what Izuku staring at him from behind the mask felt like by now. I can see you wincing because of the burns, I'm assuming? Do you feel pain if something touches your burns? Yeah, they're sensitive. But I'm constantly in pain, so I don't really feel it. I've been looking into methods to help you with them. Dabi widened his eyes. Izuku was constantly helping him without any prompts too. It felt like too much. Find anything? Yes, we'll talk about it later. It's complicated. Alright, so will you apply to some schools? Why are you so caught up with me going to school? Sometimes I wish I got to go to high school. I missed out on a lot of my childhood. You shouldn't. Even if you are some type of genius. Dabi, do you want to go back to school? What? You can go to university if you want. I've taken courses at the community college in town if you just want to take a few classes. But you can go to a full university as well. He shook his head. I didn't even go to high school. There's a test you can take to get the equivalent of a high school diploma. I'm too stupid for that. How am I supposed to catch up after years? No, you're not, he said, his tone allowing for no arguments. You're smart. You can study for a few months. I believe there's an online course you can take. Then you can take the test. I'll help you make a study plan. This was supposed to be about you. Dabi said defensively. You have to promise to look into some programs for yourself. Fine. I will. Let's go inside now. I bet Shoto's hungry. I'll cook. The way Shoto's eyes light up when Dabi serves the soba slightly warms his cold heart. This is really good soba. All suspicion from his eyes was gone as he stared at Dabi as if he hung the moon and the stars. Ash had been avoiding Eraserhead since the incident with those heroes. He knew the underground hero was not a bad person and bent the rules regarding vigilantes, especially him. And he liked him enough to give him information and trusted. It wouldn't go to waste or that he wouldn't end up hurting anyone. But he was feeling skittish about interacting with heroes. He couldn't trust that the man wasn't going to decide he wasn't useful someday and try and turn him in. And he was sure the man didn't want him around in the first place. It was better like this. He had been letting the man see him and approach before, but he reverted to complete avoidance again. He was good at sneaking away undetected. Some people thought he had a quirk for it, along with the other very wrong quirk theories. And he also has Dobby now. They could cover more areas on patrol, so he was less likely to run into him. But tonight, he found himself face to face with a different hero. Oh wow, I don't usually run into people up here. Wait, you're Ash, right? Big fan. Hawks was squinting at him from where he was on his hoverboard. Hawks was a bit of a puzzle. He was a relatively new hero that shot up the rankings quickly. He hadn't gone to any of the hero schools in Japan. Where he came from was a mystery. But Ash had some ideas. Some dark ideas. And none pointed to anything good. No other hero in history was able to do anything like that. The closest was legacy heroes. But Hawks was no legacy. The Hero Commission seemed much too invested in the man's career for it not to be manufactured by them. You're a big fan? He asked skeptically. Yeah, I know I shouldn't be, but you're pretty cool. You do a lot of good. I haven't really seen you do anything I'm not a fan of. What are you doing here? You don't usually come to Kyushu. He spoke with childlike excitement, staring at Ash with wide eyes. He seemed sincere. He could just be trying to make the vigilante lower his guard. That had happened to him before. Cops acted nicely when they were really about to attempt to apprehend him. He always slipped away before they could even try. He knew the game they were playing. But honestly, he was curious about the hero. Too curious not to pass up the chance to speak with him. He was confident he could get away somehow. He would have to leave the sky for that to happen. His gadgets were amazing, but they wouldn't outrun Hawks in the air. I had business here. Why do you look like you're going to pass out from exhaustion? He could recognize the signs pretty well. He often exerted himself to that point. Last time I checked, heroes have to sleep too. He was a hypocrite, but the bird looked dead on his wings. Not me, he said bitterly, his face morphing in surprise immediately. He likely did not mean to say that. I mean, a brief flash of fear crossed the wing hero's face. You meant what you said. Who isn't letting you sleep? Don't you have your own agency? There was something much more sinister than he thought behind the scenes. Why did he look terrified for a moment? Yeah, I do. I am in charge. I just got an important case we're working on. Can't sleep until I make some progress, you know? It's really important to me. He laughed. His laugh was nice, but it was fake. The laughter he used on television or in front of his fans. Ash studied him a lot when he first popped up. At first, he couldn't distinguish if his personality was completely sincere, but the more clips he watched, he found momentary slip-ups. And after further investigation, he knew it was all fake. The execution was great. But Ash could recognize dullness in someone's eyes and an aversion to being touched. He could recognize fake smiles and the way one moved while hiding an injury. And he saw it all in every clip of Hawks he came across. Ash hummed. Hawks was a pretty good liar, and would probably be better if he got some sleep. Spotlight heroes were never as subtle as him. They always wore their hearts on their sleeves. Sure, they put on a bit of a persona, but they were mostly themselves. But Hawks seems different. Ash's instincts were telling him that there was something wrong with the hero. That hoverboard is so cool. Do you reckon it's anything like flying? He peered up at Ash from beyond his glasses. Not too much. It's more passive than flying, but I do have to use my body strength to steer. But it's not as engaging as flying likely is. Ash tilted his head to the side. Do you want to try? Really? There was that pure childlike excitement again. Ash wondered why this would excite him when he could fly. Yeah, were you going back to your agency? I'll drop you off. He really just wanted to observe the man more. That would be awesome, he exclaimed, a worried expression suddenly overtaking his joy. Can we just stay at this level and maybe drop me off a bit away from the agency? I'll fly the rest of the way. Interesting. Sure thing, Hawks. Wouldn't want you to get caught with a wanted vigilante. That would do horrors for your career. The public would be outraged. I don't think it's the public that would be too mad. You're gaining a bit of popularity. Vigilantes weren't typically known to the general public. Some would make a small name for themselves, but not nearly as much as Ash has. That's true, then the Hero Commission would give you the most problems. Ash observed Hawk's response to that. A fleeting response that showed signs of terror. For someone who was considered the Hero Commission's golden boy, he sure had an automatic, tense, fearful response to the name. What did they do to you? He wanted to ask, but instead said, Don't worry, I'm a master of staying hidden. Hawks beamed. You're so nice. I heard you weren't nice to heroes. I really wasn't expecting this. Then why did you approach me? As I said, I'm a fan. And I was curious to see if you would just run away. Why didn't you? I was curious. He tapped his watch for the command for his hoverboard, expand. This was a new feature. He was able to make the board expand and retract so there was more space when he had another person with him. Hop on then. Whoa, Hawks steadied himself on the board. This is kind of terrifying. You literally fly. Ash deadpanned. It's not the same, this feels weird. I'm standing. The man was sounding a bit panicked now. Do you want to just fly then? No, I can do this. He sounded more like he was reassuring himself. All right, let's ride. Ash suddenly took off to a surprised shout. It wasn't quite a shout, it was somewhere between a chirp and a shout, from Hawks. Ash was a bit mean, doing his normal death-defying tricks in the air. He wanted to give the hero the full experience. Sometime along the way, Hawks latched onto him. That made him want to push the hero off and let him fall, but he had wings so it wouldn't be worth it. He was used to people touching him in his vigilante work, but that didn't mean he liked it. It made his skin feel like it was screaming. We're here. Or close enough. Ash came to an abrupt stop about a mile away from the agency. Hawks let go and straightened himself up. That was awesome. I do feel a little nauseous though. He trailed off into a rant about how thrilling it was and the differences from flying. He was very analytical. Another trait big spotlight heroes were lacking in. Was this what he used to sound like when he trailed off into tangents? He still did that in his head, but he wouldn't dare to speak them anymore. He had learned many lessons on that. Hawks was still going on and Ash found himself listening to every word. It was nice seeing someone else who had similar habits. I'll have to take you flying to return the favor. This was fun. Thanks for this, baby bird. I hope I see you around. Baby bird? What the F dash? He didn't respond to that, turning and soaring away. Hawks didn't come after him, so it wasn't a trick, it appeared. No need for a high-speed chase. He was a bit disappointed. He was getting an incoming call from Dobby. The call went through to his earpiece. He had gifted the man with one since they were working together. Ash, he greeted. How was patrol? The other man was doing his normal patrol as he had business to attend to. Uneventful. But I saw Eraserhead. He questioned who I was, but I gave him the slip. That stealth training pays off. Ever since Dobby began vigilante work, Ash had started training him. Dobby was pretty good at certain skills. He had been involved in the underground for a while. But he was not a vigilante and he had a lot to learn. You back at the base? Yeah, I'm about to go to bed. Business went well. Yup, got what I needed. Will you be back soon? No, I'm pretty far. I'll probably make some stops on my way if I see anything. I'll be back probably late morning. See you then. Night. He would make his way home and then he would solve the Hawks equation. The caged bird sings. With a fearful trill. Of things unknown. But longed for still. And his tune is heard. On the distant hill. For the caged bird. Sings of freedom. Maya Angelou. Are you sure your quirk is cremation? Dobby opened his mouth and then closed it, repeating the action twice as he tried to think of an answer to that question. Izuku was sitting in a swirly chair in his workshop, staring at the notebook he had been writing in. He had dragged Dobby inside the moment the man woke up. He asked a few questions about his skin and the piercing and measured the temperature of Dobby's flames. Then he spent 30 minutes writing in his notebook at an alarming speed. His pen seemed to never leave the page. Finally, he looked up and asked that question. What? In all the time he took to think of an answer, that was the only thing Dobby could find himself saying. Well, your flames are hot enough to turn any person who isn't fire-resistant into ash. But supposedly your body is too weak to handle the temperature. But yet you survived that incident that led to you leaving home. And with the situation around your body and the amount of time you spent burning yourself with your quirk, you really should be dead. But yet you're alive. I wonder if your quirk has similar properties to the mythical creature of a phoenix. A phoenix. A phoenix burns and turns to ash before it is reborn. I know what phoenix is. How does that relate to my quirk? You're not saying I can resurrect, right? Not quite. But I think it has some restorative aspect. You really should be dead. Your survival is improbable. I think your flames can't kill you, but damage from someone or something else probably can. He turned his chair around and seemed to be talking to himself now. But can they heal you? Would be unethical to test. There's the mythological idea of phoenix tears having a healing effect. That won't hurt to try. This was the most he had heard Izuku speak beyond the mask. Izuku spoke in short, concise sentences normally, saying what needed to be said and nothing more. Dabi theorized he had some trauma around speaking that he was able to mask away behind a persona as Ash. But without that persona, he didn't bother. Outside of the mask, Izuku didn't seem to have as much confidence. But in this element he came to life. Izuku turned back around and held out a tube of cream. This should help with your burns. It will work better than the commercial burn cream out there. It's tailored to you. I made it after our last session, but first, we need to work on fixing the further damage you've done with your DIY healthcare. From the sample I took, most of your skin cells are not dead in those areas. But the improper treatment did not allow it to heal itself. We'll have to do this sections at a time. I'm not a professional. I've taken several medical courses and I have earned several baseline certifications and I have a few contacts that are advising me. So it's your decision if you trust me or not to take care of you. I trust you. He said quicker than he meant to. Izuku's stoic expression momentarily showed shock and disbelief. But it was true, he trusted Izuku to do nothing but help him. And the kid was a genius. A seemingly self-taught genius. And Dabi knew he would do anything well if he put his mind to it. I mean, you can't do much more damage, right? Hawks has never quite felt like he could breathe properly since he was 6 years old. From the moment the Hero Commission took interest in him, he felt as if he were on the verge of suffocation. The first time he took flight he felt freedom. And now, even flying did not make him feel fully free. He was constantly being weighed down by pressure, not of his choosing. He didn't know who he was. He did not have a purpose other than what he was told to do. He always felt like he was soaring with no destination. Exhaustion has made a home in his bones. And today, it has made itself known. He had been working non-stop for the past 2 weeks. Today was the first time he had actually gotten to go home, if you could call that place home, and sleep. He'd been surviving off little catnaps for the past 2 weeks. As he approached his balcony, his instincts told him something was wrong. They weren't giving off danger per se, but he could tell something was off. Someone was in his apartment. His handler maybe? It was out of their schedule, he had just gone into the commission the other day. He sighed, he must have done something wrong. He hoped she wasn't too harsh today. The person in his apartment was not his handler or anyone from the commission or even Rumi. No, leaning against his living room wall was Ash, the vigilante he had met the other day. He liked Ash. When he first started to hear news of the vigilante, he wasn't too curious, there were plenty of vigilantes. But as time went on, it was clear this one was different. The commission hated him. He was on track to becoming as popular as some lesser-known spotlight heroes. And his popularity kept growing. He had been caught on camera more than once, saving people heroes had failed to save. The building incident where he rescued 5 people just in time for it to collapse, then proceeded to rescue the young hostage from the villain while the heroes on site watched, was when the public really started to take note of him, wondering who he was and why he had been more capable than those heroes. And with repeated incidents like that, he started to gain support from a fraction of the public. The commission wanted him gone. His presence and his message were a danger to hero society as they knew it. They were constantly sending heroes and police after Ash, but they had no luck. They had never tasked Hawks with it, but he had a feeling that if Ash's popularity kept rising, they would. But he had liked Ash the second he heard of the vigilante. He was right about the fact that heroes should have done something to save those people. He didn't understand heroes that couldn't find a way to make their quirk work in a situation. Surely all that training they did at hero schools was not a waste. He was confident that Ash wouldn't go after him because he was a good hero. And those that did more harm than good, deserved it. Ash had a vendetta against corruption. It was clear. And Hawks wondered what he knew about the HPSC and if they were on his hit list. If they were, he had a long way to go before he would be influential enough to end them, but Hawks kind of believed he could do it if he really wanted to. Hi. You don't have a couch. Or really any furniture. Do you own a bed? Have you been robbed? No, I haven't been robbed. I'm just not here a lot. I'm never at my apartment and it has a couch. Ash moved from the wall and started to walk towards the kitchen. I brought you food, heard you like chicken. Let's sit on the floor, since there's no table. Ash shoved a bucket of fried chicken into Hawk's arms. It was from his favorite place. I was going to bring something else, but I wasn't sure if it would be well received. The chicken was still warm, and the smell made his stomach rumble loudly. He couldn't deny he was starving. He followed Ash in, sitting on the kitchen floor. Taking his first piece of chicken, he savored the taste. You look worse than the last time I saw you, hero. What was that? A week ago? Still didn't get some sleep? I sleep, he said defensively. Are you going to eat too? No, I brought it just for you. It's all yours. Hawks gasped. Do you not like chicken? I like chicken fine. Calm down, birdie, Ash reassured him. Hawks relaxed at that. How could anyone not like chicken? So did you come here just to feed me? I was very surprised when I met you the other day, Hawks. You're very different from what you seem like in public or on video. He laughed awkwardly, wondering where this was going. He gnawed at the bone of the drumstick he had eaten clean. Well, everyone's different in different situations. I'm sure you're a lot different without the mask. Sure, but I've always wondered about you. You're so open in public and to the media. Yet what do we really know about you? You came from nowhere and shot up the hero rankings. No hero program, no internship, no mentorship. And you're what? 19? How curious, don't you think? What the hell did Ash know about him? He obviously knew more than he should. But how far did that knowledge go? Hawks was terrified he didn't want anyone to know what had happened to him to get where he was. Especially not someone he liked. You know your file in the HPSC servers is probably the most heavily encrypted. Did you know that? No, I didn't. He muttered. What's your point? It's just interesting to me. They said you went through a special training program with them. But they don't seem very proud about it. They don't want anyone to know anything about it. But since it's clearly been so successful, you'd think they'd want to share it with hero schools or any other training programs. But there's a reason for that, is it? The truth is something that no one wants to hear. Because it wasn't very ethical. The truth is downright disturbing. And just when I thought they couldn't be more despicable. But they never fail to surprise me. I don't understand. You're a hawk, you deserve to be free, not caged. One day, I'm going to destroy the hero commission. I still have a long way to go. But I'd like to help you. There's no need for decisions today. I know it's a lot. The offer will always stand. Here, catch. Hawk's free hand automatically reached out to catch what was being thrown at him. He looked down at the small device in his hand. What is this? A panic button or something? Kind of. If you hold it down, it will call me. And if you're in an emergency, press it down twice. It will alert me. Only your fingerprint will trigger it. How the F did you program this to my fingerprint? Your records are very thorough. DMN. He honestly didn't know what to say. You don't like heroes. You barely know me. Why are you going out of your way to help me? No one had ever seen behind his carefully crafted mask. And if someone ever did, Hawks never would have dreamed of them wanting to help him. Because I hate the commission and no one deserves to be hurt by the people meant to protect us. I want to see you free, birdie, and I'll do my best to help you if need be. I'll keep it on me. Thank you. This means a lot to me. I will just thank you. Tsukachi is on his 5th cup of coffee of his night shift when he hears a ding from his phone, pulling him out of his exhaustion. He had been pulling a lot of all-nighters. Who? He muttered. He unlocked his phone to see who would be messaging him at 3 in the morning. He was shocked to see it was from Ash. Neither he nor Aizawa had from the vigilante in weeks. And Tsukachi was never able to contact him as the vigilante changes numbers so often and is always the one to text first. Tsukachi, where have you been? Unknown number, busy. Tsukachi, we were worried. Unknown number, you were worried? Really? Unknown number, we? Tsukachi, Eraserhead 2. He hadn't seen you in weeks and you hadn't contacted me. Unknown number. Unknown number, sorry I couldn't get you the file until now. Did Ash think that he was upset because of the case file? He supposed the vigilante was constantly suspicious of them even after all the occasions they'd spoken together and how Tsukachi has told him that he had no plans on arresting him. Tsukachi, I don't care about that. I just wanted to know you were safe. We were worried you were hurt or something. Tsukachi, please don't do that again. Tsukachi, we care about you. Tsukachi, Eraserhead has been looking for you in your normal area. Tsukachi, if you're busy, please just text me. Unknown number, right? Tsukachi stared nervously at his phone. Ash didn't say anything after that and he didn't know how to continue the conversation. He should tell Aizawa that Ash was alright. The hero had been just as worried. Tsukachi. He greeted. I spoke with Ash, he sent me the case file on. He did? Did you ask where he's been? He said he was busy. I'm not sure if I'm reading into it, but he seemed doubtful that we were worried. Probably was. He's a paranoid BSUD. Hold on, I think he's still texting, Tsukachi said when the phone dinged in his ear twice. He put the call on speaker and went to check the text. He was confused to see a different unknown number had texted him. Unknown number, this number is permanent. You can add Eraser's number to the chat. Don't try and trace it, it won't work, and if you do, I'll never speak to either of you again. Tsukachi read the message out loud with wide eyes for Aizawa. He gave me his actual number. Or at least a permanent burner phone. He quickly saved the number and added Aizawa to the conversation. They hung up since they were now in a mutual text conversation. Eraserhead, have you been missing patrol? Eraserhead, I was worried you were injured. Ash, I was, but I've been back on patrol. Tsukachi, what? Tsukachi, what happened? You said you were just busy. Ash, arrest attempt went wrong. I'm fine now. Tsukachi, the police? Tsukachi had to ask. It couldn't have been his department. They had an unspoken rule to let the vigilante be as long as he continued to be strictly helpful. And their chief supported this. They would do what they had to do to avoid scrutinization under the commission or heroes that did not share the same sentiment, but they were fully confident that Ash could escape arrest. He had time and time again. But this time he had gotten hurt. Ash, nah heroes. Eraserhead, who? Eraserhead, what injuries did you sustain? Eraserhead, it must have been serious to keep you away. Ash, don't worry about it. Ash, I've got to go. Aizawa called Tsukachi again immediately. What the F happened to him? He's been hurt for weeks? Did any heroes report trying to capture him to the station? Not that I know of, and I would have heard about it. Ash leaves before any heroes or police can try and get physical with him, so there must be more to that story. But I doubt he'll tell us what happened. I'm surprised he gave me that number. I'm half expecting it to go out of service later on. No, he's honest about things like that. This must mean he trusts us a little bit more. That's good. I'm a bit concerned for him at times. He has a lot of trust issues. He must have been hurt by many people. I don't think he has people around that care for him. But he won't let anyone in the first place. I suppose being who he is that smart. He can't exactly trust a hero and a detective. But I wish he would. Me too. I actually care for the kid. I don't know why, he's a little scamp. They were sure Ash was just a college kid, which was quite young even if he was an adult, so they called him a kid. I know, I care about him too. But we can only do what he allows or he'll just run away. And he's very good at hiding. Izuku swiftly left the conversation. He didn't really know why he had finally given Tsukachi a permanent number. He had always been reluctant to. And it wasn't like he trusted the detective, but he at least knew that Tsukachi wouldn't abuse the number or try and track it by now. Neither would Eraserhead. He wasn't sure what to make of their claims of being worried about him. Why would they be worried about him? He was just a vigilante who sometimes helped them out. There were likely dozens of those over time. Especially for Eraser. They didn't care about him. They couldn't. He didn't need them to worry or care. If they did care, they only cared because he was useful. But he was sure they wouldn't think that if they knew who he was behind the mask. He scoffed, a quirkless kid. If most people who liked Ash knew who he was behind the mask, they would write him off even after everything he had done. He was still avoiding telling Dabi he was quirkless. The man never asked about his quirk. Because Dabi understood wanting boundaries and keeping things to himself. They were alike in many ways. Dabi had only been a couple of years older than him when he ended up on the streets. Dabi may technically be an adult, but Izuku didn't consider him one. He didn't trust adults. He would let Eraser and the detective keep his number. Even if they tried to trace it, it wouldn't work, and then it would just prove that he couldn't trust them at all. Wow, it's come a long way, Dabi said, looking around at the tattoo shop he and Izuku had nearly built from scratch. The building was abandoned and trashed. They'd done everything from the floor to the walls to the decor. It was awesome to see it all come together. It fits in with the area the shop was in. The shop owners nearby had been happy to see them working on the building. He had already had some interests who said they would be visiting. Izuku nodded, reaching for his phone to type something. He hadn't been talking at all the last few days, not even as Ash. Dabi figured it would be a good time to tell him he had been learning sign language. Dabi was studying extremely hard the past few weeks. He had used the resources the man at the bookstore had suggested and found more while he was at it. He had progressed very well. He had been an exceptional student back when he was in school. His teachers had always mentioned it to his father, but that wasn't enough for his love. You can sign if you want, I've been learning. Izuku stared at him, his blank expression briefly flickered to disbelief. You have? He signed. Yes. Izuku looked shocked, as if not expecting Dabi to actually understand. Why? It's a good skill to know, Dabi shrugged, speaking. He understood better than he could sign at this point. And I don't want you to force yourself to talk when you don't feel like it. Dabi didn't understand Izuku's selective mutism. But some days it seemed like he just wasn't able to speak at all, even if he tried. While other days he could technically speak, but it seemed to pain him to do so. Izuku looked away from him. I have something to do. I'll see you later, he signed behind his back before rushing out. Dabi ran a hand through his hair, unhappy with the way that had turned out. It could have gone worse, he supposed. Izuku was so emotionally stunted, Dabi didn't know what to do about it. There wasn't much he could do. He was sure that he had barely scratched the surface of what Izuku had gone through in his short life. And that was terrifying. The little he knew already felt like too much for a kid to handle. He may be a kid in age, but beyond that he felt more adult than most adults Dabi knew. Than himself. And he hated that. He too had to grow up quicker than people his age because if he didn't he would be dead in a ditch somewhere. He knew how hard it was. And Izuku made what Dabi had done since leaving home look like child's play. Dabi finished up with the shop. They had just been decorating today. He had been making art pieces that were displayed on the walls. He gathered his belongings to leave. Dabi locked up and left the building, needing to get back to base before patrol. As he stepped outside, a small body rammed into him. He looked down to see a small girl with blonde hair that was covered in blood. She was staring at him in shock. But he could also see fear in her eyes. "Help me," she said. Dabi unlocked the door and pulled her inside. He hadn't quite realized what he was doing or the repercussions of it. Now he had a girl who looked as if she were on the verge of death in his arms, alone. So he did the first thing he could think of. Call Izuku. Izuku picked up on the first ring. He was silent, waiting for Dabi to initiate conversation. "I need you to come back to the shop." He knew he sounded panicked. Izuku could no doubt hear him. "I'll be right there." Did they even have a first aid kit here? Behind the front counter, Ember answered from his phone. Had he said that out loud? "Izuku had me look through the security cameras. He'll be here as soon as he can. But until then, I'll guide you if need be." Dabi nodded as if she could see. She probably could. He was sure she had motion sensors or something like that. Izuku would do that. He didn't mess around when it came to tech. Dabi was pretty good at first aid, and he had learned more after meeting Izuku. He didn't need Ember's help to tend to the girl, but she was able to keep track of her vitals, which was reassuring because she wasn't responding. He has to peel her shirt up to see the extent of her injuries. Dabi knows he should not be so angry for a total stranger who he doesn't even know is the innocent party, but he can't imagine she did anything to deserve the amount of scars on her body, old and new. When he saw the girl's back, he just about lost it. She was so young. Like Izuku is. Izuku walked in when Dabi had finished the last round of stitches. She had been stabbed twice in 2 different locations around her torso. Dabi had brought her to the couch in the lobby area. He went to set her down, but she clutched onto him and wouldn't let go, so he sat down with her. She hadn't spoken once since those 2 words earlier. Dabi had been speaking to her the whole time, narrating what he was doing. The only response he got from her was a small nod when he asked if he rolled up her shirt. Izuku walked over to the couch and knelt in front of her. "Hello." Dabi was surprised when Izuku spoke to her. "My name is Izuku, and that's Dabi. Do you have a name?" he asked gently. She blinked at him in surprise as if she had just noticed he was there. Her eyes hurriedly looked around the room. When she saw Dabi, she relaxed. Himiko," she finally said. "It's nice to meet you. Can you tell us what happened to you?" Dabi asked. I don't want to go back." Dabi and Izuku locked eyes. A shared understanding was realized. There was no doubt that they would be helping her get away from whatever she was so afraid of. Himiko couldn't believe her luck. She had never considered herself lucky. In fact, she thought she must have the shitnest luck in existence. The family she was born into, her quirk, and everything that resulted from it. But something was finally looking up. She had run straight into the arms of kind people. Dabi and Izuku. They were an odd pair, but she liked them so far. She felt a strange kinship with them despite not talking much. And they helped her despite of it. Their tattoo shop had an upstairs that they made into a makeshift room for her. She had been there for a few days so far and neither pushed her to talk about it. "Come in," she called out at the knock at the door. It was Dabi and Izuku. Himiko wasn't sure what to make of Izuku yet. He looked around her age, maybe younger, yet his face seemed older. And they say Dabi treated him like they were the same age, added to it. "Good morning." Himiko smiled at them. "Morning." Dabi replied, "We wanted to ask about something." "What's up?" "We noticed you haven't been eating much." Himiko tensed. "It's okay. Izuku doesn't have much of an appetite either. But I'm not sure it's for the same reasons." "What do you mean?" Could they have guessed? How could they? She had been so careful. But from what she had seen so far, Izuku was really smart. It wasn't far-fetched that he had figured it out. "Izuku noticed you had to leave the room when I cut my finger yesterday." He made me aware that some quirks require alternative substance. I'm sorry, I can leave. I didn't mean to. No, Izuku said. The word came out sharp and quick. It was the first he had spoken since they came in. It's alright, we just want to confirm because we don't want you to starve when we're willing to provide you with the food you need. Really? Do you mean it? You're not. You know I need blood, right? Yes. Izuku guessed. But neither of us mind. This is a judgment-free zone. And if you need a little blood from us every now and again, we're willing to provide it. Himiko's eyes filled with tears. Ever since she developed that quirk, she never thought she would find people who would accept her, let alone let her feed off of them. And here were two people doing both. FNG villain. Izuku's head turned at the spat words. He was on his way to the grocery store to pick up a few things. While Himiko did not need to eat, she still could appreciate the taste of food. Dabi had gotten her to tell him a few things she liked. Izuku wanted her to feel more at home. Let her know they cared and weren't going to abandon her. But the voice caught his eye. There was no way they were talking to an actual villain. It was broad daylight and Ember hadn't warned him of any activity in the area. Plus the voice sounded young. One glance was all it took for him to determine the situation. In an alleyway there was a boy who looked to be about his age on the ground. Another boy had his foot pressed against his neck. 3 other boys were standing around laughing, occasionally adding their own remarks. This situation was so familiar to Izuku, he had no doubt the boy with the purple hair had done nothing wrong. Except perhaps possess a villain quirk. Izuku didn't save people, Ash did. But he couldn't bring himself to turn away. He had always wished for someone to help him those days. Even just one time. He could put a metaphorical mask on and just be Ash for one moment. Hitoshi was getting yet another beating after school. His home life had been good ever since he had gotten adopted, but he couldn't have it both ways. His school life was still shit. The other students were either scared of him or thought of him as villain scum. There was a group of 4 boys that saw it as their job to protect the other by making sure he didn't get any ideas. If he was really a villain, he would have stopped them a long time ago. But they didn't care. Kikuchi, the ringleader, was currently stepping on his neck. They had shoved a makeshift GG in his mouth and had been kicking him around since school got out. He was bracing himself for more when he heard an unfamiliar voice. Hey, let him go. He couldn't look up to see who it was with a foot on his neck, but he heard his classmates laugh. Oh yeah? What's a little guy like you going to do about it? Trust me, you don't want to get your butt beat for him. Hitoshi hoped the boy would listen to them. He didn't want anyone to get hurt because they decided to help him. The foot on Hitoshi's neck was gone. His face fell to the ground, but he quickly looked up. He looked up in just enough time to see a small boy who looked younger than him flip Kikuchi to the ground effortlessly. Hitoshi stared up at him in awe. The boy briefly locked eyes with him and Hitoshi shivered at the blazing green eyes with such fury that also seemed inhuman. Did he have a strength quirk? The other boys were on him immediately after what he had done to their leader. Hitoshi tensed, thinking that 3-on-1 was too much. But before he could even stand up and try anything, the boy made quick work of 2 more. And the last ran away like a coward. Leave, the terrifying Greenie spat at them. The lackeys wasted no time, but Kikuchi got up to face him, only to be knocked back down again. The boy placed his foot like Kikuchi had his on Hitoshi. I said leave. Kikuchi took the order this time. The boy held his hand out to Hitoshi, helping him up before turning and starting to walk away. Hitoshi spit out the G. Wait. The boy did not stop walking. Wait please. The boy turned around. I wanted to thank you. Let me buy you a drink or something. There's no need. Please? There's a really good cat cafe near here. The boy stared at him. Hitoshi was worried he was going to decline, but he finally replied, fine. Hitoshi smiled slightly. You won't regret it. Follow me. They walked in silence. He kept an eye on the boy as they walked, making sure he didn't ditch him. He made it all the way to the cafe with Greenie in tow. The barista greeted him by name, and all of the staff knew him. He was there so often that it would just be rude for them not to know. He ordered his usual before turning to Greenie, who didn't say anything. If you don't order something, I'll have Emmy pick. She's great at guessing what people would like. Haven't gotten anything else since she guessed mine. Greenie shrugged, so Emmy winked at him. Can't let you down after that, can I? Shinso handed her his card. She rang the order up and handed it back, telling them to sit and she will bring out their order. The second after they sat down, at a table in the corner, Rosie, one of the more temperamental cats, crawled into Greenie's lap. Greenie seemed startled but began to her. You know she doesn't let just anyone do that. You must be special. The boy didn't respond. He was a quiet one. Emmy brought their order out in no time. He sipped on his tea. Perfect as always. Emmy looked at Greenie expectantly. Greenie reluctantly reached for his drink, took a sip. He smiled slightly. Emmy was satisfied and left them to be on their own. I really appreciate you helping me today. But you shouldn't have. Greenie raised an eyebrow. If you knew why they were doing it, you wouldn't have wanted to help me. The boy gestured as if saying, go on. My quirk. It's dangerous. A villain quirk. They weren't wrong. The boy quietly said, no quirk is a villain quirk. Oh yeah? You don't even know what it is yet. People had told him that before and he let his guard down. Once he told them, they changed their minds. He made the go on gesture once again. It's brainwashing. He whispered. That's so cool. He cut himself off, looking as if he hadn't meant to speak. You think it's cool? Did you even think about what I could do with it? The boy stared at him. Hitoshi noticed him reach into his jacket pocket. His mouth opened in shock when the boy pulled out a knife. Do you know what I could do with this? He asked, putting it down on the table. I could think of hundreds of ways to kill you with it. But sitting on the table it can't do shit. A quirk is no more than a weapon. What you do with it is what makes someone a villain. You could have a healing quirk and somehow use it to hurt someone. Hitoshi stared at him, uncomprehending. That was the most he had heard him say. But do you think someone like me could be a hero? He asked hesitantly. He hadn't even asked his adopted parents that question, afraid of the answer. But this boy had already done so much for him. Yes. What? Sure, he had asked, but he wasn't expecting that answer. You could become a hero with your quirk. His tone left no room for argument. The part about your quirk you should worry about is getting into hero school. I suggest you look into Eraserhead and follow his path. But don't push that quirkist bullshit. Hitoshi looked down in shame for sprouting off the rhetoric that had been used against him for so long. When he looked up, the boy was gone. He sighed at the loss of someone who could be a friend, but his resolve had strengthened. The next few months passed by quickly and Izuku fell into a new routine. He had to fit so many new people into his life, but he made it work. He had gotten used to the loneliness. So company was unusual. But he did what he always did, adapt. Izuku was sitting at the counter of his apartment working on his laptop when Dabi excitedly came in, holding an envelope he had practically torn open. I passed the exam. I told you that you would. Dabi grinned at him. Yeah, well, no one knows for sure until they see the results for themselves. Izuku rolled his eyes. He had been telling Dabi that there was no way he would fail, and snatching the letter from his hands, Izuku saw that he passed with flying colors. Ever since Dabi said he wished he could go back to school, Izuku had been helping him study so he could take an exam and get his high school degree. This way he could start to take some university classes. How should we celebrate? Izuku shrugged. Whatever you want. Come on, let's pick up some food and go to the shop. We can celebrate with Himiko. Izuku nodded, packing his laptop in his bag. Himiko would be excited. Dabi had been talking to her about how he was studying so he could go back to school and Izuku could see her interest. She wanted to be a normal girl. Her situation was more tricky because she was a minor who ran away from home. But he set her up with online school for now like he had completed and she seemed to enjoy that sense of normality. So now that we know I passed, are you going to go through with applying to high schools? Izuku rolled his eyes. Dabi had been pestering him about it since he brought it up months ago. He had seriously considered it. There was no true reason for him besides getting a license which wasn't necessary. It wasn't like he would go for the hero course. And he did not want to provide weapons to heroes by becoming a support technician. But the only reason he was going to take the support exam for UA was because Shoto hadn't been by in months and if he went to UA, he could keep an eye on him regularly. Izuku had increasingly gotten more concerned as weeks went by. It wasn't like he had to stay at UA anyway. He would surely get bored of it soon enough. I'm signed up for the UA support exam. He signed to Dabi. Just that one. Well, it's not like you'll fail. So I suppose you don't need to go for anything but the best. What happened to no one knows for sure until they see the results for themselves? Dabi shoved him playfully, and Izuku did not recoil at the touch. Don't use my words against me. You're the biggest nerd I know. There must be something wrong with the exam if you don't make it. Dabi's words should be no big deal to him, but to hear him believe in Izuku so nonchalantly like Izuku's success was just a given to him both made Izuku happy but terrified him all the same. Reminded him of his parents. It made Dabi feel like family. And not just because he forged the man-fake identification into his family, but because it was real. Eraserhead was enjoying his peace and quiet for just a bit more time before his life would be filled with annoyance again. It was almost time for the high school entrance exams and time for him to gain a new class. He just hoped it would be more promising than his last year 1 class. What are you doing on my rooftop again, Eraserhead? How many times do I have to tell you, you cannot own random rooftops, punk? The underground hero shook his head at the vigilante. You've been here for a minute. Where were you even watching me from? He asked, exasperated. Something wrong? Eraserhead was startled by the concern. While Ash had still been cagey around him, it seemed as if he had given up trying to ignore whatever this growing positive relationship between the two of them was. Not really, just thinking of the future. He hoped his students were like Ash in some ways. The future of hero society could use a shake-up. He could hear Ash open his mouth to respond, but he suddenly pulled a phone from somewhere in his suit. Eraserhead saw a flashing red alert. I have to go. What's going on? Eraserhead was concerned. Whatever that alert was, it couldn't be good. Someone I made a promise to need my help. I'll see you around, Eraserhead. Before he could question it any further, Ash was already jetting off to wherever he was going. He sighed. He wished the man trusted him. Ash had helped him before, and Aizawa wouldn't mind repaying the favor if only he were allowed to. Dabi picked up the call from Ash. He had been patrolling. They mainly did so separately so they could cover more ground. What's up? Do you trust me? What kind of question was that? Of course he did. And what was Ash about to send him out to do to warrant that question? Of course. There was a sigh of relief on the other end of the phone, as if he was expecting a negative response. I need you to help a hero for me. Dabi had so many questions in his mind, but he just said that he trusted Ash. He would take action first and ask questions later. What do you need me to do? I'll send you his location. You're close to him and his vitals are bad. Stay with him and help him the best you can until I get there. Alright, I'll go there immediately. Who is it? Hawks. Dabi's mouth was wide open. They were helping a spotlight hero? And not just any spotlight hero, the number 3 hero? If anything, he expected it to be Eraserhead, who he knew had some weird relationship with the vigilante. Or another underground hero. Dabi knew logically that all spotlight heroes weren't like his father. Izuku's dad seemed like he was a good person while he was alive. Somehow it was easier to reconcile with that since he was already dead. Yet he did not hesitate to head to the location Ash sent him to in order to help this hero. With the trust hoverboard Ash had given him, he got there quickly. He was shocked when he found the hero lying in an alleyway, despondent, with injuries all over his body. Dabi hadn't been sure if he was even conscious until he called out a tentative, Hawks? The hero's eyes opened slowly. Dabi stared back into those FNG pitiful golden brown eyes. He could see the tiredness in them. Just what the F had happened to him. Hawks looked panicked when he realized there was a person standing in front of him, witnessing his sad state. Ash sent me, he explained. Hawks looked at him in disbelief. Ash did have a reputation for not playing well with others. Dabi sighed and took his phone out, calling Ash. Ash picked up on the first ring. Hey, you with Hawks yet? Yup, you're on speaker. I don't think he believed I was with you. Hawks, that's my new partner. I'm pretty far away. That little button I gave you is monitoring your vitals, and I knew you needed immediate help. You're safe with him. Hawks nodded at that but didn't make a move to speak. He nodded. There are some marks around his neck, so I'm guessing it's painful for him to talk. When are you getting here? About 20 minutes. But I have an emergency safe house about 10 minutes from where you are with medical supplies. I'll send you the location. Always got me playing hero. Dabi rolled his eyes. He picked up the bird hero into his arms. He was quite heavy. He kept the hoverboard high in the sky in order to avoid being seen. He was sure Ember would also be taking care of any security cameras that might be in sight. The safe house Ash had directed him to was an abandoned building in the shadier part of town. He picked the lock and entered. It was clear that this was just a place for emergencies. There was a mattress on the floor and cabinets filled with medical supplies and food. But besides those things, the building still looked abandoned. Dabi carefully placed Hawks onto the mattress. He had dozed off during the ride. There were no head wounds on the list of his injuries, so Dabi was sure it was fine. He examined the hero further. He gently took off the man's iconic jacket and tugged up the shirt he wore underneath. Dabi was horrified at what he saw. The hero had what looked like whip scars on his back. Fresh ones, but Dabi could see the ones underneath, the ones that were now etched into his skin and would likely never go away. Dabi was terrified to look for more. He didn't have to because Ash arrived soon after he started to clean the wounds on the man's back. Who the F is torturing the number 3 hero? He demanded when Ash walked in. The hero commission. Dobby stared at him in shock. Well, he wasn't too shocked. His father was the #2 hero in the country, and look what he did to his children with no fear of being discovered. Dobby had always wondered what the Hero Commission knew of his family. They had to know about the quirk marriage at least. But he was beginning to wonder if they were the ones to set his parents up in the first place. Hawks was young, around the same age as himself. For him to become the #3 hero so quickly after debuting, there had to be something fishy about it. He just wasn't expecting torture. He was in a villain fight earlier. Ember said his sidekick ended up arresting the villain. He must have gotten into the fight straight from coming from whatever torture session the commission subjected him to, and it didn't go well for him. Ash explained. He had taken over, tending to the hero. We're going to ruin them, right? I will. Even if it's the last thing I do. We will. Dobby corrected, and Ash did not argue. Hawks woke up in a panic, his eyes frantically moving around, trying to figure out where he was. The building looked run down and abandoned, yet he was on a very soft mattress. He sat up, ignoring the pain he was in. He held back a yell when he realized he wasn't alone in the room. Memories of before he had passed out flooded back to him. Pressing the button Ash had given him. Ash's apparent new partner coming to get him. Hawks looked this new vigilante up and down. He hasn't heard anything about this guy yet. He was a lot taller than Ash, probably twice his size. Ash was a small guy after all. He was wearing a long black coat, which Hawks wondered about the practicality for vigilante work. Like Ash, he wore a mask that concealed his identity, black like the jacket. Done staring, Birdie? He asked. His voice was deep and rough. Hawks guessed he was a smoker. Where's Ash? He rasped out, DMN that FANG hurt. That collar was a killer on his throat. Instead of answering, he turned around, ruffling through some cabinets. Catch, he said, tossing a water bottle at Hawks. Hawks' reflexes were a bit slow right now, but he caught it. He opened the bottle and started to drink. He chugged it all in one go. He went to get you some food. How long has it been? Just an hour. Hawks relaxed. It hadn't been long, his absence wouldn't be questioned that much. He felt like he could sleep for a week, but luckily he hadn't. Who are you? I wasn't aware Ash had a partner. The man shrugged. It's new. Ash has a collecting people thing, if you couldn't tell. You're saying I'm being collected? If the shoe fits. He shrugged again. Hawks didn't know what to do with that. What did it mean to be collected by Ash? You never answered my question, what's your name? Hearth. That honestly sounded like more of a hero name. But sometimes Hawks thought that Ash was more of a hero than some actual heroes. He wouldn't team up with someone who wasn't of the same nature. What about you? Hawks stared at him in confusion. What about me? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Hawks was going to say something along the lines of the man already knowing who he was. Everyone in this country knew who he was. He never really had to introduce himself since becoming a hero. In fact, most people would just come up to him acting like they knew all about him just because he was all over their TVs. He liked this lack of assumption for some reason. Hawks, at your service. It's nice to meet you. He didn't know why he felt so strange introducing himself with the name Hawks. It had been his name since he was 4, it was the only one he remembered. But sometimes he just felt so weak. It was his hero name. But he didn't always feel like a hero. Some days he just wanted to be normal. Nice to meet you too, Birdie. I'm sure you know Ash doesn't like many heroes. I don't like them much either. But if he's helping you, then you must be pretty okay. Thanks. Hawks feels horror bubbling up inside of him when a chirp comes out of him. Why couldn't he learn? Why couldn't the behavior go away? He was supposed to be normal. After all the commission had done to make him so. He was in so much pain now because he just couldn't learn. Hawk's eyes snapped up to the vigilante when his brain caught up with his ears and realized that he had let out an amused chuckle. What are you laughing at? Your bird noises are cute. Hawk's brain short-circuited. This was the first anyone had ever said that to him. Well, they didn't have much of a chance because he repressed them as much as they could. But sometimes they would come out. Usually when he was alone. Cute. You don't think it's inhumane to do that? Unnatural? The F kind of question is that? The man asked. I mean, your quirk is a part of you, so of course it's natural for you to act like a bit of a bird. Hawks was spared having to come up with a reply to that earth-shattering statement. The vigilante said it so matter-of-factly when Hawks knew it was right. It couldn't be right. But Ash had walked in, giving him an excuse not to reply. Ash was carrying 2 bags full of takeout containers. It all smelled delicious. Hawk's stomach felt pain just at the smell. It was urging him to start eating right now. Sorry I took so long. The line was long. Did you really go to a restaurant in your mask? Hawks had to ask. The mental image in his mind was hilarious. Also, it was incredibly bold of him since there were so many people out there who wanted him arrested. Or worse, taken out completely. I helped the owners out with something a while ago so they didn't bat an eyelash. And the area it's in, those people are used to seeing me. No one would call the cops. Ash had managed to build up a loyalty with certain communities much like a hero would. Now I heard your stomach growl, so food first. He set the bags down on the floor. Sorry, I don't have a dining table here. Is this your base? He was dying to know. Even if Ash wanted to help him, it would be extremely risky to bring him here. Plus it didn't look like what he would expect Ash to set up in. He would expect something more high-tech considering the gadgets he has. Course not. Just a random safe house I have set up in case of emergencies. I have many like this around the county. My base is much cooler than this. Hawks wondered if he would be able to see it one day. Take whatever you want. No fried chicken this time. I was guessing you needed something lighter considering your condition. Fried chicken? Really, Birdie? Hearth spoke up, clearly amused. Hawks ignored him, opening the bags and sorting through the containers. There were soups, noodles, rice dishes, and steamed vegetables. All gentle foods. He took a pair of chopsticks and began to shovel some soba noodles into his mouth. He hadn't realized the extent of his hunger until the food was in front of him. Slow down, you're eating like it's been days. Hearth says. It has, Hawks admitted, not knowing why he was finding it hard not to be honest. He had been lying all his life. Why was this different? Well, eat up then. Pro heroes need more food than most. Hawks appreciated Ash not commenting and trying to further dig into why he hadn't been eating. He just hadn't had time. Between hero work and other things the commission assigned him to do, he barely had a break. Sitting here was the most free time he had in a while. And he was only here because he knew he was in terrible shape after that villain fight. And no one was allowed to see the effects of the commission's training and punishments. So that meant no healers. The people at his agency would have insisted he see one. He liked everyone who worked for him. He just felt terrible he had to keep them at an arm's length like this. He couldn't let them know what the commission had done to him. Was doing to him. They wouldn't stand for it. And he didn't need any foolish attempts to confront the commission on his behalf. That's why he called Ash. Because he knew he would understand. I'm going to have to go soon. The F, you mean go? Oh. Ash asked more calmly. Yeah, thanks a lot for helping me. But I can't be away long. People will start to get suspicious. Ask questions. Alright, but finish eating first. And keep that button on you. Don't hesitate to use it again. Hawks could feel the reluctance in Ash's words. But he did not argue. It just proved his point further. He understood. Why the F, did you let him leave? Dabi asked when Hawks was gone. Izuku sighed. I can't help him unless he wants me to. Can't force him to be here. All I can do is try and make him trust that he can come to me. It wasn't like he wanted Hawks to leave. He wanted to wrap him up in blankets and never let those fuckers touch a hair on his head. But he knew better. Izuku had never been one to ask for help. Not even when his parents were alive. He wouldn't like it if someone forced him. He would have to convince Hawks to come to him. This time was just the start. Izuku was starting to be filled with regret as he stared at the gates of UA High School. Somehow, he let Dabi convince him to take the entrance exam and go if he got in for the support course. He was not touching heroics even with a 10-foot pole. He had thought about it. Thought about doing the exam just out of spite to show a quirkless person could get in. But there was no use exerting that effort when he wasn't going to go. He didn't want to be a hero anymore. He truly never thought he would ever enter UA, not since his parents died. Now, here he was. He briefly wondered about the hero exam. It was the day before. Surely, Kaken had excelled at whatever they threw at him. Izuku was going to have to avoid the blonde if they both got in. And he chose to go. Kaken was in his past, and surely he was better off without him. Izuku finally allowed himself to step into the school, following a few other support course hopefuls. He had gotten there early, so there weren't many. He follows them into what appears to be some sort of lecture hall. He sits down at an empty seat on an aisle near the exit. Those were the most important things he thought of when choosing a seat. He did not really consider the person sitting next to him until she began to ramble at him. You're early too. The name's Hatsume. I've been preparing for this exam my whole life. There's no way I'll fail. Then, I'll be able to access the legendary UA workshops and make lots of super cute babies. You heard it here first, Hatsume Industries is going to take the world by storm. Izuku did not know what to think of his seatmate. She was certainly energetic, the type he did not want to deal with. But he didn't particularly want to get up. She did seem to get the memo at his lack of response and started to mumble to herself. That was familiar. So many people had despised his mumbling. But he didn't mind hers. She had a lot of energy and ideas. It was clearly an outlet like it had been for him. Izuku fiddles with the number 2 pencils he's brought until the exam starts. As the time gets closer to the start, more people start to pile in. The room fills up. Izuku had no idea so many people aimed to be in the support class. Though how many of them were here because they didn't think they were cut out for heroics but wanted to go to UA anyway. He was sure a good portion. But that was stupid of them. If they didn't have any true interest or experience in inventing, how would they expect to pass? Especially when there was a practical exam. He was sure he would see the effects of that. Blown up or useless creations. He was expecting good things from Hatsune Miku. With her confidence, it had to come from somewhere. Finally, the hero Izuku recognized as Power Loader walked in. His brain is chirping away with what he knows about the man's quirk. If he wasn't so uncomfortable here, he might start muttering just like May. Welcome to the support exam. You may know me as Power Loader, but I am also the support course teacher. I will be overseeing both your written and practical exams. Let's not waste time and get into the written part. As the exams were passed out, Power Loader also went over the rules without much fanfare. He was certainly not wasting time. When the timer was officially started, Izuku dove head first into the exam. The exam was broken into sections. The first one was general knowledge. He zipped through that section with ease. He was at a college level, and none of the questions were difficult for him. After the general knowledge was the support focus section. While it was a bit more challenging, Izuku still found it easy. He had been engineering high-quality items for years. The analysis section was his favorite. It engaged him the most as it was all written questions. He gets to show off a skill he's mostly kept hidden. There's an essay at the end. Izuku plans it in his mind, then gets to scribbling away. When he's done, he gets up to turn in his exam. He becomes self-conscious when he notices that many eyes look up from their exam at him. It looks like he's the first to finish. He looks at the clock and sees he's only used an hour of the 2 hours they had. Had he rushed through it? He now questions, not feeling as confident as he did before. It was too late, he had already turned it in. Now, he would have to sit there for another hour. The hour went by slower than most. Izuku was watching the clock the entire time, and he swore those seconds were ticking down at a snail's pace. Finally, the timer went off, singling time was done. Not everyone had finished, but that didn't matter, they had to turn in the exam. Izuku was itching to move on to the practical exam. He wanted to get his hands busy on something. Once all the tests were collected, they moved into a large open room that looked like it had been converted into a makeshift workshop area. He supposed that no actual workshop would have enough space for everyone. This place had small work areas for each one of them. Each workspace was labeled with a person's name. Izuku walked around for a bit before he found his. Power Loader explained that for the first part of the practical exam, they would all get a blueprint to build the same thing. They would have an hour to do so. For the second part, they would be able to come up with a design of their own, using any of the materials they provided them. Izuku was already thinking about the second part. He wondered what he should make. He could recreate something he had made before. Nothing that he used as ash, he wouldn't want anyone to find connections. But he made other things that weren't connected with his secret identity. His thought process was interrupted as the time began for the first part. He opened the blueprint and looked at it in surprise. He almost laughed at the fact that UA had students make a gun as an entrance exam. Not too hard, then. He opened the supplies they provided each student and got to work. Izuku notices that the blueprint doesn't say anything about bullets. But what is a gun without bullets? Izuku saves the scraps from the metal he's using to make the body and sets those aside. He'll get back to those. Izuku doesn't know if he's meant to be following the blueprints exactly. Power Loader technically never said that was a rule. He was just making the design better. Sneaking a peek around the room, he saw he wasn't alone in that. Hatsune looked like she was making improvements as well, with a confident smirk on her face. As Izuku was putting the finishing touches on his work, he heard an explosion. He had called that there would be a few, so only one so far was pretty good if you asked him. Izuku watched out of the corner of his eye as Snipe, who had been there to help observe the practical, walked a boy out of the room. The boy was leaning against him like it was an effort to stand. The effects of the explosion were evident on his clothes and hair. Izuku felt a bit bad for him. That likely meant he wouldn't be considered for the course. Oh well, not everyone could. Izuku had just finished with his bullets to add with the gun when the time went off. They were to take a 30-minute break in between the rounds. They were allowed to brainstorm for their item. They went back to the room where they had their written exam for the break. Snipe was observing them instead of Power Loader now. Izuku wondered if he was examining their guns. Izuku still couldn't decide on what to make. He also didn't know what would be done with the item when he finished, so he didn't want to make something too innovative. He wasn't going to trust UA with that. It wasn't until Izuku was looking at the pile of material they provided for this portion of the exam that he decided. Due to his quirkless status, he was always thinking of things that could give him that advantage he didn't have. This was no different. Izuku was a bit surprised that they gave them access to about every tool and material he could think of. The sky was the limit. Plus Ultra and all that, he supposed. They had a bit longer for this round, but Izuku needed all the time he had. So he quickly gathered materials and went back to his workstation. Izuku worked until the very last minute, and he was rather proud of his creation. He wouldn't casually make his best work for heroes to examine, but for someone who was phoning it in, his work was rather impressive. He supposed that he would see what it would get him. Despite being the principal of UA, it isn't a common occurrence that Nizu takes such an interest in the results of an entrance exam, but as he looks over the results of a boy who got a perfect score on every part of the exam, he begins to feel excited. Nizu had examined the gadgets he made himself and agreed with Power Loader that they were at a professional level rather than one of an impressive student. And how odd was that? How could a boy make weapons and armor so well that it was like he had already gotten a support degree? Nizu wanted to know everything. The boy's name looked familiar, Midoryia Izuku. He wondered where he knew that last name from as he pulled the information up about this promising student. But one word immediately stuck out to him like a sore thumb: quirkless. Nizu knew better than anyone else how this world of quirks could be cruel to those who were different. He was well aware that many like Midoryia would never make it to the entrance exam. So that made the young man even more impressive, and that was far from the most interesting thing about the young man. As Nizu looked at his family members, he realized why he was familiar with the boy's name. His parents had died about 2 years ago, pro-heroes who died in the line of duty. A tale as old as time. The boy went into the system briefly before he became emancipated. He must have had a good lawyer and quite the inheritance to maintain one then, Nizu thought. But what caught his eye was the record of the kid's education. He had terrible marks up until his parents' deaths, not shaping up to the image his work on the exam presented. But once he was off on his own, he enrolled in an online degree program and finished junior high and high school in just 2 months with perfect marks before he continued with college classes and earned a degree in computer science. How impressive at just the age of 14. Oh yes, Nizu was excited. He just wished that Midoryia would send his acceptance already. It had been 2 days since it arrived. If it weren't for Dabi, Izuku wouldn't have even known he had gotten into UA before the deadline came to accept. He was tinkering with his hoverboard in his workshop when Dabi knocked on a part of the wall. He turned around to see him coming in with a few letters in hand. I stopped by the apartment and good thing I did. Because you got mail, some that might be a little time sensitive. He shot Izuku a knowing look. Izuku didn't know whether he should hate or like it that Dabi knew him so well. He walked over and placed the letters on the desk, a fat one with a UA symbol on the top. You should probably open that one first, it's likely been there for a few days. Izuku reached for it, rolling his eyes. Who knew that forging an older brother into his life meant that he would act like one? He hesitated for a moment before ripping it open. He was not surprised that instead of a normal letter, it was a small projector that played a video upon opening. Dabi gasped. He must have been gone from his father's house before his letter came. Izuku knew that he would have gotten in. Izuku watched impassively as Power Loader appeared on screen and congratulated him on getting a perfect score on both the written and practical exams. On breaking the record for both. But he couldn't stop the chills that ran down him when the man welcomed him to UA High School. Words that he once would have dreamed to hear. Dabi was standing next to him, grinning like an idiot. I knew you could do it. And a perfect score, look at you show off. He shook his head fondly. Are you going to go? Izuku looked down at the torn envelope, then around his workshop and everything he had built on his own. I don't know, he signed. Dabi's smile didn't falter, he just nodded. Right, well regardless if you go or not, we should celebrate. Whatever you want, let me know, and I'll do my best to make it happen. Whatever I want? Izuku asked. Whatever you want, Dabi confirmed. I'll think about it, Izuku signed back, even though he already had an answer. He wanted to be alone for now, and Dabi could take a hint. Dabi ruffled through Izuku's hair. Well, I'll leave you to finish your tinkering. I'll see you tonight, congrats again. Izuku nodded his thanks, feeling relieved when the man's footsteps retreated. UA High School had been the dream for so long in his life. But back then he dreamed of the hero course. Of saving people. Of being as good as his mom and dad. But then they died, and good heroes became an illusion to Izuku. He had mostly let go of that dream. He only did the exam because Dabi had encouraged him, just like he had done to Dabi in his education. But a part of him wanted it too. A part of him wanted to see that acceptance. But also wanted to prove to the world that a quirkless kid could get into the best school in the country. Even if not for heroics. He was still the first quirkless kid to go in for support. And he broke records. There was maybe one every few years in general education or business. But a lot of them didn't last, even if UA prided itself on being non-discriminatory. Even if the quirkless kids who got in weren't bullied there, which he doubted, there were so many other factors in a quirkless kid's life that drew them to what seemed like the inevitable, death. Most likely at their own hands. But it seemed like all Izuku could do was survive even when he didn't want to. Even when hope was lost, most quirkless kids were cursed to die. At the same time, he seemed to be cursed to survive. He didn't understand it. He wondered if maybe, just maybe, if he went to UA and that stupid curse pulled through again, he could get through all 3 years. And some quirkless kids would see him up there, on top, and think that they could make it too. That was why he couldn't bring himself to deny this acceptance outright. He didn't need UA, he thought as he kept his hands busy, updating his hoverboard. But if he had to keep living in this wicked, wicked world, he strived to do his best for those who could not. Dabi was ecstatic to learn that Izuku had gotten into UA, not because he had any attachment to the school or because he believed it would be a good learning experience for Izuku, but because he wanted Izuku to avoid his mistakes. Izuku already knew how to grow up too fast due to his circumstances, but now he had a chance to somewhat go to school, make friends. Dabi was well aware that Izuku didn't need a school to learn anything. He was a genius who had learned so much on his own. But there were other things he could learn at school. And a support license from the best school in the country could serve him well in whatever he chose to do with it. But he wasn't sure if the vigilante would end up going anyway. It took a lot to convince him, and he was still being cagey with the acceptance. Dabi shook his head as he finished up dinner. Izuku usually preferred to cook and eat on his own, but Dabi wanted to do something in celebration. So he made them both katsudon, which he may have learned was Izuku's favorite meal when he was hurt and had a looser tongue, but Izuku didn't always play fair anyway. Dabi went to fetch Izuku from his workshop, sighing when he saw the acceptance letter on the floor. But he said nothing about it. He was startled when Izuku looked up at him and spoke. "I want a tattoo." Dabi stared at him. "What? You said anything I want you to give me a tattoo." Dabi sputters, that was the last thing he was expecting. "I can't do that, you're 14. Izuku crossed his arms over his chest. "So what?" Dabi tried to think of an argument but kept failing. He didn't exactly do things by the book. "Why do you even want a tattoo? I can give you one later. Do you even know what you want?" He shot off questions, disbelieving that he was going to do this. There was a hard determination in Izuku's eyes, as if he had just made a decision. He took a breath before peeling his shirt back, revealing his way too skinny torso that was littered with scars. But one scar he saw made Dabi feel as though his heart had stopped. It was a brand. So Sicko had branded the kid with numbers. Dabi wanted to throw up. Who would do that to a kid? To anyone? And how young had Izuku been? "If I'm going to be going to a new school, I don't want the chance anyone ever sees this." "I'm assuming you have a design in mind?" Dabi asked, giving in. How could he not? Dabi was burning, and this time, it was with pure anger. "Surprise me." At Izuku's request, Dabi threw himself into designing the perfect tattoo. If he was going to put something permanent on the kid's body, it had to be perfect. Of course, Izuku had to be difficult in giving Dabi the task of coming up with a design. If not for the brand and Izuku had just wanted a tattoo, Dabi would have done something small, unnoticeable, something he would have no regrets about. But now Dabi wanted the kid to have something big, beautiful, and sentimental to cover up that horrid thing that had been done to him. Dabi hadn't asked for the story, he didn't feel it was right to. But there were some things he could infer. He thought back to that mission Ash had taken him on after saving him, where he had burnt down the buildings where some sickos were experimenting on children. Izuku would be the perfect target for something like that, an orphan with no one to look out for him. It was no wonder why missions like those were so important to him. Dabi knew even more that this tattoo had to be perfect. He had run through several different designs and drew them all, disappointed when he was dissatisfied again and again. But then, as he was dozing off to sleep, he remembered something Izuku once said to him. He turned on the lights and started drawing. A phoenix. Izuku signed the next morning when Dabi showed it to him. His face revealed nothing. Yeah, I mean, I know you suggested it to me about my quirk, something they still hadn't fully explored yet. But I was thinking you fit the description pretty well, always rising above hardship. Rising out of the ashes, if you will. He couldn't stop the cheeky smirk that came from his at the pun. Izuku tilted his head, just staring at the design. Dabi felt nervous. The phoenix was glorious, flying upwards almost in victory out of flames. Its coloring was gold and red, but every now and then, it had green and black feathers, spotting out of its warmer coloring. They were the colors of Izuku's parents' hero costumes. If you don't like it, I can start over. No, Izuku said immediately, pulling the drawing close to him, I love it. His eyes were brimming with tears, the most genuine emotion Dabi had ever seen from the kid. He almost felt like a kid at the moment and not the adult society had molded him into. Can I hug you? Dabi asked, and Izuku nodded. He hugged the kid for the first time and felt like it wouldn't be the last. So, should we head down to the shop then? I don't have any appointments today. More like he had moved all his appointments this week so he could work on Izuku's tattoo. He had no idea when he would create a satisfactory design, and he wanted to at least get started before Izuku went to school. Izuku nodded his agreement. Himiko was there to greet them when they arrived. She had settled in very well, and Dabi found himself getting closer to her as well every day. He was teaching her how to do tattoos after seeing some doodles she did when she was meant to be doing the online school program Izuku signed her up for. When she learned about Izuku's acceptance to UA, she was ecstatic, demanding that she must make him a cake. Baking was another new hobby of hers, one she wasn't so good at. But neither Izuku nor Dabi would stop her as she looked so happy. They both would eat a slice of cake with the poker faces they knew how to maintain. As she ran upstairs to start baking, he got started on the tattoo. He had to be careful when covering up scars. He was well familiar with doing so. The shoddy tattoo shop in a bad part of town with an artist who was stapled together was the perfect place to get a cover-up. Whether it was self-inflicted, from abuse, or something more nastier, he never asked. But he took care of each one. Izuku was no different. But he couldn't help but want to know this story. He didn't ask. If Izuku wanted to tell him, he would. And Dabi would listen. Instead of chatter like some clients preferred, the shop filled with the buzzing sound of his tattoo gun, and Dabi was saddened by Izuku's evident pain tolerance. The day before UA was to start, Shoto showed up at the base after not visiting for a long time. Izuku was relieved to see him and see that he was unbruised. Father's on a business trip, he explained. He's been ramping up his attention on me since the first day of UA was getting closer. Well, that answered the question of if Shoto was attending. Izuku had no doubt that the boy would get in. And Izuku knew that Shoto had little choice in if he could go or not. But he still wondered. Izuku was glad that he and Shoto would be at the same school. He could keep an eye on Shoto while he was unmasked. They might be in different programs, but Izuku would be keeping a close watch on the boy, especially if he insisted on only using one part of his quirk and not listening to reason. Izuku understood if he had to use something that had any attachment to endeavor, he would hate it too. But still, it annoyed him that Shoto was not doing his best and that he was hurting himself by not using his quirk. Something would have to be done about it. And Izuku had a feeling that he would be the one to solve that. Teachers he had learned were very useless. He didn't trust them, even at UA, to help a child in need. He just needed to figure out how he could.